and it's just
So you
flooding
ask me a
across,
question and
and there's
you're going to
nothing
answer it.
behind
So
it.
now you're just going to go on mute with your drunk ass. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with these people? Look, brother,
Yeah.
you ask me a question, you have to let me answer it. You don't get to answer the question you ask me.
I think that podcast was triggering him. A globe earther dunking on the Apollo hoax.
You ever seen the one photograph proves that's all wrong, right? The photograph of the astronaut in the visor. You ever seen it? You ever seen what
Yeah, I've seen your
with the
presentation on it a couple times. That is such a killer.
dude, I've had people argue on X that it's possible for days. I said, okay, recreate it. Go get some action figures and a freaking lamp. Recreate it.
That's
Just go
funny.
get your little He-Man action figure. Take Tila and see if you can make Tila's shadow go around He-Man.
Yeah, no challenge accepted there.
Yeah, certainly not. But the only way you could ever do that is if the light source was super low and the shadow that's being cast, the object was far away and small. It
Yeah,
couldn't be
that's
higher
right.
than their crotch, basically.
That's exactly right.
Well, he left right away. Hey, you ever see? Did you see what I posted? That stereoscopic rangefinder?
Yeah, using a binocular parallax, right?
Yeah, bro. I was fascinated by these a few years back. I'm like, man, why don't I want to get one of these? Because they're so cool, dude. Do you know how things would look? It like the further apart the eyepieces are, like everything would start looking like tiny, perceptually. You know what I mean? Because your
Yeah,
eye width, it's like you have a giant head.
that's funny.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
things
I
things
know it
look,
would be
it's like
so cool.
synthetic aperture.
This is like one of the ideas because like I remember Riggs was like, what can we do? Blah blah blah. I was like, man, you know what we could do? We could send up a hot air balloon with like a gondola with like 20-foot spacing on the eyepieces, send it up to like 100,000 feet, and you're instantly going to figure it out whether it's round or
Ooh,
flat.
that's
Instantly,
brilliant.
because you'll have great stereoscopic view of it. It'll be like you're that the whole the scale thing. Oh, you're at a tiny scale, you can't tell. Okay, we'll scale up the stereoscopic vision part, and then we'll do it.
Jay Tolan was supposedly starting an app, the last thing he was working on, that would take the video recording capability of a smartphone using a machine vision algorithm from the 70s, do the same thing. So you could take a video out an airplane window.
It
And
would
so,
stitch it together, basically.
yeah, from point A to B to C all the way to Z, all the different frames. Yep, that you could then, given your height and your velocity, you'd be able to do some photogrammetry instantly.
Huh. My question is, why don't they do it already?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, got a point. Maybe they do.
Yeah. And they'd probably wrap it onto WGS84 after they're done.
You can make a really high resolution with them with a high speed camera that's doing like 120 frames a second.
Shoot, yeah, like, have you ever looked at Gorgon Stare?
Uh, no, I have no idea what that is.
Terapixel video camera at high altitude.
Oh,
Yep. Can't really stay. I can listen in, but good hearing from you.
All right, yeah. Good hearing from you too. Came in here looking for trouble.
Looks like they found you.
What's up, DJ? DJ Marky Mark. Okay, I'm gonna play the audio again.
Speed of the Saturn V package is 17,000 miles an hour when it leaves Earth's orbit. Now, the absurdity that they were actually able to use like some sort of slingshot theory to escape Earth's gravity is a complete hoax in itself, right? You need a constant burst of power on one half of the slingshot if you're not coming towards the space body. When you got a velocity and you're going towards, you got to burst and burst and burst and burst, and there's no such thing in the Saturn V platform. Big lie. But in space, there's no such thing as brakes. Once you're going in a particular direction, a particular speed, you're going in that direction and in that speed until you hit a medium by which you can exert an engine on the medium to create a pressure against yourself. So if you don't have an atmosphere, you can't slow down. You could rotate a rocket with a cone and blast your ass off, and ain't nothing going to happen. Because you're not pushing off anything besides yourself. And that doesn't work, does it? Right? You can't be in space and push on your chest and somehow make it across the universe eventually. You can't. You'll simply be pushing on yourself. So you got this craft going towards the moon. 17,000 miles an hour. There is no mention, especially when I was a child, that this thing was going to do a slingshot thing and reduce its orbit to the moon. In fact, every drawing ever pitched to us for the first probably 30 years, if not more, after they did these missions, showed a perfectly circular orbit around the Earth and a perfectly circular orbit around the moon. It doesn't work like that. And you know it because the Cassini and all those supposedly reconnaissance satellites around planets, they now draw it correctly. But they can only account for that happening at the receiving end. SpaceX saying that they're sending things somewhere else other than Earth. Okay, we got to build a big-ass payload of fuel to continue bursting one half of the slingshot to keep expanding its orbit so that eventually you let go and you do not give it anything else except a big blast away from Earth, if that theory could even happen. But the service module and the lunar lander connected together for cubic feet is so tiny, meaning the gravitational force around Earth, I think it's ethereal, they think it's phenomenon. Okay, why don't you go with the guy that doesn't have phenomenon definitions in his science, right? The Earth is 3.6 billion times bigger than that payload, if they've told us the truth about how big the Earth is in the first place, right? So let's say we forge all that. We give them that first half. We tell them right to the face. We know that's all bullshit that you're able to leave Earth's orbit, especially in fucking 69 or any time before that, Apollo 10, Apollo 8. But let's give you that. Even if that was the truth, is how we start the next sentence. You're now heading at the moon. And any tiny, infinitesimal mistake in trajectory with an object that is on average 236,000 miles away, you're going to either miss the moon or you're going to plummet directly into its surface. Okay? Getting in a perfect acceptable window, and there is probably a wide window of getting into a potential orbit, 17,000 miles an hour, it's just this base speed that our rockets seem to get at that point in time. We didn't design a Rocketdyne F1 booster to send a certain payload to the moon at a particular speed such that when that payload hits this window on the moon, that it then locks into orbit No, that's just as fast as our engines went. It's like buying a car and saying, oh, we built a ramp, an Evel Knievel ramp from one side to the other. And we got a car that has a engine with a fixed speed in it. We designed the engine in the car on one day in one place with no knowledge of the ramps. And the ramps were built with no knowledge of the car. And guess what? This car hits that speed, and that's the only speed it hits. As soon as you hit the boosters, it ramps up to 17,000 miles an hour, whatever it is, and it hits that ramp. And if you didn't just happen to know that that's how fast the car was going and how much the car weighs and what its aerodynamics are, it's not going to hit the other ramp. It's either going to fall short or go way over, and the guy's going to die inside. Unless he can eject with a parachute, right? So the whole idea that the Saturn V platform was just masterfully engineered to get that particular payload, not any other. Again, they put 700 pounds more on it when they took, was it Apollo 15, when they brought the lunar lander with them, supposedly? They bragged for the first, 3 missions that they couldn't possibly bring anything extra with them because it just couldn't handle it. And all of a sudden, magic happens. Without redesigning the boosters, without redesigning the platform, without taking out 700 pounds of crap off that lunar lander, magic happens, right? So, as I was saying before I got interrupted, when this is traveling towards the moon, at some point, that lunar lander who's behind you in the service module, you're on the tip of the service module, the tip of the bullet. Lunar lander's on the other side of the vehicle, behind you. Somehow, magically, they break apart and they rotate in space and then reconnect with the lunar lander on the front of the trajectory, right? So it's got to be on the front because you've seen the footage where that thing drops down and turns and retro rockets and goes down. Now again, there's no atmosphere. There's no atmosphere. So those little drink shaker retro rocket clusters that are supposedly rotating this thing in space, yeah, what's it pushing off of? Nothing. So what's going to happen? Nothing. There's a void of your knowledge. They make a claim, and you can't defend yourself because you don't know that they're full of crap. There's no reason why you would in the 60s. I mean, honestly, it's just tantamount to someone walking in a Masonic lodge and conducting either some science that looks like magic or some magic out of thin air, and you're like, oh my God, this stuff is real? Plus you want to believe, don't you? So they had a version of it with 5 legs, and they had a version of it with 4 legs. 4-leg 1-1. In the overall platform design. But now it's going 17,000 miles an hour. Over the surface of the moon, as verified by all the footage. All that horrendous mock-up footage of the moon's surface, where the clay that they put on that big sphere that they built that prop out of in NASA, with a railroad track on it, so they could do, some nice rotating the thing and then driving the camera by on a rail. Yeah, like a big dolly shot. It was all exaggerated and absurd. Mountains that were, would have, at that elevation, would have been just tiny imperfections in the surface, are suddenly ridiculous B-movie Ed Wood looking crap. It's like Mars Needs Women movie, right? But everybody wanted to believe it. And then they fur it up too, right? They film it, they play it back, they're like, man, that looks too crystal clear. So we got to do a couple extra things to it. One, let's film it through a window. Let's even steam the window up to create a little bit of interference. They don't have digital technology at this point. Then what we're going to do is we're going to broadcast the movie on a wall and then film that to knock it down even further. Perhaps we'll copy the negative several times to add more noise to the negative, making it look authentic. Of course it ain't clear, man. It's on the moon. But now you have this object, and it's descending to the moon's surface. Its only mechanism, according to their faux science, are these retro rockets that won't do anything without an atmosphere. and a 10,000 pound thrust engine, which can't possibly slow this vehicle down from 17,000 miles an hour. Until that rocket plume can somehow touch the actual fuel fire to the surface of the moon, because there is no atmosphere. There's no atmosphere, which is what we would do today. If a rocket were to come down today, like in one of those old 50s B movies or the bullshit out of SpaceX, right? It's got oxygen it's pushing on way before it hits the surface. So you could technically use the oxygen as a liquid medium to slow it down here on Earth. But there is no atmosphere up there. And every once in a while you guys kind of be, are you sure there's no atmosphere on the moon? Yeah, I'm really sure. Because it's crystal fucking clear from the surface of the Earth. And if there's any atmosphere of any kind, it picks up light. It would create haze. And even though it's very far away, we can still see it crystal clear. And, you know, even the most minute 0.01% atmosphere on the moon would start fogging up the light registry as we start to photograph the surface of the moon. It wouldn't be crystal clear like it is. So there is jack shit up there, okay? Wherever that thing is, right? But again, we're using their science against them at this point. So isn't it interesting that the, SR-71, when it left Port Hueneme, I think in 1989, I was actually awakened that morning to the sonic booms of it hauling ass. Actually, it could have been 1990, if I think about it right. But I remember hearing it fly from Port Hueneme to New York in 59 minutes to prove a point. Now, technically speaking, as I grew up, I thought, oh shit, that could be a PSYOP too. Why? You just take two SR-71s, paint the same number on the tail fin, and one goes up out of view, and it's counted off, and the one that launched from a few miles away goes up and then lands in New York, and you really didn't make the journey in 59 minutes. But again, let's use their science against them, right? Apparently the GE engines that are in the SR-71, I know there's a few different brands, but you have to pretty much throw the engines away once you do that kind of push. You have to service it down to the nut and bolt. That's 3,000 miles an hour? 17,000 miles an hour. What do you think would happen if the SR-71 approached the surface of the Earth at 3,000 miles an hour straight down? Or even at an angle? What kind of mess would that be? If it literally crashed into the 405 in Los Angeles at 3,000 miles an hour, it probably isn't inconceivable that a piece of its debris might land in Orange County some 30 miles away or 10 miles away. At least, right? I mean, an Abrams tank can shoot you from, 30 miles away? Okay. Or further? Okay. So, 17,000 miles an hour, and you have a 10,000 pound thrust engine? I just think that just as a gumshoe rocketeer, you'd probably want at least 1,000 pounds for every 1,000 miles per hour you're going, right? So 10 covering 17 is pretty hilarious. But here it comes. And it's going in a arc straight towards the surface. But when you see the footage of that thing landing, the lies just start projectile vomiting out of the footage. One, there's no footage of it turning sideways like the old Lunar Lander video game, okay, and blasting out the engine, even if they could convince you that no atmosphere is going to solve the problem. The rocket engine pushing on itself creates a proprietary gravitational force, and it applies to the entire universe, which has absolutely no knowledge that you're even there because you're not connected to it. Ethereal winds, sure, but they're not dense enough to create that sort of resistance. If you had a gravity well engine, oh yeah, no problem. No problem at all. But we don't. So what would we see out the window had they actually turned it sideways and actually blasted it sideways? Even if that's some ridiculous claim they might recently make with their rope memory computer in there, right? Well, out one window, you'd be seeing the moon's surface. But there's some other interesting things about this. What would stop the lunar lander from spinning? What would stop it from spinning? Making a slight error in your little retro rocket theory. Why do rockets that go up in the air often spin in circles to the point they have to throw out this sort of sling and ball thing to stop it from spinning so they can take some photographs before it falls to the ground? Well, whatever they did in the lunar lander, they don't seem to be doing in a lot of the lesser rockets that are out there now. So imagine that thing, okay, in 6 supposed successful missions, not to mention this re-entry back up to the service module, which we'll get to in a bit here. If that thing ever started spinning, it could be going hundreds of miles an hour within a split second because it is going 17,000 miles an hour. And I don't give a shit if you want to tell me that thing drops 7,000 miles an hour. Why would it? What's it hitting? Angel power? Angel dust? Angel atmosphere? Stuff that doesn't exist to slow it down? Oh, someone told me that the slingshot theory around the moon slowed it down. Really? Is that what it does? Is that really what it does? Does it slow down when it slingshots? Does a vortex actually have a slower speed towards the center of the vortex or up on the edge? Princeton's top scientists, physicists, were submitting the theory that if light ever traveled down into a vortex, that's when it could hit a faster than light combination. So I guess they're wrong too about vortexes. Huge presentation, went worldwide about 20 years ago. So you got these forelegs, you got this unit down below, which is supposedly where all the environmental systems are, and this rocket that has a 10,000-pound thrust engine. But above that, you got the living quarters, which holds your computers and your toiletries and all that good stuff. Not really. But, you know, you got a big suit that makes you 3 foot thick, by the way. It's all inflated on you. Got to keep the place warm. Got to have enough battery power somehow to keep this thing going a long time. Oh, but I know they had little solar panels about the size of a suitcase. Wow. Where the hell are those solar panels today? They can keep all that equipment going, including a phone call with Richard Nixon. How much energy would it take to actually send a beam back to Earth without any delay? Traveling faster, well, probably as fast as the speed of light, I would say, to have that phone call. Yet when you talk to certain people on planet Earth, in the Asia from America or Asia from Europe, there's a delay. Television interviews with the most modern technology in 2022 still have delayed conversations that frustrate the shit out of you when you watch them, right? And it was only the interaction between two people on that technology that revealed it had a problem. I built an online music studio for a famous rapper once. And he wanted it to be possible for musicians to harmonize together over the internet live. And we kept trying to explain to him that if we had an unimpeded signal traveling at the speed of light from their place to our place, that might be possible. But just the microphone going down to the computer and going into the operating system and then coming back out to the ears was creating a 35 millisecond delay, which every artist notices. 35 thousandths of a second. These guys can notice that. After building our own little jack to return the signal immediately without going through the operating system, we got it down to about 11 milliseconds. And that was acceptable, although some of the dudes could feel it. And that was 2010 technology. But Nixon made a phone call with virtually no delay. Interesting.
I know exactly what he's talking about. I actually researched this a while ago. I see the presentation by the guy that did it to create low latency coordination between musicians over the internet. It's called a can't remember the name of it. But he ain't blowing smoke, man. This shit actually exists.
I was just tuning out for a
Right.
second.
Lies.
Is he talking about like
lies?
using the physical signal for geolocation through wires?
No, no. He's talking about if you're a musician, right? So the guy, he wasn't even like a scientist or anything. So like he he did like a concert, right? Online concert where all the musicians are playing in their individual locations, but the sound synchronization got all messed up because everybody has a latency delay, and he created. Think, trying to think what the name of it was. The software still exists. It's free too. That eliminates the latency. Well, it doesn't eliminate it. It gets it very low. The latency within your computer. Say you have like, I don't know, electric piano, and you're piped into the a block that captures the sound, and that plugs into the USB, and then that has to go to the network card, and then that has to go out to the internet. And the internet has a latency. He created a method that using basically principles of faster than light, superluminal communication, faster than light communication, using, I guess you'd call it a waveguide principle or something.
Pilot wave theory and quantum mechanics.
Something like that, tunneling, basically a version of wave tunneling. Here, I'll find it before I talk. I'm going to play this. I'm going to find it because I haven't even thought about this in a long time. This is the type of crap I was looking into before Flat Earth, like this specifically, superluminal communication and other stuff, but that was one of them.
Man, wish I hadn't tuned out the last 5 minutes
So here
doing
it
other
comes.
things.
The moon surface is coming up. What did we see from NASA as proof that this thing landed on the moon? And I don't know, I think this stuff was nearly broadcast live, I think, which is a joke. The amount of energy it would take to broadcast this back to Earth would be palpable, all right?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It's called Soundjack. Look, there's a bunch of them now. Does like low latency streaming software called Soundjack. The guy does a presentation on it. I'll actually post a presentation in the chat because it's super interesting. Alexander Karat, yeah, that's right. Yeehaw. All right, I'll play this again.
What do we see? Well, they had a camera out the window, didn't they? Camera's out the window and shit is flying everywhere out from under this vehicle. Dirt is just boom, 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 just flying in all directions because that makes sense to the layman. Would it? Well, on one level, yes, of course it would. If you could get the engine close enough to the surface that literally the ejection of the liquid oxygen mixture that has its own atmosphere built into the fuel could be lit afire and it blows out. It's just particulates of fuel hitting the surface of the moon, which I assume is made of some sort of ash, right? And it's ejecting it away. Yet when the lunar module hits the ground, it's not going 17,000 miles an hour magically. So that is all lies. Now, I had someone tell me that the theory that NASA put forth to explain how this thing hit the ground, because, again, all the sand tests didn't work with the rope, right? You have fixed 4-pod legs. This camera that's filming me right now is 3 legs. If I had added a 4th on here, and then I take it out to a park where there's a sand pit, and I try to just toss it in any vector horizontally and try to get this thing to land without doing an extreme bucking and, bucking back and forth, or it falling over, which is every experiment they ever did on camera with a faux setup in physics in the first place. This would have been the roughest landing ever. But someone told me that they had these boxes. I mean, it's a fairly brilliant idea, but again, they've had 50 years to talk about it and fake it now, 53. Metal boxes that were designed as soon as the pads hit the base, it collapses the boxes, and thus the boxes take up the pressure. Now that sounds all great and wonderful. Okay. Couple things right off the bat. Some of the legs are going to hit hard, and some legs are going to hit soft. Some of the boxes would collapse, and some of the boxes wouldn't. And that means that at least a couple of these landings would have a cockeyed looking lunar lander. Even if the box would have to be, what, 12 inches minimum? We're talking about serious speed here, folks. When a human being jumps out of the old round canopy parachutes, I work with a guy that was he was a beta tester for the old square canopies, which are now like standard. But he told me the difference between the two. And I said, well, what's it like? I interviewed him for hours. We worked at this pharmaceutical company together. And he said, well, when we had to do the round ones, he goes, they're violent. And a lot of guys broke their legs because they didn't land right. And I was like, okay, I know nothing about this, dude, so lay it on me. He says, well, he goes, you're going to land depending on the wind and how you control your parachute, whether or not you wobble down or you went straight down. He goes, you could land anywhere from 10 miles an hour to over 20 miles an hour when you hit the ground. The ground is typically soft where we drop. We don't drop on concrete, anything like that. But he goes, you got to have your legs together, and then you've got to roll the second you hit the ground. And if you don't have all that set up, guys would break their femur bones, their leg bones, shatter their heels. It was bad. And so a lot of casualties in war was a guy laid up in the middle of a field, and there's not much anyone can do because they got to go. They got to get to a destination. So they try to stretch them out of there. But you got 10 guys down out of 50 dudes who jump out of like a dozen planes, you're going to have a problem. So when I did that math on these legs, and we're talking about a vehicle supposedly going 10,000 or 17,000 miles an hour, there's no way this thing doesn't just crater into the ground. But even with their little box theory, it makes no sense. Those landers landed absolutely level to the ground in every single shot I've ever seen. Now, what are the odds that in this incredibly turbulent surface, and I know that everyone thinks the Sea of Tranquility is like an ice lake in Russia. It ain't, okay? One boulder, one rock, one crater is going to completely destroy the theory of how this thing is going to land. I'm going to tell you right now. I come from Kansas, in the middle of America. What's Kansas known for? Being flat. Because that's the way it looks. That's the way it looks just driving on the highway, let alone flying in a plane. If you go over Allen County, which my family owns some land in Allen County, one of the pieces of land we own is a big farming thing. It's nice and plowed, flat. Probably could pull off almost what we're talking about if you could get all the other magic science to happen, right? Which you can't. But we have this one piece of land that is just like, it's like hell's elbow, man. It is the most rocky, hilly thing, but from the highway, it looks really smooth. But we got a vehicle out there once, a truck, and my grandfather was driving me around where the wells are, the oil wells that we have out there. He's long since passed, but we still have the land. And it was the most horrible ride on earth. I mean, the Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland and Disney World is smoother than driving in this truck on that land. If you got the lunar lander attached to a helicopter as a joke, nobody's in it. Nobody's getting hurt. And you say, hey, helicopter pilot, try to find one place to drop this down. You can't use the smoothed out area we did, that man did over by the oil tanks. You got to use the organic land that's here. Try to put this thing down so it's level. Even moderately, acceptably level. He's not going to be able to do it. I'm going to guess a third of the time it's going to fall over because the land is so screwed up. But man, it looks flat from the sky, don't it? The moon looks super flat from here. The moon might even look super flat from some orbital satellite if they could even pull that off, which I don't think they could. at least back in those days. So, wow, we were the luckiest country on planet Earth to be able to put this lander vehicle with 4 legs with no ability to, extend one of the tripod legs. If I had a hole in the ground and down 6 inches because someone dropped something heavy before I got here today, I could take one of these center rods and drop it 6 extra inches and it'd be nice and level for you guys. Nope, we don't have that technology. But what was one of the other characteristics about that movie we saw with all the dust flying away from the bottom of the vehicle out the window? Well, they screwed up, didn't they? When they put that lunar lander, on the surface of this movie set, they must have used a crane because the legs were crystal clean. Crystal clean. And the nice thing about them using this shiny foil on all 4 legs was that if a shiny surface gets dust on it, it starts to become rough. The light doesn't reflect off it as much. No such problem for them, because it's not on the moon. It was a mistake they made in Apollo 11, which continued to be a mistake they had to recreate in all the other missions, except for 13, which didn't make it. So, back to the spinning thing. Imagine if this thing had any spin whatsoever. Have you ever watched a car crash video on YouTube? Guy's driving straight down the highway. Big car, big heavy car. And someone comes up behind him and he's trying to pass. And they just bump the rear quarter panel. I've seen this happen with parked cars. Guy's driving down the street, hits a parked car. He's just going 30. Instantaneously, that car crunches his quarter panel, hits the tire's moving, boom, the thing ejects and rolls over on its top. For the ones that get hit from behind, oh my God, it's like the most chaotic craziness. And sometimes they can go sideways and go rolling 20 times down the highway. The guys who drift in Saudi Arabia or Dubai, looks like they're doing well until they lose control, and all of a sudden, the amount of force that's on this vehicle is so intense that they'll go from looking like they're just going to swerve a little bit and stop the car. Nope, they go sideways just a little bit and the thing launches in the air like some Hollywood movie, spinning in the air with these guys flying out because they won't put their seatbelts on. I think they're getting a little better these days. They're still roughed up though. So here comes this vehicle. And if it ever spun once out of 6 successful missions, then all the bets are off. And yet it's always perfect, isn't it? But they'll tell you these romantic stories that are easy to understand and easy to remember. And so people will divert away, like, look over here, there's just a little bit of bait. Then they just go, oh, well, what happened was, and they start changing the subject without even realizing it. Now, I was a science kid. I was a space kid. I believed absolutely everything was real until about 2003. Even though I was told in 91 that this was all bullshit by 2 NASA guys. I just, whatever, I don't know. I was a robot. I was a host in Westworld, man. My brain hadn't been activated for seeing anything different than I was already seeing it. Plus, I had massive accolades as a person for being able to memorize and repeat all this crap. So if you're in that phase, trust me, I know what it feels like. And I'm not happy that any of this isn't true. I'd rather them come out and say it didn't happen and then we can go back. But I think they've kind of spoiled it, like I said in my last video. So if that thing had been spinning and hits the ground, it would most likely, if they could get all this other fake science of slowing it down working, with this 10,000 pound thrust engine working in a 0 atmosphere condition, that thing would just obliterate. It would just spin and obliterate. These astronauts would not be safe. Now, we got a couple other anatomy problems with this vehicle. I've mentioned all this in previous episodes, or much of this in previous episodes, but I know you guys like it. But there's just something to remember. I didn't know much about the engine designs that were out there at the time, the rocket engine designs that were out there, until there was a documentary recently made in the last 10 years. It's in Russian, and it was on Netflix, but it's all about rescuing these rockets from a Siberian warehouse that the Russians had made in 1972. In that documentary, they're explaining why these Russian-made 1972 rockets were so much better than NASA's 1995 engines. They talked about the meticulous nature of all those tubes that you see on the outside. That every single minute azimuth of a turn of a pipe can either make or break the engine. So they don't have time to make cosmetic rockets, or hey, we're going to take this rocket, we got the straight up and down one that's really tall. Well, take the cone on the bottom of the Apollo vehicle, the lunar lander, and start doing your math up inside the vehicle. The average rocket design that was in every single rocket that you ever saw from the moment we first started launching big rockets in the 50s all the way up to 69, all the rockets were vertical, 100%. Which means you got to store a lot of fuel, because once you light that, it's like a match, dude. It's like lighting a solid state rocket. It's not, but you can't turn it off once you stop it. I mean, you could probably turn it up, but I don't know if you could ignite it again. But anyway, it's got to go. You don't want to have a bunch of unspent fuel on a system as well. That could be really dangerous. If you have any landing problems, right? Kapow, boom, right? But they want you to believe that somehow in that little tiny bottom area, which is a lot bigger than you think it is, but they got a tank of oxygen, they got a bunch of batteries, they've got a bunch of rocket fuel, and somehow the very mechanism that drives the engine is somehow laid up inside that container. It doesn't work that way. The engine would be in the living quarters with the astronauts. The weird thing is, if they were going to fake it, somebody, because I think it was so secret that this wasn't going to actually go. I think most people in NASA, and I'm going to say, I don't know, if there was 1,000 people, I would suggest that maybe 75 people out of 1,000 would know that this is not actually taking place. And it's forgotten country, right? To beat those Ruskies, to bankrupt the Ruskies. And, one way it worked. And it'll inspire kids to get into science, which it did. So you have an engine problem. You have a battery problem. You have a life support problem. I did the math on scuba tanks. The biggest scuba tanks you can rent in 2020. How much time does a diver get in the ocean with the biggest scuba tank on their back?
Celestial Almanac.
Well, I found out there's two configurations. You can put one tank on your back or two tanks on your back. But if you get the biggest possible tank that could be attached to a human being's body, and you have to be a trained scuba diver in relation to breathing. I mean, you have to really lower your heartbeat. I used to do this as a lifeguard. You lower your heartbeat, and you can stay underwater at least an extra probably 20 to 30%. You're going to be starving at the end of that cycle. But you can get anywhere from 2.5 hours to 3 hours worth of air in these things if you're super duper trained. Imagine like Navy SEALs probably have that kind of training, but they got rebreathers as well. Well, they stayed on the moon a long time in the last mission, like 25 hours or something like that. Okay, where's all the air being stored? Seriously, this thing should have just been a bunch of tanks landing with the tripod on it to last that long, with an umbilical cord back to the lunar lander so you can go off on a rover. No way to do this, folks. It would have been part of the script that these astronauts would have been checking their breathing supply constantly. Like every sci-fi show you've ever seen on TV, they would have been saying, Mission Control, I've got 30 minutes left. Well, you better head back because you need to switch out your tank. And how do you live without air, right? You'd have to have some auxiliary tube off the lunar lander, stick that in your chest spot so you got air. Make sure the thing on your back, this backpack that's supposed to be 100 pounds, is somehow disconnected, but it's on your back. I mean, they wouldn't even let guys hold a Hasselblad with a viewfinder in the top. It was welded to their chest, right? Or attached to their chest. So you'd have to have both guys go over. One dude, you both kind of go up to the surrogate umbilical cord to the master oxygen supply. And then you'd have to maybe, I don't know, recharge it, put another toes in the back, and watch some gauge go up and hope the damn thing doesn't break because it's the first time you've ever used such a thing in such a violent environment. Nope, none of that. Man, they never even talk about it. They never even talk about oxygen problems. They don't talk about any power problems. I didn't see solar panels on the first mission. I don't remember them talking about anything real. Do you? And no matter what protocol is on top of them.
Hello, guys.
You gotta take a piss. You gotta poop yourself. They cut the radio every single time that actually took place when they're hungry. How many days can you go without eating, without mentioning it at least, right? Man, I'm really starving. You'd have to go back inside the lunar module. Close the doors. Oxygenate up. Look at all the gauges. Be talking about that whole process. You couldn't sit, most likely, in the seat with the backpack on. And you can't fit through the door when you're all inflated. Man, they got so many problems, don't they? But there was a void. And then there was a claim put in that void. Problem solved. They're counting on us being stupid back then and being stupid today. One could say ignorant, but there's too much factual information that you could read about, and you have to change the way you think to keep in that ignorant phase, right? A 5-year-old today is ignorant. A 50-year-old today is stupid if they're still hanging on to this crap. Now, a buddy of mine was born in the early 60s, and so he remembered seeing all this stuff on TV as a child and being absolutely enthused by it, right? I just re-listened to the episode we did on MK Ultra Radio when he was talking about it, and he has just such a vivid memory of it. He's got a good memory anyway, but this was such a monumental moment and such an exciting moment that committing every word to memory wasn't that difficult. It'd be like going to Disneyland for the first time when you're 8 years old, even though your consciousness is just starting to come online. If you went to a fantasy location, you're going to remember those things. But he remembers them professing that this platform could not take even a paperclip more. That was how they expressed it when the Apollo 11 mission took off. Now, of course, these are newscasters, not scientists. The paperclip is obviously not exactly true, because that means if a guy brought a coin in his pocket, he'd make the whole rocket blow up. No, it's not literal. But I think that the rover, the moon buggy, was 700 pounds. 700 pounds. And yeah, you might think, well, hey, what's the big deal? Everything's lighter on the moon, right? Well, it's not lighter on the ground on Earth. That's 700 pounds. Now, Saturn V is a big-ass rocket for the time. I would imagine it could probably pull it off, but they didn't redesign the F1 boosters. So either they miscalculated and didn't tell the public that, right? It would have been interesting if right when, like, as Apollo 15 goes up, NASA discovered that the F1 Rocketdyne boosters were more powerful than they previously imagined with all the data they got from 11, 12, even 13, and 14, that they found that we could probably put on another 700 pounds. Wouldn't that have been a nice little press release? Nope. None of that stuff. Hey, these people are so fucking stupid. Just say whatever you want to say, and they'll just believe it because they want to. So it gets to the moon, supposedly. There's a few problems with that moon buggy. Not the least of which, they never once filmed taking it out of its little compartment in the base area. And what the hell happened to all the stuff that's in there? Did they have a giant gap in there? Right? Maybe that's where the moon rocks are supposed to come back or something. Oh, no, wait, the moon rocks have got to come back in the top part of it because you don't get to bring it back to Earth unless they're up there. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So that bottom area had a lot of free space in it. Okay. They had video cameras. Never pointed one at Earth the entire time they're on the moon. In 6 missions, they never pointed a video camera at the moon. Why? Because they can't fake it. Because they'd have to put Earth as a poster on the wall of this warehouse, whether it be a dome on the later missions, which is what I think actually occurred. I think it was a square box in the first one and a dome in later ones. Okay. Can't fake it. You can't fake it. One, because they don't have a shot yet to fake it with. Remember, they didn't offer the blue marble shot until Apollo 17, and it was a fraud. As I mentioned in the previous episode, Black Sea's all screwed up. Gosh, so easy to catch him, isn't it? But the first shot of the moon buggy on the surface of the moon, none of the tires have any track marks leading up to either reversing it backwards for the shot or driving it forward for the shot. It's a clean, trackless shot of the front left quarter panel, I believe. The moon buggy itself has got some ingenious stuff to it. The tires were the part that blows me away. The rest is kind of kooky and stupid looking. I've heard two different theories about the frame that they used. One is just an old Army Jeep frame. That's the one I tend to believe. The other one was a Volkswagen frame. Whatever. I don't know why that makes it fake necessarily in itself, right? That's not a good, smoking gun. Well, you know what they did? Well, yeah, why not? But they should be welding something together. What's the big deal? But the problem is when you are operating in secret, you can't just go out and tell everybody. But they do. They did tell the world they're making these things. It just may not actually work in the actual delivery, payload, unloading, unraveling thing. I don't know. But the other one about the lunar lander is the extreme heat and the extreme cold that is going to be hitting both sides of this vehicle no matter what. Now, according to NASA. And the number changes every once in a while. But when I first dove into this and watched millions of videos that were out there in, I think, must have been 2015, episode 26, the temperature swings were something on the lines of 280 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun and exactly the negative in the shadows, so negative 280 degrees Fahrenheit. All right. That's pretty cold and that's pretty damn hot. Now, we know the spacesuits have a problem with that whole problem, right? How do you liquefy and balance the temperature of a suit such that getting that massive heat on one inside and massive chill on the other side is going to actually balance out? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Plus, they have these gloves, these little rubber tips on the tip of their fingers. Well, could you imagine actually having a glove that was circulating just like a computer today, a desktop computer in 2022 that's got liquid cooling tubes in it, and somehow it's pulsing through your fingertips, and you're trying to get tactile feedback that you've actually grabbed something? How unbelievably advanced would that technology have been for 1969? It would have been off the charts. And that backpack? Well, how much battery power you got in that backpack, and where'd that technology go for the Tesla Motors company? Anything that were running off batteries. My God, if that was the case, to run all this environmental systems, and if you go look at the backpack's anatomy, it is hysterical, people. The tank for oxygen is about the size of a thermos of coffee. Remember the scuba diving thing? Impossible. And it's running and running and running. Plus, you're hopping around as an astronaut, supposedly, falling down, getting up, breathing hard. You're breathing hard simply because you're on the moon. If you actually ever got there, you're going to be sucking down that tube a lot faster. And believe me, if anybody wants to suggest for even a moment, they train them astronauts to be able to not do that. Ask any soldier, if you're not one yourself. They trained you for combat, for the front line, especially as a Marine or more. You're a frontline Marine. And they trained you to go into Baghdad, to go into some hostile territory somewhere. How much of your breathing were you able to control during your first engagement when a bullet goes by your head and you can hear it ripping the oxygen? When the guy next to you has a thud in his body and falls on the ground. How much are you able to control your breath, people? And you talk about, that's a horrific satanic ritual of war. Now you're in a more godly endeavor of going to one of his celestial bodies, the moon. It's peaceful. You've been staring at this thing your whole life, and no man, according to the theory, up until 1969, ever touched the surface of the moon. Ever. And you're that dude. with another guy and you're controlling your breathing. No big deal. You could take a box of Valium and still be squirting in your pants a little bit when your foot hits the ground. It's going to be intense. And you could have the most stoic sort of Sam Elliott guy, and he's going to be a little girl when he puts his foot on the moon. It's going to happen. And if it doesn't happen in the first 60 seconds, it'll happen in the next 60 seconds. Yeah, I apologize for not having this guy's name on the top of my tongue right now, but apparently one of the nephews of one of the astronauts went to Cape Canaveral, as I understand it, and he went into a museum where they have one of the lunar lander replicas inside the museum. And it's a 1-to-1 scale replica of the lunar lander. Now that's kind of laughable because that thing is as big as a house, man. It's big. But he was being toured through this museum. It might have been in one of the normal buildings, just exhibitioning pieces in the lobby and stuff, in the various hallways or whatever. But I've been there once. But he's getting VIP treatment because of his relation to his uncle. And he's looking around, and he has a little Easter egg snuck up his sleeve because he doesn't believe his uncle went to the moon. But he waits for it. It's pretty awesome. He waits for it. He gets all the good stuff out, all the little low-hanging fruits taken care of. And then he says, could I get a little closer to this? This is 1-1 scale, right? Yeah, sure. And he says, well, I just brought a little cloth measuring tape with me. I just want to measure the door that my uncle crawled out of the lunar lander to get to the surface of the moon. And the guy's like, well, it's all roped off and stuff. So he's like, well, let me go ask somebody if we can get through that barrier there. Don't want to piss anybody off, right? Now, I've heard the story told two different ways. The most romantic version of the story's conclusion was that when the guy left, he knew he was going to get in trouble, that he wasn't going to be at least allowed to get that close to it. So he walked up and starts trying to measure this thing himself. If nothing else, at least holding it in the air and getting close to it and going, holy shit, this is a teeny tiny hole. And there's no way that my uncle, in a spacesuit, inflated, could even remotely get through that door, that aperture. Not through twisting and turning, not through bending the shoulders a little bit. No way. He's like 6 inches to a foot short, depending on how the technique might be administered to get through that. I think it's a square door, if I remember right, but it's probably square on the outside and round on the inside. I don't know. But the conclusion of the story is the same. Another official came back of a security nature and threw that guy out of the museum with that original dude. And he was like, wow. They certainly seem to be worried about something, that they won't let me get close enough to measure it. What's fascinating about that story to me is two different things. It's either they did a background check on this guy, and I don't know what year this was. I got the sense it was prior to the internet really being a big thing, which allowed for a lot of social profiling and just psychological profiling of people because they just cough up their whole life online. Like I would be easy to profile, just run all the episodes through an AI and they'd figure out who I was in seconds, right? But if it was before the internet, it's amazing that they realized, like someone realized that you're not allowed to measure that thing because it's not real. Like they brought more people in on the envelope of this is a hoax and we protect this. And you're so special to be protecting this hoax. Imagine that. Imagine someone being special to be on Satan's list, man. Oh, we got a spot for you, boy. We got a spot for you down here. So you could even sit right next to Hillary Clinton. It's no big deal. We don't care. Yeah, I just a saying occurred to me just now. I guess we're fortunate in a way that hell is soundproof. Because man, if we could ever hear it for a split second. Imagine that hellhole in Russia. They dug this 9-mile hole, and then they lowered a camera down in there. And it's either an anomaly of like the burping lava down there, or fuck if I know. It sounds like it sounds like people screaming down in that hole. It's the weirdest thing, and I don't even quite believe that's a real interpretation of hell. But if you haven't seen that video, or heard that video, I should say, go look it up on YouTube. It's called like the Russian Hellhole. Listen to it, man. It'll disturb your soul. I don't give a shit who you are. It's like, whoa. Once you start realizing it's human voices screaming, if you interpret it that way, it's something else. All right. So now, just to clarify, and I don't think I've ever really clarified this, the moon buggies are all left on the moon. So those don't come back. There's no way to do it. The mechanism by which these astronauts return to orbit with the service module is the funniest theory you have ever heard in your life. Once you think about it, you're done. You're done with the entire moon mission. Just this one Achilles heel. As I have had it explained to me, and you've seen the shot, and everyone always asks me who was panning the camera up. That doesn't bother me, the camera actually panning up, but just to reset this thing, the only footage we've ever had is the camera far away from the lunar lander. The astronauts are supposed to be packed up nice and tight in that top module. And then an explosive bolt system of dynamite blows up underneath, which you see that scattering of metal, and that sends this module straight into the air. And in the shot that you see this, the camera actually pans up and follows it up. Now, technically speaking, I know some nerds on YouTube, I know a channel in particular that could probably simulate that with quite a bit of trying, but they could probably get that to happen on Earth too. You know, like a firework, or you know, a Folgers can and a bomb, you know, or a trash can and a bomb. They could, after attempting it several times, could probably figure out the physics. If you use that trash can, this bomb, put that in a particular spot, we can make a camera pan up automatically. Again, that doesn't worry me too much. It's the entire theory of them returning to space with this mechanism that is just hilarious. How fast is everything going when it goes to the moon? I'll give you a window. For those of you who want to argue the actual specifics, I'll give you 10,000 miles an hour, the lowest, and 17,000 miles an hour at the fastest. It could have even been going faster if they'd actually pulled it off. So 10,000 miles an hour, 17,000 miles an hour, anything in between. And here comes this box with astronauts in it. They didn't have their backs broken the second that these bombs go off underneath their asses, right? The kinetic transfer is going to occur. They would have to have the most amazing spring-loaded seats ever designed by man to throw them into space just to reach the height, okay, that this service module is going to be coming around. Because the moon has gravity too, folks. Anything that displaces ethereal winds creates a negative pressure. And you got an issue. You have gravity. But here comes the service module. It's in orbit at least 10,000 miles an hour. If you think that a slingshot mechanism slows a vehicle down, which means you should probably go back to school and not talk about these things until you complete it. Here comes this module straight up like a target. Straight up, man. It ain't going left or right. It's definitely not going in an orbit. Oh my God, wouldn't NASA just do that today? Just shoot stuff straight up in the air and all of a sudden wind catches it or something, right? It doesn't work like that. So here comes this bullet with a cone on the back, 17,000 miles an hour, and here comes the lunar module capsule. Bam! Kaboom! Everybody dies. Like they said in heavy metal, you dies, she dies, everybody dies. Okay? That's what would happen. But you've seen this ridiculous footage. You've seen this ridiculous footage with the moon just screaming underneath, right? And here comes that module up. Somehow it's gained all this speed. And it's just retro-rocketing around, pushing off of nothing. And then they connect together. Oh, gosh. Merca. The lunar module is a joke. It's a complete joke. And I'm going to say, I never really thought about it as much until Tim really mentioned it for the t-shirt. It's a joke in its entire conceptual design. The lack of creativity for this vehicle is a complete joke. When they realized they were going to fake it in a studio, that should have kicked off the designers to get way more creative. Why? It doesn't have to actually work. It just needs to extra make sense. Especially 50 years from now, because we know we can't do this again. Once the charade of this fake organization, not a space agency, okay, once that falls apart and you got to go off to space shuttle technology or some other thing, right? And rovers on Mars, right? Yeah. Then maybe we don't have to talk about this a little bit. But eventually we're going to get pressure to go back to the moon. So the way that they run these scams is they keep saying they're going back to the moon. Again, if you were ever a subscriber to Omni Magazine, one of the coolest freaking magazines ever, you know that they auctioned off trips to the moon, all kinds of stuff. And people, billionaires buying orbits to the moon. Where are all those missions? I mean, God, I think there's been 2 or 3 since I started this show. The billionaires are going to buy an orbit around the moon. Russia's going to take care of the problem. Yeah, sure. Remember the pattern. It's very, very important. Where they know society has a blind spot, which I'm calling a void, they can make any claim that they want, and you'll believe it. We got all kinds of voids all over the place. How do elections work? It's a void. How's money made and distributed? That's a void. Who owns the bank that owns the bank that owns the bank that owns the bank? That's a void.
I love what he's
Believe
saying
me,
here.
like a time-banded
Void.
map of all the doors through time. They've got a map of every void that exists, and I'm willing to bet they could create them from scratch. Invent a science you don't know anything about. Why does everyone believe in climate change? Because there's a void in what the greenhouse gas layer index is. That's all you need. That's a smoking gun to knock that out of the water. It's every single chemical or material that contributes to the warming of the surface of the earth. 99.9% water. Infinitesimal fraction of a percent of CO2 created by everything on earth. And of that tiny 0.054% of a single percent, man contributes 2%. If you give it half a point extra on that percent. If I chip that much off of a penny, or a P in Britain, you couldn't even see it on a piece of paper. You need a magnifying glass to see it, a microscope. What's interesting about the lunar lander and the service module is outside of test footage where they're putting these modules together in a warehouse, which you only get to see through movies. You never seen one. Except for Cape Canaveral, where apparently the scale doesn't facilitate the mission. So these things are sort of out of sight, out of mind. Why these idiots don't fix things once they figure out the problems just shows you how crappy the government really works, right? The government is one of the most inefficient bodies on planet Earth. Any government. The other thing, too, is that the whole moon mission and the moon hoax is a third rail. I personally would not want to work for NASA or JPL and get a phone call from somebody that says, hey, John, yeah, we got a hole that's pretty big and it's growing online about the moon missions. They found this Deep Thoughts radio show. We got a problem. We need you to get a bunch of guys together to think our way out of this because we got to debunk him. Yeah, we got Google and YouTube. They're censoring the shit out of the guy. But it's growing because it got recommended by somebody. It went mainstream. We're dead. This whole thing's going to unravel if we don't do something. Yeah, we thought about killing him, but his video's already out there. What the fuck? No point in doing that. And whoever that person is who gets that call, their life expectancy just went down by deep double digits. At least the underlings. I'd hate to be called to dig them out of that problem. This is such a bad hoax that is so easy to debunk now. That, you know how on this show I always tell you guys, let's pretend like we're hired to do the bad thing, and then we can engineer how they might have done it so that we understand their thought process, their chain of command, whatever. I don't think if someone walked up to me and said, how'd you like to have $1 billion and you're willing to sell your soul and go to hell? If those two things sound good to you, then all you got to do is dig us out of all that shit you put in your show. We need you to do one more show and then in your channel or keep talking about how true it is, but you got to fix everything. I couldn't fix it. I couldn't fix this one. There are so many problems with this entire theory, from the launch to the orbital escape of Earth to how all these mechanisms work. Apollo 13 added a whole nother layer of shit to the shit cake, man. No explanation of what blew up on the outside of the service module. Out of a giant 3-inch report, one paragraph mildly alludes to something that might have exploded. It was kind of funny. A friend of mine, well, I thought it was this, and he mentioned some weird thing, and I'm like, where'd you get that from? I don't know. I'm like, well, the guys who were trying to figure out what really happened can't find anything more than a paragraph, and they're very brilliant people, you know. But all the anomalies, the oxygen problems, the battery problems, the thrust problems, the zero atmosphere problems, the moon buggy payload problems, the reentry problems of getting back into moon orbit problems, the rope memory stuff, right? They created this real dramatic story, which I think it's funny. I've been following this for a very long time. And I never heard about this rope memory all through my childhood. I never heard about it even existing until like maybe 5 years ago. Then all of a sudden it's everywhere. And all of a sudden a pedestrian was mailed. This is hilarious, man. A pedestrian was mailed through the fucking mail, supposedly, the actual rope memory from Apollo 11, because he had built a machine that was going to read the programming off the rope memory. Yeah, we do that. We do that. All the other mission data is all completely erased, including the schematics of the F1 boosters and the Saturn V platform. But these rope memory things, you can't call them discs or anything. And so there's a video, by the way, if you haven't explored rope memory, it's part of the lunar lander problem. I'm still figuring out a way to kind of bring it together to you guys, but maybe this is my first attempt here. There's an old movie. Looks like it was filmed in the 60s. They have this scientist I've never heard of who invents the rope memory. And they have all these women creating this almost loomy kind of threading with these big long needles, and they've got these crazy meshes. I mean, whatever it was so elaborate for the brain to conceive of. It was creating a void because what you're looking at you really can't conceive. And being a computer engineer myself, being fairly decent in electronics, I'm trying to figure out how these wires are maintaining individual charges in a binary manner. And the idea that these things are still active in, what was it, 2018 or something like that, when this guy gets these packages mailed to them. Oh, you wanted to look at the Mona Lisa, so we thought we'd ship it over to you. Yeah, it just went through standard mail. Hilarious, man. If this shit was being analyzed, the guy would have to bring his computer system, which supposedly he has and JPL doesn't have and NASA doesn't have. I mean, they do employ some of the most brilliant academic people on planet Earth, entirely indoctrinated at the same time they get their trophy for their degrees. But it would have been white gloves. It would have been the press filming this. Someone would have bought the documentary rights to it for $1 million. Easy. Because they could make 10 million off of it just having it in their library of viewable content, right? But it dawned on me, and I could be wrong with this, but I never seen a scientist in my life. I also never heard of the Picard guy that did supposedly the balloon that went up to prove the world was flat. It is entirely possible, people. Depending on the history around these people, maybe you know a lot more about these people than I do, and you probably do. But unless your grandfather or whatever worked for these people, and maybe one of your grandmothers was one of the women that was actually making these machines, and it was videotaped, and you have personal, souvenir pictures with these people, maybe that exists. Okay, I'm really new to this research, and it's hard to get anything confirmed. But when I was looking at the photographs of the Pascal guy and his balloon thing, boy, the photos really look new. Oh, it's old shit in the photos, but what do you mean you can't build an old tricycle and then throw some dirt on it and say, look, there's a picture of a tricycle. One of those, actually not even tricycles, one of those big tires in the front, little tires in the back those guys used to drive around in the Gilded Era. You could build one today, dress a guy up, shoot it with an old camera. We still got them. We can still make film for them. We can take film that's crystal clear color and black and white the thing and then dirty it up and put all kinds of layers on it, and it'll look like it was made in that time frame. But imagine if the Rote Memory movie, which if you look at the ladies making this thing, they all look really weird and nervous. No one's just like, I'm making Rote Memory, like most Laverne and Shirley kind of assembly lines. Someone's kind of going, man, I'm on film, man, that's cool. It's the 1960s, man, and I'm on film. That's cool. And I'm part of the Apollo missions. I mean, none of you ladies can crack a smile? Maybe there was a smile in the back I didn't see. But the scientist himself could be some newly engineered piece of history. Oh, yeah, you can find his Wikipedia. You can find old entries all over the place. Could be like manufactured history. You realize once history becomes entirely digitized, you just make up history and insert it in there. Oh, we just didn't see this. We didn't have a link to it at first. Oh, well, you know what? He's an unsung hero. We didn't make his page until way later. But supposedly when the lunar landers landing in Apollo 11, the computer crashed. And it's got this automatic reboot mechanism. Now, I don't know about bugs that just disappear out of thin air. Maybe it's some telemetry coming in, it's dividing by zero, or it's popping the float value in the computer or something. But we're talking about brain dead computers. At that time, computers were still massive warehouse objects inside facilities. Mainframes, remember that whole thing? I mean, the theory of a mainframe is what the internet is today. They want to get you centralized on a mainframe, and you have a terminal at your house. You don't own any of your data. That was the goal. Why was Apple Computer revolutionary beyond measure, beyond its recognition? Because Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs made a company that brought it into your house. That's why. They were only copied later. Yeah, there's little Sinclair computers and all this other crap. Wow, little flip switches in the front. That wasn't going to cause anybody to do any massive development at home. They put that out there, and very few people actually got those machines. Apparently Bill Gates got one. It's the last time Bill Gates ever wrote any code, trust me. But they tell you these romantic stories because they want you to get you off on something else. I don't know how many times I've talked about the evidence we didn't go to the moon. And the other person I'm talking about starts talking about aliens on the moon. Well, you know what? What so-and-so said they saw aliens on the moon, and there's big towers on the moon. Well, they might be there, but we didn't see them in person. Trust me. Now, one of the other little factoids about the lunar lander, which is just hysterical, as I'm closing up here, was that NASA supposedly put a reconnaissance satellite in orbit around the moon to take pictures of the moon's surface to make it really nice and vivid, because they ran the scam on Mars, and boy, you bought a hook, line, and sinker. Even though the Mars that they show you at NASA today in JPL looks nothing like the photographs we had for 80 years before they submit these new super high-res things, right? And I know the optics sucked back in those days, but you don't get black streaks all over these optics from the past with white all over the surface in different areas, and all of a sudden it's all gone, right? Even if you want to talk about blurring lens refraction and stuff, you'd have to show me how it's going to turn into the Mars that was in so many of the movies we've seen, right? Back in the 60s and 50s, where they were asking the same agency to give them pictures, right? But if they've created some type of UFO or something, you know, they have an anti-gravity system now. Well, they still got to account for all the other environmental issues. The Van Allen belt radiation, the ambient radiation from the sun. I mean, they're going to have to solve these problems at some point. Project Orion proved we didn't go to the moon because they're still trying to solve problems that weren't even a problem back in '69 when they needed a light of the world. So that's the part I've been thinking about recently. It's hard to live for the truth when the world is so addicted to lies, isn't it? Especially people you love. And what I've found that's very interesting is that you've got folks that are for the truth up to a point. They're for morality up to a point. And then within their judgment system, they'll tell you something that they believe is dark and evil and something that's just unacceptable. Anything. And then 10 minutes later, they hear about a violation in that same realm, whatever you're talking about, that is a clear violation of their standards based on a previous statement, but because they're in love with an actor, an influencer, they'll write a blank check to the whole thing. It's like they're still not over their addiction to the fiction, or to the facade, or to the Satanism, or whatever it is. It's difficult to wake up every day sometimes, depending on what kind of person you are and what you're exposed to and what you try to mulch in your head, and always stay true to your principles. Because we all slip up. We all get tricked into just paradigms of thought. And you'll be compromising your own values. And you won't even realize it. So what I find interesting about these conversations, where you have something you can really sink your teeth into, is it allows you to practice what you stand for, which is really truth with a capital T, isn't it? It's a moving target. It absolutely is a moving target. So I love the fact that you folks love this subject matter, because I love it too. It's important to me. We're looking for the straw that breaks the camel's back. We're looking for the thread in the sweater to pull to unravel the whole thing. There are reasons why they have spent tens of millions of dollars trying to cover this up, because it is an Achilles heel. It is the brick. If you pull it out, the whole Tower of Babel hits the ground. It's one of many. One of many. What's interesting about the moon mission, as opposed to maybe JFK's assassination or something, you could tell them about the kid in the rain drain taking the headshot. Well, only Americans would even potentially give a crap about that. Yeah, there's a lot of foreigners that liked JFK as well. But that generation's dying. So it's just a foregone conclusion. The moon mission is interesting because it seems to onboard new audiences every single year. But I'll give you a double standard I see all the time. Got people that think, for sure, we didn't go to the moon. And you hear this stuff, and they're absolutely, totally believing that. But then they will say, well, did you see the new rover on Mars? Did you see they launched a helicopter? Did you see this and that and this? And you're going, hello? Like, are you there? Do you realize that we've just nailed a giant portion of any platform that has to leave the Earth's gravitational force, if their whole theory of everything in cosmology is true? You're not going to get to Mars. The amount of error correction you would need to get to Mars is so exponentially mind-blowing. And they don't explain it. They don't explain how you correct a trajectory that's off, because you can't, because you're in a vacuum of space. I mean, you got ethereal particles everywhere, but again, unless they have an ethereal engine, that's vacuum for them. So anyway, that's all I got for you today. Hope you dig it. Again, I'm trying to bring quality because I'm only doing one episode a week, but I have been so disgustingly busy. I took this whole camera rig to a friend of mine's house in Pasadena, thinking, man, it'd be easy to pop on an episode in the middle of the day. I stayed there 2.5 days. I did not have a chance to cut a video once, and I was up till 3 o'clock every night.
You know what's interesting?
So, if you haven't been to deepthoughtsradio.com, please go. I'll give you the short bumper. Everything's up there. Go up and take a look. Just remember there's a store, and for those of you who want,
As smart as he sounds and all the good information he gave, He said, unless they have like an ether engine. Hmm. So
Yeah.
proposing that that's actually a substance versus all the other things that you were able to point out, obviously. Because, all right, ether particles and stuff like that, but how do you know that? Just like all the other things that you know through all of this critical thought. Like, how do people still get caught? He's literally talking about, I don't know how people still get caught. And he still got caught on it.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's a geocentric glober with the ether cosmology. Yeah, he's been huffing ether, man. And I mean that jokingly. I mean he's a really cool, chill guy and all that, but he really sees that there are only two alternatives to what he experiences. One is globe geocentrism with the ether, and the other is flat Earth. He doesn't want to give up the globe. He's got such a raging hatred, I hate to say, for NASA, right? For the Apollo moon hoax. He's been doing great
Well,
presentations on all this for like 10 years.
yeah, it was great. Like listening to him is like the kind of, maybe it's because from that generation where you could just, our AM radio, were these podcasters on YouTube that would talk for hours that we would listen to. Obviously, we've moved on from that time. What I mean by that is, in general, like the new generation, like they can't sit there and watch a video for that. They can't even think in that, like in that like a long enough thought string, you know. So the hell am I saying? Yeah, him sitting there having that conversation, saying what he was saying, like all that shit made sense. Like I'm listening to it and I'm like, yeah, exactly. you know, I think that's what's missing. Maybe it's not missing. Maybe I'm just not finding it across the internet when I hear these, supposed flat earth talk about flat earth.
Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at. It's that long form communication format. There's like an
Mhm.
art of storytelling, and it's being lost.
Yeah, like he can, like he's saying what he's saying. He's saying it in a way that if you were having a conversation with him, you would think that you can ask him a follow up question and he would coherently respond because what he's saying is so, matter of fact, and obvious. It's not like, even, flat earth content, it's not matter of fact and as obvious as we think. As a matter of fact, I came in to kind of say that. Um, there's a vacuum between what I understand and how I'm saying it and how people are receiving it. Because I know I speak plainly and directly when it comes to certain topics, and it's like for whatever reason people can't hear what I'm saying when I'm doing that. As a matter of fact, they kind of hear a tone instead, and then they reject that. They're like, I don't know this tone that you have. I'm like, yeah, because I'm literally going into my mind because that's that are tied to tell you what I'm telling you. And I'm telling you what I'm telling you based on my memory and how it happened from A to B to C to D. And I'm not mix matching anything. I'm not, rearranging anything. I'm remembering something as it was, and I'm trying to bring that conversation to life.
Yeah, like it's a difference between a facilitator in front of a classroom who is just following like a syllabus, like a teaching manual, versus a lecturer who's speaking from real experience, real memories. There's a qualitative difference in how they present information, and they can connect better with people, I think, when they're speaking from experience and real wisdom. I think a lot of the TikTok generation is growing up with online facilitators, influencers, and they're just passing along information that they got from somebody else. And a lot of it feels very much like facilitated mechanical conversation. It's not like you're a speaking partner with them, like what this guy was doing. It feels more like you're sitting in a reception mode and you're just supposed to be a receptacle for an information dump. Yeah, we need more people on our team to be able to hold presentations like that. And but maybe the world doesn't want it right now. Maybe that format is not making money.
As a child, maybe there's something in the programming that also attacks that. You know, like I fought it all my life. Actually, 2 hours later, you're asking me these dumbass follow-ups that, had you paid attention to my first message, would have handled all of them. You know, like it's just like, I don't know. Less is more these days. You ever notice how hard it is to find things in particular? You still there?
things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow your rules. Spinning around, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
You know what I mean?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with Alaska. You're not filling me with a lot of confidence in you, Vix.
I'm just trying to figure out how that.
Why is it when we follow the path of
Gravitation
planes,
is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets,
when we follow
better will it be for all classes of society.
transponders planes, their flight trajectory and path on a flat map, they go in a curved direction. They don't go straight to their destination.
Okay, can I ask him a question?
Oh, I don't know.
According to so for using the
You
sun,
tell me.
do you need to use excuse me, do you need to use the sun as a reference? Like, does it depend on the sun?
No, sometimes you can use the sun. Not always, though. I mean, it's helpful during the day.
So there's nothing in your measurement or navigation or measuring that involves the sun necessarily.
Well, that's how they derive longitude. It's the elevation angles to the sun throughout the day over the Earth.
So, but would you personally, if you had to go out and navigate or measure something, would the
Vix,
sun...
you're kind of wasting my time. You're kind of skating off the point here, bro. What are you trying to get to?
I want to know if you use the sun as a reference for any purpose.
I want to know
Do I
if
use-
you are flat eartheners.
Hold on, Beach. Is the
Yes.
sun or the moon, do they play an important part, a crucial part, in your methods of navigation or measurement? Yes or no?
In mine, no, I didn't create celestial navigation. The people who created that system, they use it.
I'm talking about you, sir. If you had to go out right now, would you need the sun or the moon?
I could probably use the sun, yeah.
All right, suppose you are using the sun. How do you know the sun is fixed in its place?
I didn't say it was fixed.
And how would you trust it as a reference point?
Well, it's the almanac, the celestial almanac.
The what?
Uses the ephemeris.
Celestial Almanac. I'm looking up something else on Google. Here we go. So this is a table of values.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do you trust these table of values? What if the guy who wrote this table was a spherical? Wait, what's the opposite of a flat earther? A sphere earther? Yeah. What if the guy was a sphere earther?
It doesn't matter what they are. They're using a flat plane to get the reference point or the GP of the sun. So even they're measuring it flat. Who cares what they believe? Do you think it just matters what people believe as to what reality is? Do you realize there's not a connection between those two things always?
There's a big connection, my friend. There's a big connection. And the connection is how do you
Okay.
trust these values? How do you know? How do you verify these values?
Well, they just took observations and measured them from a flat plane. So, I mean, since it's reliable, and those are the GPs of those stars at that time, I would say it's pretty reliable.
Let me get this straight. So you trust these values that someone has measured, but you don't trust the values, the other values that others measured, that lead us to believe
Such
that
as?
the Earth is spherical. The ones
Such
that-
as?
longitude and latitude, for example, or Google Maps.
Okay, where do they get those from? Right, so those are all grids
Who cares?
on a flat plane?
Hold on a minute. It doesn't matter where they got it from. There are a table of values that someone
Oh,
has
that
measured.
doesn't matter. Okay.
Yes. I want to know what is
Okay.
your hold on. I want to know what is your criteria for trusting one set of values but not another set of values.
What does it matter what my criteria is? The values are there and they're measured.
Let me tell you why it matters. If I were to open, for example, this celestial almanac, it will give me measurements, right?
Yep.
Someone measured it and wrote them down. Wonderful. Now, if I would open, for example, a physics textbook, they would tell me, oh, the circumference of the Earth is this, the diameter would be that, its mass would be so and so.
Yeah, how was it measured?
Why would you trust those? Why would you trust, for example, the celestial almanac, which you yourself did not measure, you did not verify personally, but you wouldn't trust the measurements in the physics textbook that claims there was a circumference and the diameter and there's a weight, etc. Why?
Well, the funny thing is that all those claims that you're making about the circumference and the diameter, nobody's actually given us how they got those measurements or even if a measurement was taken. So that's the difference.
Not my point. My point is, how do you determine, my friend, how
Because
would
one's a
you
claim and one's a method.
validity
One's a
of
claim and one's a method.
Yeah.
One's a claim
It's
and
really-
one's a method.
Hold on, T-Dub. Hold on. Don't interrupt.
I'm
Every time you
answering
guys
your
get
fucking
cornered-
question, bro. Don't tell me to fucking hold up.
Every time you guys get cornered, you start manifesting. Let me ask my question.
Nobody's okay.
No, not.
Anyway, we're not going to talk about manifesting or whatever. We answered your question. One of them is measured. The other one is just a claim. Now, those claims that you're talking about in the physics textbook, how are those measured, Bix? And by the way, if you don't answer this, I'm just going to leave you on mute. So here's your one chance.
Hey, hello. Am I unmuted? Sorry. What did you say? Oh, so my question.
How are
is, how
those
would-
claims measured?
my friend, don't answer.
There it is. So he didn't want to answer. So the thing that we've been asking from the beginning is the measurement of Earth curvature, the drop over distance from where you're standing. This entire crew of knuckle draggers that has come in here. What a nice crew, though, by the way. There's so many of you. Skyler, who's got his fingers in his ears. And we got the other homeboy who was triggered. He left. The autistic guy. He's gone. We got Wonder. She was real triggered coming in. Let's see if she can have a conversation. Did you notice that I didn't really interrupt this? I don't know if you noticed that or not. Let's see what she's got to say. Wonder Wisp, do you have any Earth curvature measurements?
I'm just here to listen because you're kind of an asshole, so I don't really want to talk, but go ahead.
Okay, no worries. I'll just leave you on mute then. Hey, if the Jesus guy's listening, she called me an asshole. You want to preach at her a little bit? You can't hear me because you're a child. You've got your fingers in your ears. Okay. How about the heavy breather? Oh, the heavy breather's got his fingers in his ears. Then we got the dude over here that sees things on a screen and it takes an arced path. So he thinks that makes the Earth curved. How about you, brother? Augsburg.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of just looking at the reification on the screen, can you get me the flight data from the instruments and tell me if they're deviating from horizontal?
Can I personally get you the flight data? No, I'm just following the transponders.
Oh, okay, so you're following transponders over. Apparently, these transponders take an arced path. How do they get that information? Or is that what just shows up on your screen and you think that arc is somehow Earth curve?
Phone disconnected.
Hold on, sorry, my audio is changing. What did you say?
So how does the transponder know that it's taking an arced path, or is that just what it shows up as on the screen? Is the arc arbitrary and you think it's Earth curve?
I don't know about the arc being arbitrary, but it's what shows up on the map.
Okay, so it's just a reification, it's just what's displayed?
It is what is displayed, yes.
Okay, so how do we actually know if the Earth is curving? Don't you think we should just go ahead and measure the Earth and see if there's drop over distance?
Are you saying, should I do that?
Should anybody do that instead of just going by what's on a screen? Maybe we should just measure the Earth. Which one do you think is better?
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the Earth has been measured, but for me personally,
Terrific. How was that done, you think?
How was what done?
The curvature measurement that you're talking about, who did that?
I don't know.
Okay. So that's what we asked. We said, okay, who measured the curvature of the Earth? Then we found out actually no one did. And no one can. Because it's not there. That's the best part. Not that it's impossible, it's just everywhere that we look, everywhere that we try to measure, flat. No drop over distance. Autistic guy's bleeding in the side chat. You know, you weren't here a second ago. I was a guy and I was going to unmute you, but now I'm talking to somebody else. Bummer.
So I'm looking, just a quick Google, looking at several different ways to use curvature that has been measured.
Sweet. Hit me with one.
So let's see here. Actually interesting, utilizing flight times on commercial airline routes was one.
How does that measure drop over distance? How does that measure drop over distance?
I don't know, I'm just citing what I'm reading here.
Well, right, but I'm asking you specifics about the things that you're reading. So how would we get drop over distance by flight times? I wonder if the things that are pumping that stuff out to you are bullshitting you.
It's calculate vertical drop of an object over distance, given its flight
No,
time.
not calculated. Not calculated. Measurements.
D equals 0.5 times G times T.
Okay, is any of that a measurement? Do you know what the difference between a measurement and a calculation is?
Well, yeah, the measurement, D would be distance. Trying to find what G is.
The distance, if that's going to be in like miles or kilometers, those would be linear, that would be flat.
So this D is distance. So distance, and that is the vertical distance an object falls.
Vertical, so this is all flat Earth then.
Equals 0.5 times G, which is the acceleration due to gravity and time.
Wow. Okay, so is any of that a measurement?
Well, they're measuring the distance, the acceleration due to gravity, and the time for the three measurement.
Okay, so what we need is the measurement of the distance. How'd they measure that?
How is distance measured? Like, are you asking me miles or?
Bro, this is your formula. I'm asking you about your claims.
Yeah, I'm asking to clarify your question.
how do they measure any distance in this scenario? I don't give a shit.
So it's feet. Okay, so distance is miles per second. T is
That's an airspeed, or is that across the ground?
Let's I don't see anywhere where it specifies that.
Probably should dig a little bit further on that, just so we make sure we know we're getting an accurate measurement, although you can't really measure things using formulas. You actually have to measure things physically.
The formula would be the culmination of the 3 different measurements we already talked about.
No, I don't give a rat's ass about any formulas or equations right now. What I need are measurements and how those values are acquired.
You might want to talk to a specialist in this field for questions like that.
Okay, so as far as you can tell, nobody measured it. Gotcha.
That's not what I said.
No, I mean, you're just not providing for me any measurements. That's the problem. When I ask for measurements and somebody gives me formulas, that tells me that it didn't get measured. Or maybe it did, but nobody actually knows how it was acquired.
I think you're asking more specialist questions. A lot of people take what's presented by the expert and sort of roll with it because we're not experts.
And see, that's where they really screw themselves, because the expert actually never described to them how they got those measurements. That's where people really get themselves hosed. Yeah, and are they an expert actually? Because we hear about experts all the time, and we ask them to come in, and they don't. We ask them to provide the measurements that they apparently took, and they don't provide any. So it's really a problem. We're very specific. I mean, we get hung up on this whole measurement thing, but I think drop over distance would be pretty easy to find on the Earth if it's curving at the rate that they say it is. But why can't we find it? That's the big question. But if you don't have anything else for me, then I'll talk to Angelic Idea. Hopefully he's not huffing on oxygen or whatever it was he was doing.
The Earth is not flat, guys. Come on.
Nah, Bill, bro, we've already talked to you. Let's talk to Skylar Loves Jesus.
You remember me. You remember me. I'm flattered.
Oh, yeah, you're very memorable.
I'm flat earther. I'm flattered.
That's great. All right, Skylar, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Jesus told me to stay away from people like you, man.
So you decided to come out to a Flat Earth Discord channel where Jesus told you to stay away from? You should obey better.
Yeah. Listening comprehension issues. You might have a hearing problem.
Maybe.
I came here to witness. I came here to witness to you guys. Go ahead.
Yeah. Jesus Loves Scholar did apparently too. He was throwing condemnation around earlier a whole bunch, which I'm pretty sure the Bible says not to do, but that's okay.
Also says not to misrepresent your brother, but you're doing that right now.
You didn't condemn me for saying that somebody else was a dumbass? You didn't do that?
Nope, didn't condemn anybody.
Oh, that's what it felt like. You might want to check yourself on that. But anyways, any drop over distance, Skylar, that you can show me?
Feelings aren't facts, sir, so I don't need to check anything.
So you're a biblical type of guy, right? So can you show me in the Bible where it tells us about the earth being a globe?
I don't know why you're straw manning me. I didn't say anything about being a biblical type guy. I just tried to hold you accountable to Jesus' words and asked you if you were a Christian, and you basically rejected it.
Are Jesus' words in the Bible? Did he write the Bible? Is it the inspired word of God?
Jesus' words are written on your heart already. You choose to listen.
Great. Is it in the Bible as well?
Do they have some of the words of Jesus? Sure. Yeah, it's there too. 100.
Okay. Is the Bible the inspired word of God?
Can you define inspired?
Oh, wow. Did God inspire the men to write down and pen the Bible? Did he?
Now, that's weird. I asked you to define inspire, then you used the word inspire in the definition. I'm confused.
Yes, I'm asking a specific question.
And I asked,
do we need to actually go look up the word inspire?
I just want to know.
Okay, so
you asked the question. Why are you looking up something?
Yeah. Okay, let's look up inspire and see if we can agree on a definition. You seem inspiraled right now, Skylar. Let's look up inspired, see if you agree with that term. Of extraordinary quality, as if arising from some external creative impulse. So an external creative impulse. Or that is breathed. Okay. Maybe you should just tell me what you think about the Bible and its relationship to God. Maybe that would be better.
So it's going to be you're dealing with these people in this room, and I feel for you, man. Like he identifies with the Bible as a Christian through Jesus, and says, "I don't know what you're talking about the Bible. What does that mean to you?" I mean, what kind of dishonesty is going on right now?
It's very bizarre.
Why was I muted?
So, well, because you were freaking out. But let's have a conversation. Did you hear the definition that I gave? Agree with it or not?
Dishonest. I'm sorry. That's why Jesus says if you hang out with people like you, you're being dishonest. I wasn't freaking out.
Well, yeah, you were rambling while we were trying to figure out what inspired meant.
So now we move from freaking out to now I'm rambling. We're being more dishonest. Lie on top of lie.
Yeah, the rambling was an indication to me that you weren't able to handle the conversation. So if I ask you a simple question, which is claimed amongst Christianity that the Bible is the inspired word of God, and you want to get pedantic and let's talk about what inspired means, I don't know how to put it any simpler for somebody who's supposed to be a Christian and probably is in Christian circles and has heard that term, but all of a sudden doesn't know what it means. It's very bizarre to me, Skylar.
So you muted me because you found something bizarre of mine and you didn't want to hear me?
No, I wanted to read out the definition and see if you agreed with it because you were becoming pedantic. But do you not want to talk about what inspired means? Is it inspired? Is it what God gave to men to write down about what He wanted us to know? How can I dumb this down more so we don't have to talk about what the word inspired means, Skylar?
I know you said you wanted to read it to me, but why did you mute me? You could have read it to me without muting me.
See, now you're hung up on whether or not you were muted. You don't want to have the conversation. If I want to get to the topic, you want to talk about why you were muted.
Well, okay, we can talk about the topic. I just wanted to make the facts on the table. I think truth is important to what Jesus was teaching, and I really care about truth. So go ahead.
Okay.
Now, no, actually, I'm going to answer your question now because you did give me a definition of inspire, and you said external. So I would say no. I don't think God externally has inspired the word of God, the Bible.
Okay. So you think it's internal of the hearts of men. You think God was in the hearts of men to write it down. So it's inspired by God internally.
Correct.
Okay, great. So can we trust the Bible?
It depends on how you view it, right? Like if you view it as some stuff like historical narrative that obviously never happened, when it's clearly meant to be allegorical, right? So if we're saying trust in the sense of having an understanding of a particular book and having the right understanding of it, can we trust it? Or are you saying like it's like an instruction manual for life? Because that's not how I view the Bible. Now, Jesus is an instruction manual. He tells you exactly how to live. But the Bible as a whole is a much bigger concept.
It's a concept?
Are you trying to just gaslight me?
I'm asking a question. Is the Bible now a concept?
You need me to give you the definition of what a concept is?
Sure. I'm just trying to clarify what it is that you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I mean, listen, you understand, like, something could be a concept and real at the same time, right?
So something that exists in the mind only and something real can be true at the same time?
You think a concept of something can't be physical? Like, like if I have a concept of God right now in my mind, that concept can't be reality?
Well, I suppose it could, but it remains to be a concept, right? Until it's manifested or until you actually identify the thing.
I think I've helped you understood what I was talking about now. So if we're going to
okay, so when do you actually kind of decide when it's allegorical and when it's not? Do you arbitrarily decide when it is, or is there like a rule that we could follow? Is there a method to this?
Well, that's a good question, man. I think you could definitely take it book by book. Right. And I think you got to go with a variety of scholars, both conservative Christian scholars and secular scholars. Right. I think it's good also to go to historians on some of the stuff. Right. Other things you could do is start to learn a little bit of the language, like the Hebrew language. I got one of my best friends is named Dr. Josh Bowen. He's studying ancient Hebrew. He can read Aramaic, Hebrew, and Greek. And he's a good resource when I'm really trying to understand like the Old Testament and understand some of the cultural aspects and how words are defined, right, through the lens of that culture.
Great. So let's take in Genesis. Could you tell me if that's allegory, the first chapter, or if that's literal?
Genesis 1 or Genesis 2?
Genesis 1.
Like before Adam and Eve.
Yeah, the creation of the earth and the heavens.
Well, you see, there's two creation stories. There's Genesis 1 and there's Genesis 2, right? It's not a science.
Remember how I asked you or told you specifically about Genesis 1, and I don't need to hear how you think Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are different? I'm asking specifically about Genesis 1. Is it allegorical or is it literal?
I ask you why you lack patience for me. Am I offending you or something?
Because you went off topic and you're being very specific about it. So I'm talking about Genesis 1. I don't need your backstory about why you think they're different, 1 and 2. I'm asking about the creation story, and you can either stay on topic or I'll talk to somebody else.
I'm not begging to talk to you. I'm just asking you to be charitable.
Yeah, me too. Let's talk about Genesis chapter 1. And the creation of the earth, is it allegorical or is it literal?
It's not allegorical, Genesis 1. It's not allegorical. But it's also not a science book. It's not meant to be written and understood as technically literal. Now, the Adam and Eve is allegorical. But Genesis 1 is not allegorical.
Nobody said anything about science right now. I don't know why you're bringing that into the conversation. So is it literal or is it allegorical? Yeah, you did. You said it's not meant to be. It's not supposed to be scientific. You said it's not meant to be scientific. That's what you said.
Yeah, but I think you don't understand the distinction between like everything that isn't factual in a sense of historical. You know what historical narrative is? Are you familiar with that term?
Historical narrative, yes.
Okay, help me understand your view of it. How you view what it means.
No, we're not going to parse this out. I want to talk about Genesis 1.
I see. That shows a lack of interest to really have a deeper dialogue.
Yeah, because you want to talk about narratives, and I want to talk about what is spoken about in Genesis chapter 1, and you don't want to do that.
You sound like one of my students at school. It's like, I want to do this, and I want to do that. Like, sorry, this is an equal partnership.
I'm praying for your students. I'm praying for your students. Believe me.
Sounds like
What
projection.
God? You denied Jesus earlier when I asked you.
Skylar, why are you being insufferable, Skylar?
Yeah, really.
That sounds like an opinion.
Well, it's an opinion.
Ask a direct question.
It's an opinion that was still a question. So, like,
I don't know why you feel I'm insufferable. It's impossible for me to answer.
You are, dude.
It's based on
The
your
entire time you've been in here, you've just been arrogant and super annoying to listen to, dude.
Yeah, it's really
insufferable,
opinions,
bro.
guys. More
really
opinions.
sad.
Really cool.
It's really
I disagree.
sad.
It's been nice listening to Skylar.
It's really sad too, because it sounds like you might have studied or came across the knowledge of how to be patient and kind and understanding and the characteristics of the Savior. Yet you're in here and says who asked you direct questions, but you continued to just bounce all over the place, other than afford him that respect in the fact that he's just asking a question like that. Those, like, you came in here kind of like if you were higher than, and then you and then smarter than, and then you look down upon him because he's
You're
this
reading
way
a
or
lot
that
of
way.
things into this. I didn't read all that into it. You're just
Just like you
interpreting
did.
what happened.
Just
Brother,
like
there was
you did.
another person in the room that said they enjoyed the conversation.
Just like you did. He's
So, I'm
probably
sorry.
a heathen,
It's
just like
okay.
you.
If you just want to yell at me, I don't know what
He's
you're doing. Just yelling at me?
This
What's
isn't
going on
yelling,
here?
by the way. This isn't.
Well, I
close
mean,
to
yelling in a sense, I didn't mean it like literally yelling. I meant like you're just complaining to me.
Okay,
And
so
then you have everyone just whines when I speak. Yeah, it's just weird.
So the problem.
Listen, if you want to ask me a question, my brother, ask me a question about the Bible.
Okay,
I'll answer
Skylar.
for you.
Okay, Skylar. Here's the part. Can you answer questions directly that are asked of you? Okay, says who? Can you please go back down that road, because I know where that's going, and I love going down that road as well. And I think
Ask me a
Skylar needs to
question.
hear it. So go ahead.
No,
sir.
you ask me. No. Let you ask me the question. You ask me the question. Why does he have to do it? You ask me, I'll answer.
So Skylar,
he showed me no charity.
Because
Just
this
you
is
do it,
his
please.
Skylar.
I'm begging
just
you,
holding
dude,
it.
please.
I'm just
Dude,
holding
I'm
it.
begging.
Relax.
I'm gonna be no.
Since I'm confused, I'd like to point out I am not a heathen. I'm a Christian. Thank you, sir.
Relax. Did Skylar run away? Is he not going to engage?
Quietly, you're gaslighting me.
Okay.
You're quietly.
So me asking you, is Genesis 1 literal or allegorical?
No.
What would you say?
Not literal.
It's not.
It's not literal.
It's not.
It's not
So what
allegorical.
is it? So what is it?
What do you mean? You just asked me if it's not allegorical. It's not.
Fine. Apparently, I apparently asked the wrong question. What do you think is being discussed in Genesis chapter 1, specifically the creation of the earth and the heavens and the seas?
You're describing it. The creation of the earth and the heavens is what's going on in chapter 1.
Okay, so right at the beginning, when it says the Spirit of God hovered above the waters, can you tell me, is it possible to be above a sphere, or is above in reference to a horizontal surface?
This has nothing to do with the Bible, so I don't know. I'm not a scientist,
Really?
bro. Yep.
No, this is not science either. So you're bringing
What
science
is in
up
the
again.
Bible has nothing to do with the Bible.
Right.
That's hilarious.
That's the most disingenuous thing I think I've ever heard. I give you an exact quote from the Bible, and you said this has nothing to do with the Bible.
No, it wasn't about the quote. That was disingenuous. You're talking about now, like, how can a spirit, and you're acting like it's literally talking literally now, right? This is what I was trying to explain to you. Just because it's not allegorical doesn't mean it isn't. It doesn't mean it's historical narrative, for it actually happening literally as the story says it. Right? You got to understand.
Okay.
Like it's a way of someone trying to explain how existence came into what we know, like as it is in the humanly world.
How is the interpretation then? If it's not how we read it, what's the interpretation? How should we?
It's not even wrong. Like, what do you think's wrong about it? Can I ask you what in Genesis 1? What are you saying is incorrect?
Listen, he just basically stated something, and you said no, that's not correct. So what are you saying that it's saying?
Well, let's go read it. Let's go look at Gen 1. Do you think that means literally God was floating over it?
Yeah. What do you think it means, dude? I'm asking you. What do you think it
Okay,
means?
listen, then stop interrupting me when I'm trying to explain it. Right?
You guys are getting into like a 14
asked him a question, you idiot.
conversation.
You were
with this
asking a
guy.
question. No thanks.
Oh,
you know
well,
what? Dip out of
go
here if
ahead.
you don't want to hear it, dude. If you don't want to hear it, no thanks. You can dip out of here.
Whether or not it's physical doesn't matter. You can physically hover over a sphere.
We're not talking to you, sir. We're talking to the gentleman that's saying that it doesn't mean that. What does it
Well,
mean?
you're not really talking to me because you keep over talking.
multiple flat
So let's
earthers
pretend you're talking.
All right, let's just hold this guy up. Let's shut that other guy up. I want to hear what this gentleman's going to say about it.
So there's multiple flat earthers, but there can't.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want you, you're the one that was stopping me from doing it, though. I just
Yes,
want you to
now
know.
you're filibustering. Can you just get to the point?
That's not what a filibuster is.
You're doing it now, continuing to do it. Just get to the point.
Once again, the definition of a filibuster, that's not what you're saying. Now, I might not be answering that question, but that's not a filibuster.
This is just more deflection.
Now, I'll
Just-
answer
what
your
is it-
question now.
Yeah,
I'm
what
going to
does it
answer your
mean?
question. Now, shh. Here's what it means.
Now, you're not going to shush anybody in here. Just tell us what it means.
Okay. No, you don't want to hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, your little princess, little. You don't want to hear it. I'm not going to tell you. Just listen.
Hey,
This is
you
a conversation
talk to me
with
like
adults.
this is gonna get what
This is
you
a
want, my
conversation
brother?
with adults. If you're
This
going to
is
be
like
able
my
to make
students
your
in
point,
school.
yeah,
You
your
talk to me like this,
students.
you ain't getting what you want.
This isn't your students.
I
This
tell
isn't your
them no,
school.
and they get a bad grade.
Yeah, this isn't your students, and this isn't your school. Okay, get it to your thick skull. You're talking to
Yeah.
another adult here.
Well, my kids are special needs, and they're actually smarter than you.
Yeah, who cares?
Oh, Skyler.
Get to the point.
Shame on you.
Listen, yeah, he's true.
They are smarter than him.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
That's not untrue. That's true.
Wow.
Geniuses. They can
Okay.
do on levels I guarantee this dude can't do.
All right, so you're not going to be able to tell us what the point is anymore. You just got all in your
I told
feelings
you
right
what
now.
the point. I told you
What is
the
it?
point. And
What
it
is
is right? That God, it doesn't mean God is a physical spirit, like a physical thing.
That's not what I was talking about.
I'm being.
That's not what I was talking about.
Hold on. You said physical spirit? That's a contradiction, isn't it?
Like I said, I was interrupted. I don't know what. I didn't get a chance.
What is
to
a
finish,
physical
so I guess we're
spirit?
not gonna-
Sir? Hold on, wait a minute. What is a
That's
physical
not what
spirit?
I said. I didn't say it was a physical spirit. I was saying it was the
You said that.
opposite of a physical. No, you interrupted me, my brother. Why? I can't get my words out. You interrupt me. It sounds weird.
Who said anything about spirit being physical?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Except you.
It was in regards to a
Saying about the physical
horizontal.
being spirit.
It's a red herring.
No, he's asking me a question about my view on the verse. We're not even talking about this other dude over at this point.
Yeah. So let me ask it again, Skyler. No worries, man. Let me ask it again.
Yeah.
In text, it says that the Spirit of God hovered above the face of the deep, or the surface of the waters. Is it possible to hover above a ball? Is above in reference to a sphere, or is above in reference to a horizontal surface?
So you're putting it in the context of like physicality, and I don't believe the spirit is physical.
Once again, he's talking about the waters of the earth. Yeah. The spirit is.
But he's not physical.
What do you, dude? Everybody knows that. We all.
Well, he's the spirit. He's the spirit. You're asking me to tell you. Dude, why are you not listening to me? You don't want to hear me.
Everybody across the board already agrees that a spirit is not something physical. You don't have to reiterate that point. Yeah? Everybody
So a
across
spirit
the
can't-
board is saying that.
So a spirit can't hover over a physical thing? Is that what you're saying?
He has another problem because in the Gospels, whether he likes it or not, the Spirit of God descended, once again, a horizontal relationship, like a dove, and fell upon Jesus at his baptism. So you don't have to get mad at me for the verbiage used in the Bible, but you are going to have to explain to me why the entire Bible only discusses a vertical and horizontal relationship as far as creation and the heavens are concerned. So if you just want to go ahead and pacify yourself by saying it's all allegorical, by all means do that. But the Bible itself does describe the earth as horizontal, and of course everything above it, and then the depths of it, Sheol, the grave, stuff like that. Everything is vertical and horizontal. At no point is the earth ever described as a sphere. You know it, and I know it, Skyler, and that's why you're running away like you are.
I
So I
was
just want to make
How could I
a
run
point of
away
clarity-
if I was
a
me?
point of
Oh, I guess
clarity.
I don't
Shut
get to
up, dude.
respond. He gets to mute me. And you guys get to talk all you want, and then he can whatever. Go
ahead, Amy.
I just wanted to say that he's misrepresenting what we're saying. First of all, like none of the things that he's putting onto us. The hard part about having this conversation is being as obtuse as that guy is. You can't have. There's no breakthrough. There's always going to be just nothing but confrontation because we all agree that when it's mentioned the spirit here, we're not giving physicality to the spirit in per se. What we're saying with the statement of the sentence of the way it's structured, we're talking about just the water, the surface of it. That was the only thing that was mentioned. So we're talking about the water, and when we're talking about water, do you mean that is it using poetic language when it means water, or is it actual water that we see outside? That's the kind of water we're talking about, right? So that's physical. Water is physical. Okay, let's just get over that point. But as far as the spirit's concerned, there's no physicality mentioned out there, so we're not going to talk about that. You're doing too much, yeah? You just need to talk about the point that says who said about the horizontal nature of water. That's it. That is all we were mentioning. That's it. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, dude.
It's a fantastic red herring. We'll see if he does it again.
He's been doing it for 25 minutes. Oh.
Yeah.
I think if you just had maybe took a little time to maybe explain it instead of mute me and overtalk me, it probably would have went better. But you can keep asking me questions.
Yeah, you didn't understand. And what the point was being clarified for you.
Well, sure, but you didn't need to mute me and talk down to me and call me obtuse.
Yeah, you were being obtuse because you're interrupting a point of clarity, which was we were not talking about the Spirit of God being physical. We were talking about the waters. The Spirit of God was hovering. Dude, you're interrupting me again.
But you're repeating
yourself. Why you can't
again.
hear the point of clarity, bro?
Well, I'm not going
to
repeat yourself again.
Well, exactly what we meant is what we said. You kept saying, well, you guys are talking about the Spirit of God being physical.
I mean, when do you want me to respond to you? I mean, you unmuted me to respond, and you keep talking.
Yeah,
This is meta.
So the point is, we're going to describe the nature of water, yeah? Which is horizontal on its surface. Will you agree or disagree with that?
I don't think this is physical water in the verse.
Well, what
Also
kind of
back
water
that
do you-
story then.
What kind of water do you think it is, bro?
It's not. Like I said, you guys are taking this like
What
it's
kind of
historical narrative,
water?
like a science
What
book.
kind of
It's
water?
not, well,
Bro, what
so
kind of
why
water?
can't I talk without you interrupting me?
What
Why
kind
are
of
you
water
interrupting
is
me?
in creation, bro? What kind of
You're
water?
incapable of having a conversation without interrupting me, and you're very hostile.
Yeah, because you.
This is ad hominem.
Hey, dude, water.
No,
Okay,
telling him
hold
it's
on a second.
hostile.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Is
God
not
is very clear. Dude, shut your damn mouth, dude.
Why are you like? I'm just.
Wow, this guy is crazy. If God isn't talking about water in that verse, then what water do you think he's mentioning? You know what the mental gymnastics that it would take for someone to say that God is not talking about physical water in this verse would be astronomical. It would take epic logic failure for you to actually say he's not talking about physical water. This is insane. It's insanity. I don't know what church is he ascribed to, like, because this is weird, right? Is he informing people that this isn't water, like real water that God's talking about?
Yeah, he's on deaf, and
Holy
in my
smokes,
experience, you're going to have anybody who wants to get through to this guy's going to have to devote hours upon hours of like breakthrough moments with him. He's unbearable.
The unbearable part is that we're not even talking about water anymore. Like, what? It's hovered over the surface of the deep, which is waters of the earth. No, that's not water. What is he talking about then?
Well, let's just see what the Bible's talking about. So I got a screenshot of a lexicon that I have, a concordance, and these are all the ways that word was used. And so it's definitely water. So he is in denial of what the scripture is clearly saying.
This is fascinating, honestly. Like, and he's a teacher. It's even more astonishing. That's what it's breathtaking, dude. that somebody actually gave this guy a diploma, and he walked up. Wow. Oh, wow. Spiritual water. IDAH, welcome to the chat. Looks like you're hot micing.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's kind of one thing to say that you're someone who actually ascribes to an Abrahamic religion, or even has anything to do with the biblical narrative, and then it's a whole other to say that the Bible is not literal in the sense of Genesis 1. I've never heard of that. Somebody saying that he's not talking about the actual earth that was created, that he's like basically just saying, oh, it's kind of like I'm using words that are not meaning what they actually mean. They mean something totally different. Like, not water in the sense of water. Like, what?
Yeah, then what would the next things entail? Like when he pulled the earth from the water, that's not the earth either then.
Yeah.
It's not about the creation. Yeah.
But exactly. So everything is just not about what is being said there. It's like, that's how you guys interpret it, water. That's not what it means. Well, I mean, what does it mean if it doesn't mean what it says it means? Like, this is weird, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on to say other things in reference to the sky, in reference to the creatures. So then all of those things must not be what they are. Yeah.
No. Yeah, all bets are off. I mean, because we're not talking about the thing that we're talking about. That's not what we mean. That's not what God is saying there. Yeah, he put that word there, but it's about those ancient people. They didn't know what words were. How did they know what they were saying? Wow. And that's not even to mention the order of creation, because that could destroy the cosmology in the aspect of like how things were created, right? The first, second, and third day. The fourth day, here come the sun, moon, and stars. So according to the heliocentric system, you have the sun giving life to all of the things around it. Well, that's not possible if it was created on the fourth day. So you can't still be adhering to the cosmology of a Big Bang.
Yeah, that guy was just so off the rails with the conversations that says who was trying to hold him to, that says who appealed to his Christianity and said, okay, maybe we can find some common ground in this. It was just unbearable.
Wow. Does that guy always come in here?
Nope, never seen him before.
I mean, he teaches special needs, but at the same time, he is not he shouldn't be a teacher, man. Not especially in any Christian capacity. They should.
Yeah.
They should.
Terrible example.
God, dude. Wow.
So there was a wave of them. There was like 5 dudes that came in at the same time, and I'm who knows if Peter put the bat signal out because he was in here for a second too at the same time. But it seems like a crew of jackasses.
The bat symbol.
It's the rat symbol, actually.
The rat symbol?
Yeah. I've even got a meme for it. Here it is.
The sewer rat symbol.
That was too funny. I had half the room muted. I was dying.
Yeah. Shout out to Says Who for dealing with all of those people and Lats. Good job, guys. That was definitely going to give you some gray hairs.
Oh my gosh! And Lats was holding down the chat, dude. The text.
Yeah,
my man.
No, so I've just gray hairs, man.
I've just realized I can create events in this server and create them in this channel. So maybe I should create an event right now. What do you think? Seeing it's busy in here.
Let's go with did God say in Genesis 1 that he's hovering over the face of the waters? Like, I want to. I'm just.
That's actually a good idea. No, that's a good idea. This is a.
I'm just kidding.
That's the topic.
It's got to be a short title, but I was thinking the globe is a religion. Prove me wrong. Or something like that. Yeah.
Run with it, man. I honestly, and all the years that I've been actually debating people with like the biblical side of things, like no one's ever said the thing that he just said right now. It is so beyond. Like it, people say that it's allegory, like by that meaning, like the order of creation or like how long it took, that sort of thing. Not in the actuality of what it's being like the specifics, right? Like water, the people, the animals, the vegetation, like all that stuff was still there. Even with allegory being the case of, never not being like, well, it says the word, but that word doesn't actually mean the word you're seeing there. It means a whole entirely new thing. Like, well, what else could it be? What is he talking about?
Well, if spirits can't hover over physical matter, how the heck could a spirit create it then?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Because he's trying to operate in a realm of, I'm only assuming, like thinking about it in a consistent manner with like only physical world. Well, it doesn't work because it's it's not actual water. Like, well then. What is he talking? Like, I don't know. I guess. Sorry, man. This threw me for a loop, big time. Like,
it must be spiritual water.
I didn't think there were people that this obtuse, bro. Like,
I want some of that ghost water. Where do I find that?
Well, I wish it wasn't the case, but typically the Christians that I talk to will do that crazy red herring, slippery nonsense when I start bringing that stuff up. Like it gets wild.
And like this is the first time I've encountered this, man. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
At this level,
it immediately goes to well, that's not what they meant. Well, they didn't have the. We do. Like they just think that everybody who wrote the Bible were a bunch of retarded camel jockeys. I swear.
Oh, well, obviously they just crawled out of the caves not long before that.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Do they think we came from monkeys too?
Some do.
I'm beside myself, fellas. Oh, wow.
All right, there's the event in the side chat there. And hopefully it brings a few people in. I'll go share. And we'll do a community ping.
Like, is there more people like him? Like that?
I mean, he was special. I don't know. He was special. He was special.
All right, good. That gives me hope.
I mean, it's like says who mentioned, you'll definitely get people who will try to ad hoc their world, what they think is true to fit the Bible because they hold the Bible to be true. So they say, well, it in context it meant this, but they won't deny outright. He's a special guy.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
I was gonna say you guys should have been in here yesterday. Him and his girlfriend were in here together. She was white knight in front. That's funny.
Oh, I bet you that was a treat.
Oh yeah, it was good.
Did he introduce her as girl? Like, what did he mean by girlfriend?
Yeah.
Well, it was just a girl that was defending his every move and telling us to unmute him, even after he demonstrated himself to be like that.
So he's like a leader. He's like a piper of like numpties, right? Like there's a whole line of people that are like less than, wow, that would advocate for him to speak. What platform is he on, bro? Like, People are actually listening to him. That's astonishing. Like, there's no Bereans here. No one's actually checking to see what he's saying. Like, he's just accepting it.
Wow, look at that's a nice view you got there, John Lee. Welcome to the room.
Now, putting your camera, does that limit the room still, or?
Yeah, it does. We got 21 in here at the moment. I think it limits it to 25. And I just put the event out, so a bunch of people will probably join. So if we can
I
turn
want
the
to take
camera
that. I want to take that camera down, John Lee. Yeah, it's an amazing view, man, but we can't have it on. It's flat water over there. Yeah, we get it.
He proved you all wrong.
Wait, you think that proved him? Is he still here? You think that proved somebody wrong?
No, I'm just joking.
IDH is a funny guy. I don't know who in here except for the guys I know. So if you're in here and I've never talked to you, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? John Lee, IDAH. Who else? We
I
got
mean,
Weird.
I just believe what they tell me, but I'm open to changing my mind.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's good. At least you got your mind open. It's a great place to start. What is like? Have you been hearing anything that people have been saying in this room, or is it just? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I've just been listening to Sky, so it's pretty.
Oh, freaking! Well, listen. If that guy is somebody you listen to, you need to change the channel, bro, because that is. Whew, that is not.
No, my bad. Not Sky. Says who?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. If you were following Sky, bro, you need to do. You need to do some serious like self-reflection, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, says who? Yeah, he's legit, man.
I'm just waiting for someone competent on the other side to debate. I don't think anyone else is really competent when it comes to people in this room for Globers.
Well, I mean, if you've ever seen the meme of that skeleton sitting down, like it says it's waiting for something, like at that park bench, that'll be you. Just finish the caption, put a caption on that image. Yeah, because you're going to be waiting for a long time, my friend.
Yeah.
Good example. That's hilarious.
It's weird. I mean, you can't. Every interaction is different, so it's never going to be the same with the people we interact with. But we always hope for the best, yeah? Always. And the heart of our aim is never to have a conversion, but to have a good challenge. To have somebody go away and say, you know what? Let me think about it. That is it. That's like the highest level of like where we want to be at. I'll have a look or I'll research or any one of those phrases, words. I was looking for you guys. I was like, man, I'm bored at work. I don't have nothing to listen to, and English Hub was kind of no one was there, so I saw where DJ's at. There's always a party, huh? Were you an actual DJ in real life?
No, man. It's just to do with my name. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don Johnson.
He's the singer. He's the singer of Silverchair.
He's the original Don Juan. Okay, I got you. That's a ladies' man right there.
Well, I'll go post the event link in the home server. Maybe that'll bring some people over.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, were you listening, Flat Lloyd? That was a doozy, man. One for the books. Who's Weird Punk 101? Is that somebody you guys know?
Nope. Newbie.
Weird Punk, what's going on, man? Ah, the silent type, eh? Over fences, you jamming out over there? You got that video on there? Hey, hey, what's going on, man? Well, don't run away. Yeah, I see. And that's because he's trying to make something up on the spot. He couldn't decide whether literal or not, or excuse me, yeah. Oh, I think he gave Says Who a third option that he was trying to describe, but it's almost like somebody just trying to make something up on the spot too. It's just like you really don't know what side you're on, dude. You're very confused. All I got was confusion from that gentleman. That's it. Oh yeah, he was all over people. Well, it's just like you guys. You're like my students. You know, my students. Whatever, dude.
I dread being his student.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. How did he get his diploma, dude? I'm still trying to square that circle. He must have paid for it or something.
Yeah, family.
Yeah, something. Because if he would have brought this argument in any capacity, they would have been like, dude, relax. Just calm down. All right. He's talking about physical water. Well, that's not what he means, though. Arguing with his teacher. Holy smokes, did he say that? Hey, what's going on, Saeem? Are you there? Hello? Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Magnetic West. You're still flying to Magnetic West, RC Maisty?
Yeah, Magnetic Tiger T70. You ever heard of a compass, man? So, the globe is not a religion by definition, since there are no dogmas of the nations. Can't form dogmas based on observations. In fact, I think this entire thing is a ploy to self-soothe on some projection here.
Yeah, what observation do you make that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and tell me. I'd like to see
Distances between points on the face of the Earth cannot be coplanar.
So they're curving?
I just said that they cannot be coplanar. You can't curve. You can't curve points.
Where's your observation? Because you said it's all observational. So where's your observation of the Earth being a globe?
You can observe distances between points on the face of the Earth.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Obvious. Yeah,
you're welcome.
But we want to know the 2 points that you're speaking of. In between those 2 points, is the Earth curving?
It's actually any 4 points you can use to verify that the other 3 points are not coplanar. Ergo,
dude. Ergo, you didn't make an observation of the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, observe the distances between 4 points on the face of the Earth. I can verify the other 3 points are not coplanar using the 4th point. I can verify that the 4th point is not coplanar with the other 3 using a 5th point, and you continue on ad infinitum.
Dude, are you drunk? Are you just rambling? Like, this sounds like the ramblings of a madman. All right, can you just say something that's a little more coherent? So we're talking about just 2 points, right? Point A and point B. If you're using
4 points.
Why are you changing my example to yours? I don't care about your example.
This was my example.
Yeah, I know. But whatever yours was, it sounds like a hot mess. So I'm using one that's a little more clear, right?
Sounds like you're coping is what it sounds like.
No.
So, AV,
I want to go ahead, Sezu.
I'm curious. So, let's say we have out in the Gulf, and are the distances between those 4 points, are they not on the same plane at sea level?
Nope, can't. In fact, take any 5 or any 4 cities that you want that are on the coast. Those are.
No, I just talked about the oil rigs.
I
talked about oil rigs. Don't change my example.
Those are observed.
Oil rigs.
He's good at doing that. He's good at doing that, says who? He's gonna
find any of those 5 points you want. Give me the exact.
Now it's 5. At first it was 2, and then it was 4, and now it's 5.
No, it wasn't first.
Okay, the 4 oil rigs.
Yeah.
The oil rigs. So those aren't on the same plane at sea level.
Nope, I can prove that they are not coplanar.
Okay, show me the distances in actual physical reality between those 4 points.
Yeah, it doesn't have presentation on it. They cope just like you guys are coping right now.
Well, yeah, I just want to see it. Go ahead and show me how these are on the same plane.
Sure.
Yeah, give us something to cope about first.
Yeah, we ain't coping yet because
I presented this like 50 times. AJ's been coping about it for about 4 years now, or AV, rather.
Yeah. Present your stuff, dude.
I already did.
Where is it?
That's all over YouTube.
Dude.
No.
Put your stuff.
Show me how they're not on the same plane. See reality.
And those distances cannot be coplanar because those distances do not follow the law of sines, which they would need to be coplanar.
Yeah, he's just
want you to measure the distances, bro.
Yep, correct.
Okay, do it.
You want me to walk you across the ocean? What do you want me to do?
Whatever you want to do.
Sure.
Walk you across the ocean. That's what your mind is on, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's no other way you can show it except for saying that. I mean, how redundant can you actually be, dude?
Sounds like you guys are still coping. This is rough.
Dude, you're explaining things so like complex that you don't need to use all that. If
I
you can
didn't
show
say
if you
anything
can show
complex.
that-
4 points.
Yeah,
Take
listen.
4 points.
Yeah. Who
Not
cares,
complaining.
dude? Are you showing that the distance? Are you showing that the distance in between those points are
Cannot be
there's a-
coplanar.
dude?
Cannot be coplanar.
Yeah. You keep saying that. So are you showing that it's showing any curvature whatsoever?
Not coplanar.
Answer the question.
He just says not coplanar. That's his answer for everything. Is not
Answer
coplanar.
the question. Answer the question. Is there a curvature? Is there a curvature such as the curvature of the Earth in between those points?
Yep.
Okay. What is the measured drop over distance in between those 4 points?
What's this thing? Drop over distance for your measuring
Really?
points.
Okay. So we don't have a drop away from a tangential plane. According to you guys that think that the Earth is a ball,
Well,
there would
in
be a
geometry-
drop over distance.
Well, in geometry, Cupcake, you don't do drop over distance. You ask what plane are they on if they are coplanar, and if you show that they are not coplanar, well, then it can't be planar.
Yeah, but how did you prove that? You didn't go outside.
With
and demonstrate-
distances and the law of times.
Distances and writing down some kind of
Lots of
equation is not
copium
going
going on right now.
Yeah. Did you go outside to verify?
Copy.
Did you go outside to verify this? Yep, I knew it. That's the extent of your cope.
Did she run away?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my gosh.
So disappointing. I just got here. I haven't heard from R.C. Meisty's little globe copes for years. Now I only get like 30 seconds of it. Maybe he'll be back.
It's not as tantalizing as you might think down the line.
It's been a while. I don't really remember. I remember arguing with him about airplanes and stuff and triangles. That's all I remember.
Yeah, he has trouble with shapes still. And he thinks there's a magnetic west, so
Yeah. He's probably got the same arguments, right? Same ones.
yeah, he also thinks the sun's on fire. This is the same guy. You can ask him; he'll still say it.
Yeah, I wanted to just listen to him. I didn't actually want to talk to him, but yeah. At least I got to hear him.
He might regale you with tales of magnetic west. He flies a plane, you know.
Oh, yeah. I heard him mention that once or twice.
It's in his PFP.
He's an odd duck. Is that Peter right there in the chat? And he's got the flat tag. Get the hell out of town. See, his apology on Twitter is so stupid. Sitting by a freaking fire with a globe next to him. What a doofus.
I have not
Is it like
seen
one of
that.
them old 80s commercials for like whiskey or something?
Yeah. You almost think that the arms of an angel are going to start singing in the background with his sad puppy face. In the
got like
arms of an angel.
Is he wearing like a checkered gown?
Yeah.
He's got a pipe hanging out his mouth.
A freaking narrator is going to come out and say, for only 35 cents a day, you can support this Glober. And in times of trouble, you need somebody to rely on. Please help him. Won't you help him? Like, it's got... Oh, dude.
What is he apologizing for?
For mistreating anybody on 24/7 because he wanted to be a part of this group, and please let me back over here with you guys, and I just want to have conversations and stuff like that. But so an apology. He was on an apology tour for a little bit. I don't know if he cooled his heels already on that or not, but
Yeah, I've only heard about him secondhand. Indio told me about him. He said that it would be entertaining if I ever talked to him, but, it's not like I'm Dying to talk to him.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're not rushing for anyone to unmute him, but he's king of the odd ducks. Oh, we had some whoppers come through here today. Boy, I tell you what.
Yeah, they're probably like, oh, these guys are back. Yeah, let's tap in there.
The boys are back in town.
Yeah.
Boys are back in town.
Did they come up with any better arguments?
Okay, so when you say better,
I mean, I just assume the answer is going to be no. I mean, I don't know. What else could they say?
I know what you mean, but I don't know, better for...
So, Marymount, we had a crew come through. One guy said imaginary doesn't mean imaginary, and another guy said that water doesn't mean water. So that should give you an idea.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop, dude. Like, I was like, okay.
That made me laugh. Just because something's imaginary doesn't mean it's not real.
I didn't hear that one, but that would have been hella funny if I heard it.
Yeah, it's real to them. It's real for them, right? It's real to me, my globe. It's real to me.
I just put my headphones on. Say that again. Imaginary doesn't mean imaginary, and water is not water.
It's not water, yeah.
Said.
Dude, Matrix, you would have got up from your chair and probably went to go get something to eat because you were like, I just can't. Like, I would be upset, but I'm just disappointed, dude. You guys... It's like not even, you know what I mean? Like the level where they're taking this now.
Hold on a minute. I just had a shower. So what was I showering in?
Not water.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
And
you heard that one.
Check this out. And if you imagine out it was water, then your imagination is not even real. Is that how it went?
What's the quote? If you're not imagining reality, if your mind is not imagining reality, you're not in reality? Or something stupid like that. I've got to find it.
So we were talking about...
Oh, I was just going to say, glad you weren't in here. Did you would have got your band hammer out? That one.
That's what I'm saying, man. He would... Well,
we were talking about the latitude and longitude lines, and specifically the equator, and I told them that those lines were imaginary. And they said, nuh-uh. And I said, okay, go see how the equator is measured or how it's derived. And they used ChatGPT, of course. And ChatGPT says that the equator is an imaginary line. He said, see, you said it was imaginary. I said, no, ChatGPT said it. Well, imaginary doesn't mean imaginary. I was like, holy shit.
Wow, dude. Do they think there's a big, like, red stripe going across the surface of the Earth? Like, what the hell's going on?
Yes.
Oh, he does?
Because he says, I can show you on a map, point it out to you. And I'm like, dude, that's a paper map on your desk. It's imaginary. It's conceptual.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they can't use it for real world purposes, but they conflate that with, real.
Mick, we get it. Like, Mick's trying to break down the logic.
No, I know.
You don't have to break down the logic, bro. We understand.
No, I know, but yeah, I get it. I'm just thinking to myself, like, how do you screw that up?
Well, they just showed you how they.
I know, like it's crazy.
You're trying to square the circle like I was, earlier, with the guy saying that in Genesis 1, where the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the deep, which is, the waters of the earth. And he's like, well, yeah. And we're asking him, what do you think it means? Because if it's not allegory and if it's not literal, then what does it mean? Well, he's like, well, he's not talking about water. Really? What's he talking about then? Well, there's no water there?
Yeah. I know. I'm just thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? Like, damn, dude.
Yeah. Well, and if Dandelion wanted to say, like, if what is better, like in their arguments, I guess that's top tier global arguments,
Yeah, I mean, I consider. Yeah, I guess it depends on. Your perspective. Like, I consider their top tier. Like, the only honest argument they have is, I just believe it because I want to. I mean, you hear them say variations of that once in a while. Not a lot of them, but maybe one out of every 50 will admit that. I mean, that's the only honest argument they have, right? I just like balls.
Oh shit! Oh shit! That hit me sideways when you said it like that. Holy smokes!
You like that? Yeah, that's their best argument, don't you think? I mean, it's the only one that's
Oh
like
my
honest.
That might get
I did not expect you.
clipped.
I can't hear because this nigga's mic is glitching and he won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I heard you bring up that one last night in an argument. You just slipped in there very so subtly, Dandelion. The balls thing. I was laughing. You did it like so like coy and like mid sentence. No one noticed. It's great.
Yeah, it was smooth. Yeah, very smooth.
We had some teenagers last night that I found them very entertaining.
Some of these
I
guys
know,
are
I know, they were entertained.
they're wearing on you, Dandelion.
That could be. Yeah, that could be. That's totally possible.
Seems like you guys got the party handled. I'm gonna step out for a little bit. Well, not out, but I got to get back to work.
Okay. Yeah, good to see you, hear you.
It's a shame I wasn't here earlier because I would have saved those awesome clips of stupidity and added them to my file pile. I don't know if you've heard these or not before, Dandelion, but a while ago we didn't have the soundboard in politics, and I was running another thing to play sounds through, and I was collecting entertaining clips. Now I've got 4 of them, so I'll play them for you, and you'll know the voices as soon as you hear them. One of them you won't know, which will be the first one, but the rest of them you will know, and hopefully you'll be somewhat entertained by it. Yeah.
Where the ocean meets the sky, that's called an event horizon.
So that was the first one. Where the ocean meets the sky, that's called an event horizon.
Nice. I don't know that voice. Monotone. It's a monotone. Mr. Monotone. Who's that?
Right Wing Riddler. So you probably, he probably has another name. But the rest of them I'm pretty sure you've heard before. So here's clip number 2.
Refraction can do a lot. If conditions are perfect, you can see the back of your head with a good enough telescope.
That's a good one. Love it.
That's a classic from Donald C. Everyone's favourite melt.
Where can I buy that telescope? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, get me one, man. I'll happily pay for that. A few others will probably happily snag one too.
I like the deadpan delivery too.
Oh, yes. And the next one?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
That's good. That's good. Who's that one?
That's Brenda.
Oh no! I should have recognized that voice. If there'd been longer talking, I would have. I mean, I've heard that voice many times, but for some reason I didn't get it that time. But that's funny. Yeah, that's funny.
And the last
Okay, so Dandelion receives 10 demerits for not knowing that was Brenda.
I'll take it. I'll take those demerits. I'll take them.
That was a hard hit. And
Does that mean I might get an out-of-school suspension soon?
Is not within.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, go for it. Is that Bev?
Well, I haven't even finished it yet, but I'll restart it.
Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So
I thought that was appropriate from what you said earlier. So that's my collection of numpty clips at the moment. So yeah, it's a shame I wasn't on earlier. I'd have had a few more to add to the file pile.
Yeah, would you replay that Bev one?
Those are good.
The Bev one? Yeah, I can do that. Hold on.
Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So
I wonder what the soul was going to follow after that. Like, must have been an epic train wreck.
I wish you'd been here. Yeah, I feel like you could have gotten good ones when Bev and Elderbir and that other guy were here the other day. I feel like you could have got. I mean, come on, you didn't hear Elderbir singing "You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet" to hype up his amazing evidence he was going to show.
Do you know how every now and then there's always that one voice that really grates your gears and you just can't stand them? I bet you can't guess who mine is.
Elderbear or Bev?
Bev. They both sound the same to me, but yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just go through me for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, red flag, get away. So I don't have to listen to this. Because their heads are that broken, I just can't track them anymore. It's like that they've redefined everything down to absurdity, and that's what I asked him about it the other day. And yeah, he went and started picking up dictionaries and going through them to look up the definition of the word flat. A visual surface condition. That's what and that's what I said to him. Green is a visual surface condition. Pimples are a visual surface condition. So are they flat? And then he went off and picked up his dictionary and had a breakdown. I just had mute, go away.
Yeah, Bev's dictionary. Yep, we look at it. Every single word just has the definition a word. Just get as vague as possible.
I think the reason for it is over many years, they've been hammered by so many dumbass globers. Oh, define this, define that. And because they've had to define every single bloody word, that they've just got into the habit of making it as vague as possible, so you can't really have a conversation with them. I do believe that Bev and the crew are flat earthers, but because of this constant pounding they've had over the years of having to define everything, and we've all seen what it's like, they've just it's broken them. That's what it's done. They are broken souls, and that's just they do that just so they get through the conversation.
You know, I think that's the absolute best keystone in trying to understand them. I have to give you some kudos on that.
Well, they don't. No, I mean, when I talked to them, I didn't actually realize that because I hadn't talked to Bev for years. He said he didn't say it was a flat earther. He said it was a real globe knower. That's what you were. Were you there for that part, Matrix, when he said that's what they are? They're real globe. No, oh yeah, that's on the live stream. Yep, he said that's their new description of themselves. They're real globe knowers.
Right. Oh well then, globetards. That was easy.
You want to talk to Peter, Mary?
I could try. I mean, yeah. Should I try it?
Go ahead, Peter.
Is it Pizza Planet, Peter?
No, not him.
What's up, Alpha Veritas? Been such a long time.
Not long enough.
You like my series of videos?
Yeah, your apology tour is the spectacle, yeah?
No, it was genuine. It was heartfelt.
Anyway, regale Mary Mom with your tales from the globe side, will you?
Yeah, Peter, what were you apologizing for?
Well, but why don't you watch it yourself? I wasn't apologizing. I was just thanking the community here for being part of my journey and all the things I've learned on 24/7 Discord. You know, I mostly engage on Twitter, and the quality of flat earthers on Twitter is horrible, very low quality.
Oh,
so I
horseshit!
was,
You don't even engage with half of them.
What have you,
I was posting videos to my friends on Twitter and letting them know that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is where I learned Minecraft.
what did you learn from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Well, how to stay on point, how to make an argument that is, only about the shape of the Earth or the topology, as we would say, of the Earth's surface, and not go into all sorts of nonsensical, conjectures.
Yo, the Earth is round, bro. I don't know what you're on about.
We all used to think that we were all born glowers, dude.
Hey, yo,
Would you like to debate about it?
Yeah.
No,
I would
wait,
like to
Peter.
Peter, it's wrong.
Peter, no.
No, you don't get to talk to Peter, dude.
Here, bro.
I'm talking to this other guy.
What other guy?
What is the evidence that you have to support that the Earth is a globe? Abba?
Wait, I'm talking to my mother.
Oh wait, I have proof. I've actually made this proof over years of research.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy.
No, wait, he doesn't need to talk. He doesn't want to. So I'm talking.
I'm talking. Ships disappear when ships sail away from you, their hulls disappear before the masts. If the Earth was flat, the entire ship would shrink evenly. But on a round Earth, the curved surface hides the lower part first. Also, airplane flight paths. Planes fly curved routes because it's the shortest path on a sphere. You look on a plane, why would they fly? Why would they not fly in a straight line? Because it's not can I curse in the server or no?
Well, yeah, but let's just do 1 point at a time, man.
It's not a fucking map. It's not straight. It's not a plane.
You can go. Listen, you can go to all your points that you like. Just go through 1 point at a time. We can discuss each one.
All right. Give me an argument. Why the fuck the Earth is round? Why it's not round?
Can I address this guy without 5 people jumping in?
Yeah. Address me, buddy.
Round, you fucking dumbass niggas. Fucking dumbass.
You can say whatever you want, dude. It's not going to change the truth at all. Not even a little. All right, so if you're
just
saying
try to beat me, bro. Try to beat me. Go.
Yeah, I'm going to. Right. So you're telling me that when the ship disappears from the bottom up, you're saying that's due to the curvature of the Earth, yes?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. How did you prove that to yourself?
Well, it's been proven.
Okay, that's fine. How was it proven to you?
Bro, what do you mean? There's thousands of researches on Earth.
Well, yeah. I know. I want you to show to the audience how it was proven that there's demonstrated curvature from the ship disappearing from the bottom up.
Bro, it's literally on camera.
Okay, but how do you know it's curved? Because it's something that we see. How do I know it's the curve of the Earth?
No, because it
could just be an optical.
Because if it was flat,
bro.
If it was flat, the whole thing would disappear at the same time.
No, that's a wrong categorization. That's a wrong category, dude. Check this out. If it's an optical phenomenon, I'm gonna tell you.
It's on camera.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. Relax. So if it's an optical phenomenon, I could categorize it as a mirage, like a superior or an inferior mirage. And in the category of a superior mirage, I could say it's sinking. So if you look up superior mirage and you look up the word sinking, you're going to see the phenomena that details. And that will equate to exactly what you're witnessing with the ship disappearing from the bottom up.
No, it's not. This is not a superior mirage.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know? How did you distinguish it's not that?
Listen, you flat earthers cite the. You always claim
wait a second. That's not a rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal, bro. You got to give me a rebuttal. How do you know it's not an optical phenomenon like sinking? And you know it's a curve. How do you?
Let me speak. You guys always claim that it doesn't disappear like hull first, and it's just an optical illusion.
No. Hold on. Wait. No, we never said that. No, never said that. Never said that, bro. Never said that.
What are you saying? I'm right.
It's an optical effect called sinking, the superior mirage. And it doesn't always happen. It happens sometimes, not always.
That's what I'm trying to explain. A superior mirage is an optical phenomenon caused by light refraction. That's when it's really hot outside. It's really hot outside.
It's not really hot. It's not really hot. Yeah, it's not really hot, dude. It could just happen at any type of ambient temperature that will allow it. Oh, he ran away. Okay.
He'll take that as a win. He'll run away to his mates. I beat him, I had to run, and I won my last fight by 42 yards.
He's back. Go ahead, man. Abba, if you're there.
Yeah. Can I speak?
Yeah, don't run away though. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're rage baiting the shit out of me. Listen.
Don't worry about that.
Oh my. Listen, a superior mirage is like when it goes through the heat. Like there's different layers of air at different temperatures. That's what makes objects appear higher or distorted, right?
Okay, so my case was
it's extreme. Oh my lord, bro.
The case was, how did you distinguish what it is? If you're saying it's curvature, how do you know it's not an optical effect, bro? I'm trying to tell you.
Literally in every
How did you
single
determine it was
temperature.
curvature?
Listen. Oh my lord, bro. I'm understanding what you're trying to say, but listen. Superior mirages, like, it does not explain why ships disappear hull first. Disappearance happens daily, not rarely. Like, superior mirage is a rare phenomenon.
Abba, quick question. Does bottom-up obstruction only happen on curved surfaces? Yes or no?
Does what?
The effect that you call ships disappearing over the curve, does that only happen on curved surfaces?
Does bottom... All right.
Bottom-up obstruction. Things disappearing from the bottom up.
Abba, do you get what he's saying?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, what if we were to show you...
for you, mate.
Yeah, what if we showed you it happens on the horizontal plane? Like what's in the side chat. Look at side chat.
So inside chat, there's a picture of the two cans, right? Those two cans are sitting 22 feet away from the camera. The only difference is, for the two shots, camera was down at floor level and camera was lifted up. That's it. The cans are against the wall, flat floor, done. See in the bottom image how the bottom of the can's disappearing? Like as if it's gone over the curve? That is a perfectly flat surface. Now, the other problem we've got video footage of radio-controlled boats disappearing bottom up at only 100 yards. That's it.
Bro, where's that video? It's fake for sure.
No, wait a minute. You're saying it's fake for sure. You haven't even looked at it, dude. You can't be dismissive until you see it. You gotta at least entertain it and first check it out before you say it's fake for sure.
Bro, listen.
That sounds like you're being dismissive without even seeing the evidence.
Bro, the picture that you showed me of the coffee, it's not due, like, the change in, like, visibility is not due to the Earth's curvature. It's like, it's local obstruction. It's a change in the camera.
Right. So what we're telling you is, how is it possible that you're saying it's Earth's curvature? You get me? So now, how did you make the determination that it's an Earth curvature when it could be an optical effect, Abba? That's what we're trying to show you.
Literally, when people are high up in planes, in like really high planes, you can see that the Earth is curved.
So that's also wrong too, because if you're saying that it's Earth, because if you're saying it's Earth curvature, you can come back down to the ground and determine it by measuring the surface curvature, if there was one.
Bro, there was literally a group of flat earthers that like did so many experiments.
Don't worry about the flat earthers, bro. Don't worry about flat earthers. I'm asking you to determine how you know that it's Earth curvature, brother. That's what I'm saying. You don't have the evidence that it's Earth curvature.
I determined.
Who cares about what flat earthers do?
I can see. Oh, I see ships disappearing. I see them going bottom up. I gave you
the answer.
I see from how. I see from.
Bro, I gave you the answer to that. Right? The answer is it could be an optical phenomenon, brother. It could be something happening optically.
Yeah, listen, but a mirage, like a light refraction, like due to the temperature, is a really rare phenomenon. Like that's some shit you see in movies, right?
No, it's not rare, dude. It's not rare.
And bro, oh my fucking god, the boat disappearances, like bottom up, is like a daily thing. Like every ship disappears.
Yeah,
like that.
Hold on for a second. You're assuming. Why are you talking? You just had a meltdown because AV said one word and you decided to run through me. Not cool, bro. You're assuming it's due to curvature. If that's true, and this boat's disappearing bottom up is due to curvature, then we'd be able to measure the distance that they disappear over this physical ball. Would you agree with that?
I'm not taking your coffee picture as any evidence. That's totally.
I didn't ask you to take my coffee picture as anything. I said if the boats are disappearing over the ball, we'd be able to measure the distance from where you view this happen to where it happens. Do you agree with this? We'd be able to measure it.
Yeah, but why do you think that it's light refraction?
Well, hold on.
I never said anything about refraction.
Did you answer his question? Hey, dude, listen. His question is totally valid. If it was Earth's curvature, from where you're making your observation to the boat, you could measure the distance and say, I know how far away that boat is to where the curvature starts. You could do that. If it was true.
You guys are coming up with a bunch of mumbo jumbo conspiracy.
Dude, this is valid points, bro. It's valid points that you don't want to address because you want to adhere to the idea that the Earth is a globe at the end of the day. You want to win by just saying, nuh-uh. Well, he's giving you a valid point. It's like you could measure the distance from you to the boat easily. If you're saying that it's Earth curvature.
Yes. You can measure like when it starts curving.
Right, that's what we're saying, dude. Who's done that? We're asking you, who's ever measured that? You or anybody?
Wait.
No one's done that, Abba. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
For sure, people have measured.
That's what I thought. That's what I... Dude, you're like everybody here, man. All of us thought the same thing.
Surveyors and engineers, for sure.
Bro, no.
Here.
No, not even those guys, bro.
Here. In the Toronto skyline, like, you know, you can stand on, like, on the CN Tower, okay? You can stand, it's like a really high skyscraper. The bottom of the buildings, like, you can observe that the bottom of the buildings are hidden behind the curve.
Yeah, another example, just like the boat, right? Another example. We're going to tell you the same thing. Why can't people just measure from the distance where they're seeing it, like where they're observing?
Oh, can you disturb me? Why do I see it curved?
You're not seeing a curve, bro. You're seeing something like that looks like it's obstructed, and then you're assuming curve.
Oh, so why can't I see the horizon?
You can see the horizon.
What? No. When you go high up, you see the Earth is curved. So you believe all the space pictures are curved?
You don't see the Earth is curved, bro. You think it's curved. You're thinking it's curved. It's not curved.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Listen, when you claim you're going high up and seeing this curve, how high up are you going?
Like, I've seen a lot of pictures, a ton of... So you're saying that all the pictures are fake?
I didn't ask about pictures. I asked how high up are you going?
40,000 feet.
You sound broke. I don't think you've been in a plane.
Fuck you mean? It's 40,000 feet, cruising altitude.
Okay, all right. So you're.
So I've flown in planes plenty. I've never seen any curvature. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
it's just a bad example, dude.
So you either know that the Earth is curving or you don't, Abba. The problem. And it doesn't sound like you can determine that the Earth is actually curving. You're just assuming that it's curving based on these other examples that you've been talking about.
Yes, but listen, I know when on the commercial airlines the cruising altitude is not high enough to see the curve of the Earth. It's just barely noticeable.
Bro, we're not worried about these. Listen, bro, we're not worried about these examples you're showing us. We're asking you, how did you determine that it was curvature you think you're seeing, either in the boat, the CN Tower, or your airplane? How did you determine it was Earth's curvature?
Because I couldn't see the bottom of the building.
Yeah, but that's just you saying you can't see the bottom of the building. That's not you saying I know it's curving.
Bro, what the... Bro,
yeah, it's a mind job if you think about it. Listen,
if
logically...
If you debate any scientist on this, you're going to get absolutely rocked.
I've debated cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs. I've debated everybody, dude. There's no one out there that has this information, Abba. No one knows that the Earth is actually curving, dude.
If it'll make you feel better, AV, there was an aeronautical engineer in one of these rooms the other day that got kicked sideways.
Yeah, I've debated almost everybody whom you think would have the answers to this. Nobody, dude, over the 10 years I've been doing this, has the answer. And I've been talking to everybody, just like I'm talking to you.
All right, like, where's the edges of the Earth? What do you guys believe?
Nobody knows about the places that you're imagining are there, because those places, nobody can tell you about them because nobody's been there.
So what is Earth? What do you believe?
Earth is what you're standing on right now. It's what you see when you walk out your door.
You think we have like a glass dome? You think we live in a glass dome?
No, nobody's making any claims to glass domes, dude. All we're telling you is that the Earth is not what you're thinking it is as a sphere. Doesn't measure like one. There's no measurement for it.
Earth is a dimension.
Like, ask them, like, why can you see different stars from each part of the Earth? If Earth is round, everyone, like, should see the same stars at the same time.
That's incorrect, sir. That's incorrect. This one's a little more difficult because it has to deal with how your vision works. So it might be a little bit more confusing for you to talk about vision because it's kind of a deep discussion. So me to tell you real quick, it's not gonna work.
If the Earth is flat, as you say, the stars should be like in place. Why is some part of it, like some stars you can see in one side of the Earth, and other stars you can see on a different side of the Earth?
Yeah, because you're thinking of the Earth as a globe. That's why you're talking about different sides. And the Earth, the Earth is a horizontal plane. So across the surface of the Earth, like if you think about it like a giant table, right? Everybody's on the table. We're all horizontally across from each other. We're not like on the other side of a ball. That's the idea you have right now. That's why it's confusing you.
But that's the fact that you can't see some of the stars at different periods of time.
Yeah, that's because your vision is working, that it converges everything to the eye line. I'm going to tell you a little bit. Hopefully you understand. Yeah, your vision is converging everything off to the horizon. So when you see horizontally across the surface of the Earth, your vision converges everything to that eye line. So you can't see forever. In other words, even if the Earth is flat, you can't see forever, bro. That's a wrong understanding of flat Earth.
That's literally that's round Earth. You're just yapping.
No.
Earth is a sphere.
No, because you haven't produced. Listen, there's no measurement of the Earth having any curvature. What are you not getting from that?
Your only proof, all the flat earthers, your only proof to why the Earth is flat is because we don't have enough proof to.
Incorrect. How about this, Abba? How about this? How about we go and get a laser pointed over long distance, and we'll just go and measure the end of it and see how far off the ground it is?
Yeah, the Earth is not so small as you think. That a laser...
Hang on a minute. Oh, whoa, stop. Didn't you just say 10 minutes ago that ships disappear bottom up over the curve? So obviously you can see it. I tell you now, a laser can point further than what you can see.
Can't have it both ways, Abba.
I'm not talking to you, lady. What's the question again?
You claimed ships disappear bottom up.
Yes.
So that means you can witness that with your eyes. You can film it with a camera. We all agree with that. We all heard it, yeah? But it's not
but the Earth is not small enough for your
You've
camera.
got this preconceived idea. Why the fuck are you talking through me? That is so rude. See, everyone's just missed what you said because you decided to grind through me.
All right, go.
If we get a laser and point it 10, 20, 30, 40 miles, and then we both go round the other side of the lake and measure the distance the laser is off the ground. So at the end we use the pointer, we hold it at 1 foot. We set the thing horizontal, we go round the other side, 30 miles away. It should be, what, 400 foot in the air? If there's a curvature?
Yeah, but it was actually proven. Like this.
Not yet, but. No, stop. Not yeah, but. There's no but to it. If you're on a ball, that's approximately what... Actually, I'm going to get the Earth curve calculator out and we're going to do this properly. And I'll tell you exactly what the distance should be.
Bro, it was literally proven. They did the laser test.
No, you're not talking about a laser test. You're talking about a flashlight. So, let's have a look here.
What flashlight can go like this?
28.6 miles. Let's have a look here. We're going to set your observer height at 1 foot. Calculate. 499 foot of drop. So, if we go and do a laser test at 28.6 miles and we set the laser at 1 foot off the ground, At the other end, the laser should be 499 feet in the air. Now, the issue is, my little friend, when we do tests like this and we go around the other side and measure it, it's 1 foot in the air.
You can try it yourself. A powerful straight laser will eventually disappear.
Abba, how about we have some fun? Everyone start posting laser tests so this kid can watch a few videos. You watched what's called a mockumentary. They did a laser test trying to shine a laser through a couple of holes on boards. Is that the one you're talking about?
Wait.
Excellent. What I'd like you to do is go and watch the video again and watch what they use at the end of the video. They don't use a laser. They use a flashlight. And all they said at the end was, that's interesting. The reason for that is there's a thing on the end of the laser called an accumulator.
Do you know when you shine
There's a thing on the end. Yeah, great. But we'll get your stories in a second. You just want to jump away from the video now because I've debunked your debunking. And I haven't even started. Now, there's a couple of optical phenomena. When you shine a light through a small aperture, the light scatters. And you can test this for yourself with 2 sheets of paper and a pin. Put a pin prick in a sheet of paper, put a pin prick in another sheet of paper. Hold them 2 foot apart and see if you can see through the second one. Look through the first one, try to look through the second one, and watch what happens. You won't, because light scatters as it goes through holes. And that's what's happened with the torch light through the video, on the video. They should have used a laser, they used a torch. The laser broke. Okay? So they failed doing the test. They didn't even do it correctly. But they still put the video up anyways.
Sir.
It's for people like you.
So all these laser tests were debunked.
So all of the laser tests have been debunked. Please enlighten me.
They always do it over lakes because lasers are very prone to refraction. They're prone to refraction.
Hold on, someone else. You can be quiet for a second. So lakes are prone to refraction.
No, lasers are prone to light refraction over lakes.
Okay.
And
how much refraction should there be over lakes? So when we're talking refraction, what? Refraction as per Snell's law? Atmospheric refraction? What are you talking about? Please. There's so many different types. Fata Morgana, Fata Brumosa, towering, looming, sinking.
Wait.
Which one are you talking about?
They are all part of the same thing, though. They are all part of the same thing.
If you look at Fermat's principle, it'll give you a better understanding of how the way light takes the least amount of the path of least resistance when it's traveling through the air. So it's not necessarily going to be a straight line to you.
Wait. So the Netflix documentary.
So you claimed all the laser tests were debunked. Dandelion at 15 minutes past the hour posted up a 28.6 mile laser test.
Most of them are not outright fake.
That's a 500 foot drop. So you're telling me that your refraction gives you a 500 foot drop. If that's the case, you have to back this with some technical data.
He's not gonna get the data. Hey guys, good afternoon. I have a question for Flat Earthers, if I may.
Yeah, just relax, dude. We're having a conversation with someone. You don't get to decide who's going to be talking or not. We do.
Sure, that's why I asked.
Yeah, so therefore, you can wait your turn until the gentleman yields his time.
What yields his time? Let him ask a question. What is this? What are we in a Nazi regime?
You're up at the moment.
No, we're handling the conversation. You don't even get to decide. We do.
Wait, can you guys unmute my friend Crispy? He wants to help.
No, he's not going to help. We're either going to talk to him or you. Which one do you want to choose?
I talk to him right now. I'll come back after.
Sorry?
Okay, so if you guys don't mind, now when the mic is open, I've never seen so many people here. So I've been here 5 times trying to get the answer for this question. Does anybody know? Where is the sun? How far is it?
Yeah, you're not running things. We are.
The sun's up in the sky. There you go. That was easy.
You said crispy, right?
No, that's not Crispy. That's Joe. And you just muted him for no reason.
Yeah, because it's not crispy.
Bro, y'all
That's
are
the
crazy.
reason.
Just let Crispy talk, man.
We're trying
Hello, sir. Hello. First
Go
of all,
ahead,
sorry for being disrespectful. My friend Abu Boogie and me are we're around Earth believers. And let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, all of the people on Earth, from South America to Africa to Japan, could have seen the same stars over our head. But a person from Japan, a person from South America, and a person from Africa could not see the same stars. They see different stars. That means that the Earth is flat. Point. You have no answer for this because this is actually proven. This is, you can see this in your eyes.
We have an answer for that. You can't say we don't have an answer if you haven't even given us a chance to answer you back.
Okay.
So the answer is you have, what type of flat earth idea do you have in your head right now when you're saying this argument? Describe to me what flat earth is from making this argument. What does it look like?
What do you mean?
What does the flat earth look like that you're describing in this argument?
Flat Earth is just a plate. I'm looking at this like a plate. It's a plate that, yes, it's a plate that you cannot look down. If you look down, you see just nothing. You see the plate.
Is this,
if you look up,
hold on, Crispy. Is this plate a circle?
What? Yes.
Is this plate a circle?
Well, it can be. Well, it can be anything. It can be square.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Wait a minute. Wait.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the shape.
Stop, dude. Yes, it does. Because if you're describing something right now in your argument, it would only describe one specific type of flat earth that you have that you're describing. You say this cannot happen on a flat earth. The idea of looking at stars in different directions. This was your argument, right?
Yes.
Okay. What flat earth is that you're describing that this cannot happen on? Is it the one that looks like a giant circle?
Sir. Flat Earth.
Answer my question.
No, listen to me. No, you're interrupting. You're cutting me off of the sentence. Let me ask you this question. If the Earth is flat and people from Japan, people from South America were standing on the same...
You don't have to repeat yourself. What does that flat Earth look like? Describe it to me.
Bro, what is this?
The flat Earth is... I see the flat Earth as the model that you give is a plate and a dome over it.
Right. So therefore, I'm going to debunk your argument. Nobody in here says that that's what the Earth is. Period. So you can't use that as your argument to say that if you're standing south looking at the stars, it's going to be different from someone else, because nobody in here would advocate for that being what the flat Earth actually is. That's not flat Earth, sir.
So what's the Earth shape?
Listen, that's the thing. No one's claiming the shape, dude. This is where your argument is debunked. So therefore, your argument rested on the fact that it was a circle, a plate, like you said, and that's not what we're saying. So you can't use that in your argument. Therefore, your argument is debunked.
Okay, so if you're saying that my argument is debunked, what's the shape of the Earth that explains
We
the
don't
fact
make a
that
claim.
people...
Let me just say this. We don't make a claim to the shape. We will make a claim to the property or the aspect of what Earth is on its surface, which means that the surface describes itself, when we observe it, as a horizontal plane. So when you see water is horizontal on its surface. And there's a lot of water on the Earth. So we'd say the surface of the Earth, covered in mostly water that's horizontal, will be that such that the Earth that we can see in the known world is a horizontal plane or flat.
So
I didn't give you any shape when I said that, so I don't
Okay,
even.
so can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
According to you, well, do you agree that people from different parts of the Earth see different stars? You agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how can you what's your explanation? What is your model of flat Earth that explains the fact that people from different parts of the world see different stars? Because in my opinion, the only model...
I'll tell you.
Let me finish.
I'll tell you.
Let me finish.
You don't need to. I can give you the answer right now.
Sir, I want to finish my sentence.
Go ahead, finish what you're going to say.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So essentially, the model that we ascribe to when we look at the sky is a celestial sphere. According to being observer-centric, we say that everything looks to be like we're people making an observation are the center of the universe because of perspective, right? So you see everything at an angle of degrees to you. That's going according to the model of the celestial sphere. I'm not saying that the celestial sphere is an actual sphere. What I'm saying is your vision sees everything in a dome of perspective. So therefore, you can say that the stars look like at an angle of degrees based on your observation point.
Oh, yeah.
The celestial sphere is the model that we would go by. And based on the ancient Babylonians and Chaldeans that have made this abstraction, we can say that it's based on an observer looking at the night sky, essentially.
So, can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
So, when you look at the moon, yes, the moon, how can you explain the curve of the shadow over the moon? If Earth was flat, we could not see the moon.
Well, that's incorrect.
Would have been light only by the sun.
No, sir. The observation of the moon, sun, and stars are done based on the observations of the people looking up at the night sky or the daytime. So it has nothing to do with anything curving. I don't know why that would be an argument, but like, it's just people looking at the moon.
Is literally curved, sir. The moon is
time zones debunk the flat Earth.
So no, you're wrong there too. But the moon doesn't have anything to do with the Earth.
Yo, why are you saying this shit? It's disrespectful.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, dude. I don't know why that was needed, but so essentially what we're saying is when you look at the moon and you say that it's something, there's no way for you to know what it actually is because you can't test it, but you can see it looking like what you might think it is, right? So it could look like a globe with like features on it, like craters or whatever. But you're not going to be able to tell me exactly what it is. So you can just see it from a distance.
So
that's about as good as it gets.
So the moon doesn't exist.
I just told you. You can see it. I can see it. What do you mean it doesn't exist? That's not like a straw man argument you just.
The shadow over the moon is curved, which means the Earth is curved.
No,
it's not flat.
Hold on.
It does.
Hold on. You're talking about a lunar. Hold on, sir. Just wait a minute. Hold on. Are you talking about a lunar eclipse? Are you talking about lunar eclipse or moon phase? Which one?
No, I'm talking about the shadow that we can see every day over the moon. The
moon phase
has a shadow which is curved.
Yeah, it's the phase of the moon, but it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Whatever you say, sir.
Yeah, you can look it up. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Even in the globe paradigm, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's the angle of the light. It's the angle of the light hitting the surface of the moon, according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe. It has nothing to do with the Earth shape whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, let's go ahead and actually ask the question. Are you guys claiming that some kind of shadowing or darkness of the moon has anything to do with the shape of the Earth? If so, can you show us or give us a diagram or even give us the evidence that you have that it does? Nobody? So why are you bringing it up if it doesn't prove anything? This is ridiculous. Am I by myself in here? Did they all clam up by asking for evidence and they shut up?
Oh, I don't know. Crispy is still here. Who was just talking? Was it Abba or Crispy? I thought it was Crispy.
It was Abba then Crispy. Crispy.
Hello. I was muted.
Tell me how the moon or the shadow or whatever you think is happening with it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
All right, sir. Do you believe your eyes? Do you believe your eyes shows you the truth?
No, not always.
Not always. All right, sir. So why on a lunar eclipse Earth casts curved shadow on the moon?
You just made the claim that the Earth is casting that shadow. Now I want you to prove to me that the Earth is actually making a shadow on the moon.
What?
So, for your convenience, Crispy, what he's talking about, if you have a look at 27 past the hour I posted up 2 short GIFs for you. One of them is a blue ball and a white ball. Blue ball casting a shadow on a white ball. And the other one is a ruler casting a shadow on a ball. 2 separate little videos there. Have a look at the shadow on the white ball. That's what would happen if the Earth was casting a shadow on the moon. And I can assure you now, that is not what we see in reality. So one should think about maybe it's not the Earth casting a shadow.
So what casts a shadow?
That's a great...
We don't know. We don't even know if it's a shadow. Isn't that fun how we can say we don't know, but you actually don't either? It's just a claim that you made and you don't have any evidence for it?
Because the Earth casting a shadow is the only normal explanation.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to demonstrate that, not just claim it.
Hold on, guys. Let's be fair. The ball experiment of a blue ball and a white ball, that does not that's not the strong evidence that you suggested is.
You're right. It's not. So what I need is the actual evidence that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. No, I'm not going to let you finish. You're going to shut the hell up. All I need from any of you is the actual evidence, because I have to actually talk to you like this, because no one's giving the evidence that we're asking for.
No, sir, you're just talking disrespectful.
We need to know how you know. How do you know that that's the shadow of the Earth?
How do you know? How do you know that this is not the shadow?
How do you know that I know that you?
No, don't reverse the burden. You made the claim that it is. You need to demonstrate how you know it is.
All right. So let me ask you a question. Over the normal explanation, yes, the normal explanation.
Crispy, just so you know, just hold on a second, brother. Crispy, just so you know, normally when you explain something, it doesn't involve asking questions. For example, I know the Earth is flat because it's measured flat. See how I didn't have to ask you a question in that? So you're going to explain now, answer his question.
All right, sir. Just a minute.
He needs a minute? Maybe Google it. Maybe talk to ChatGPT and see what they say. Are they going to have the evidence we're looking for?
Probably.
Great. Can't wait. Leaf, were you looking for somebody?
How they already knew it was a globe, but yet now they're looking for evidence of it. Interesting.
It's strange.
Well, when when they use evidence that requires evidence itself, it becomes a bit tedious, doesn't it?
Did you guys think you could just come in here?
Sorry, mate.
Right, and just say things and then we have to accept it? Well, we'll just say shit and then we won't provide any evidence. That will be our evidence, is saying things. Leaf, were you white knighting for somebody?
Yeah, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Why does it matter if the Earth is flat or globe?
If it doesn't matter to you, then don't worry about it.
No, I'm asking you, why does it matter to you?
Well, how am I going to convince you how it matters if right now in your mind you don't think it does? My reasons are my reasons, your reasons are your reasons, right?
Yeah. I'm curious. Want to know, why does it matter to you?
Well, let me ask you, do you think it's important to know the truth or to know a lie? Thanks. I'm sorry, your Wiki Google search will have to wait for a second.
All right, even if you know the Earth is flat, how does that impact you?
No, I do know it's flat. That's the fun part about this. It's because it's measured that way. And Lord Kelvin said to measure is to know.
You don't need to. I'm not attacking your position. I'm just asking, why does it matter and how does that impact your life?
I just told you. Knowing the truth is better than believing a lie. Because if you act by the lie, you're going to get yourself in trouble, aren't you?
Okay.
Yeah, speak now.
That's all I need to know.
The moon is 384,000 kilometers from Earth. To block the sun's light at that scale, any other object would have to be gigantic and orbit exactly between the Earth and the moon, and do so consistently every eclipse. There is no such object. The only object large enough and the right location is the Earth itself.
Excuse me, that number that you gave me, that how many ever kilometers it was? 300,000. Who measured that and how?
300. Bro, math. Just
math doesn't measure things. Math is a tool.
By light. Listen, sir. By
okay,
light.
No worries.
By light.
How do you do it?
Light speed.
Light speed. Oh, okay.
Light speed.
So who did this?
There's many ways. There
Who did this?
There's math.
No, I don't need you to appeal to me, son. Son, don't just yammer at me. Get me who did it and how they did it.
All right, sir.
Don't tell me I can do it.
The distance between the moon and the Earth. Ancient Greeks measured it. Johannes Kepler and Galileo Galilei measured it. Giovanni Cassini and others.
Okay, how'd they do it? How'd they do it?
Used a method called parallax. Observers at two distance points on the Earth measure the moon position against the background stars at the same time. The difference in angle gives you a way to triangulate the moon's distance. This gave much better estimates, around 384,000 kilometers.
Oh, this is an estimation.
Modern. No, I can go further.
Okay.
Modern era laser ranging. After Apollo missions, NASA astronauts placed special reflectors on the moon during Apollo 11, 14, and 15. Scientists on the Earth shot laser beams at these reflectors, and the time how long it takes from the sun takes to the light to bounce back. Since light travels at a known speed, this gives extremely precise distance measurements within a few centimeters. Average distance, 384,000 kilometers. Moon is slowly moving away at 308.8 centimeters per year. We know this thanks to lasers.
Okay.
Now
so we have a ping off of the moon.
What?
No. So
there's a lot of assumptions like this. The one-way speed of light is an assumption.
Yeah, so we have a problem with a lot of these measurements. Number one, the parallax that you spoke of. Well, let's talk about the parallax for a second. What was the difference in degrees and how they measured those angles?
You tell me.
I'm asking you. This is your claim.
What's what?
Give me the parallax, the angles, and how they measured
I'm
it.
trying to point out the fact that we can only measure the two-way speed of light because we have to have it come back.
No, that's not at all what I was talking about.
Goofy argument because it's the same logic.
That's not what I was talking about. I don't know why you're bringing that up. So, anyways, tell me about the angles that they measured in this parallax. When did they do it, and how was it performed?
Just a minute, sir.
He's frantically chat GPTing right now, so maybe give him a little bit.
I am.
I know. See, you don't know any of this information, dude. You're just gonna read whatever it says and then probably just believe without even finding out how they did it.
Bro, I'm just reading.
I know.
You want me to read
You're in a world of belief, dude. So that's all you're gonna do is just keep.
One in location. Listen, sir. Imagine two observers on the Earth. One in location A, say New York. One in location B, say Paris. At the same time, they look at the moon and record the angle between the moon and the reference star in the sky, the exact time of observation, because the moon moves quickly. The angle is measured. Let's break it down into clear parts. Angular position of the moon. Each observer measures the apparent position of the moon relative to the background stars. Because they're in different places on the Earth, the moon appears in slightly different positions in the sky. This difference in position is called the parallax angle.
Okay, terrific. So what you just gave me is that the moon is moving and that they measured angles at the surface of the Earth, which means they assumed the Earth to be flat. So now they measured a flat Earth with a moving moon. That doesn't do very well for your claim.
No, they didn't. They measured it in a round.
That's what you just... Read it to me again.
No.
Read it to me again.
No.
Oh, you don't want to read it because they were taking angles to a moving heavenly body? Is that the part that you don't want to read out?
No. Imagine two observers on Earth. One in location A, say New York. One in location B, say Paris. At the same time, they look at the moon and record the angle between the moon and the reference star in the sky, the exact time of observation, because the moon moves quickly. The angles
moves quickly. There it is. So a moving moon and a flat Earth because you're taking angles from the surface of the Earth, right?
Yep.
No.
Well, you can't pre-assume you're on a globe. You wouldn't be begging the question using circular reasoning now, would you? I mean, you can't pre-assume that the thing you're trying to prove. You can't be using the Earth as if it's the thing that you're trying to prove that it is. That's circular reasoning.
So we have a moving moon and a flat Earth in his example. Well, that's strange. This parallax must take into some kind of account an assumption that it's the Earth that's moving and spinning and around. But that's not what he described to me.
All right, guys. The Earth is the Earth is a ball.
Okay, where's the curvature that we can measure?
You can fly to the moon. Okay.
You can fly to the moon. You can do that. I can't. I know I can't fly to the moon, but you think you can?
All right. So let me ask you a question. In my opinion, where they measured and where they put the angles, it doesn't matter because I asked you a question before. And you moved your question to somewhere else. So
no, I didn't move it. I just showed that the parallax that you were using as an example was giving us a moving moon and a flat Earth, and I thought that didn't really line up with the claim that you made.
Why did you ask this? Because you wanted to ask me, how do I know what's the distance between the Earth and the moon? So I'm asking you.
Right. So we started with parallax. We showed that as... I don't know why you're asking. Dude, I just wanted to show you that the parallax used a flat Earth and a moving moon. And now, what do I believe? Oh, I didn't make any claims. About what?
What do you believe? What's the distance between the Earth and the moon?
I have no idea.
Yes, but you have no idea because the only object that fits between what can cast shadow over the moon is the Earth. No other object.
No, that's definitely not the only thing that can happen. That's you affirming the consequence. Basically, what you're saying. I'll give you the logical form. Are you ready for it? If the Earth is a sphere, then there will be a shadow on the moon that looks round. Oh, there's a shadow on the moon that looks round. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. That's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. It's a really terrible argument.
It's a great argument.
But affirming the consequent, actually, it's a fallacy.
It is a great argument because you can tell me what other object can cast shadow over the moon. That's not the.
I didn't say that there was even anything casting a shadow over the moon. There's no evidence that it's a shadow. It's a darkening.
I don't know.
I don't even know if it's a shadow. Do you have evidence that it's a shadow?
There's so many holes in your theory. You just don't know.
There's no theory. I didn't give you a theory.
So your theory is that there's darkness over the moon.
Why? Crispy. He didn't give you a theory, and you just continued on your theory. He hasn't given you one. So how can you have holes in something that's not given?
So how can? So you said there's darkness over the moon. Well, why the darkness changes?
I have no idea.
You have no idea because you have all these holes in this flat Earth theory.
Okay, so let me ask you a question really quick. Do you think it's better to assume fallaciously that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon without deducing anything else? Or do you think it's better for people to go, I don't know? Do you think you should just make it up? Or do you think people should say, I don't know? Which one's better? I don't know or make shit up? Which one's better?
Well, obviously, it's just not the Earth is casting moon over the Earth. Is
you keep saying that. It's almost like you're chanting your religious doctrines. You're saying it's true, but you don't have any evidence for that. You're just saying it. You're making shit up.
I do have.
What is your evidence? I want your evidence that it is the Earth casting a shadow on the moon. That's what I want.
The moon is 384 kilometers from Earth.
That's not evidence. That's not evidence.
Let me tell you.
You've already repeated this. You've already given me your ChatGPT. So I need you to give me the evidence, sir. Give me the evidence, sir.
Yeah, I will give you the evidence. Do you believe the sun is is lightning?
No.
Believe it.
Is lighting things?
Lighting things.
Obviously, the sun is casting light on the earth. That's not in contention.
Do you believe that the sun is casting light?
His beliefs have nothing to do with your evidence. Crikey,
No, I'm
some of
asking
you
you a question.
Globers still believe in
Well,
Santa
obviously-
Claus. Does that prove that the earth is round?
Yes.
Your beliefs
The
have
sun
nothing
is
to
casting-
do with
the sun
measured
is casting-
reality.
The
So
sun is casting.
stop chanting
No,
about the
no.
sun when you're discussing the moon.
Yes.
And anyways,
the sun is
why are you
casting-
talking about the moon as if it's some proof of ground shape? The last time I checked, when I wanted
is.
to study the floor or measure the floor, I didn't look at the ceiling.
Yes, you did.
So you believe the moon is proof of the ground.
Listen, yes, I do because the sun is casting light, and the only thing that can block the light that comes to the moon is the earth.
My friend,
only option.
you are assuming many things in this, and I'll tell you. Number one, you're assuming that the earth, if you could just shut your mouth and listen, I'll tell you. You're assuming that the earth is a ball. You're assuming that the sun is 93 million. Oh, he ran away.
Yeah, he had his little spiral and melt and ran. So we had ABBA, who had a breakdown, who was getting information off that Crispy in the background. And Crispy was the White Knight. We let him in, and he had a meltdown.
The White Knight. I love that word.
Well, that's what they are. I'll save the day.
Listen, unironically, White Knight's gotta be like one of the worst people you'll ever meet. Like, it's actually kind of sad. God, I knew this, like, I was dating this chick once, and like her guy best friend got like mad at me because I was mad at her because she said some bullshit, and I was just pissed off at her, right? Like, it was personal, but I was mad at her because she did some shit, and her guy best friend got mad at me, and I shit you not, he says in front of her, he's like, "Oh, what do you guys like talk to each other like that? Like, you're not even like good for each other." Like, first of all, who the fuck are you? Like, to get in the middle of our fucking relationship. You know what I mean? Like, people like that just piss me off. Like, some people just need to shut their mouths, you know?
Awesome. Since you're talking, and no one else wants to, what's your take on it? Is it a
flat Earth?
Magic monkey water ball flying through the vastness of space, tilting, wobbling, spinning? Or is it plain with topography?
I don't think it's a magic monkey water ball, no. But I do think it is a what's it called? It is a spherical shaped mass floating in space.
Why do you think it's a spherical shaped mass?
Why do I think it's a spherical shaped mass?
I've got to apologise first. I've got 3 minutes and I've got to go to work. So yeah.
Well, I'll make this quick.
No. Someone else will probably take over because there's a whole lineup of people here, all sitting there rubbing their hands together.
I'm messaging DJ as well, I'm just reading his stuff right now. I'm gonna message him soon. Yeah, I'll do you a favor, DJ. I'll write you a whole like thesis.
Oh, I could just explain it. I could just explain it here. I didn't even know that was you talking to Matrix just then. I was listening. I was wondering where you were. I only just noticed it was you in the VC. So yeah, it would have been easier if I just explained all that rather than typing it all out in the DM.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's better in the DM because then it'll be easier for me to refute. Because then there's like no chance of miscommunication, all that. Everything's handwritten, you know. Because sometimes
that's actually true. That's actually true. So you can analyze it all step by step, and then have time to.
There's a lot of stuff.
I'll continue to do that anyway because I can't really VC at the moment anyway. So
yeah, this is why I don't like debating in voice chat because a lot of stuff just gets lost in like the noise of like other people, and then other people start interrupting and stuff. It's just better to do it in DMs, to be honest with you.
Cool.
Also, I'm working on my chem homework right now, so gotta lock in for that as well. But don't worry, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'll just finish. I've almost finished. So yeah, I'll just pop it in the DM anyway.
All right, go for it, man. Hey, if you could provide to me like experiments proving the flat Earth, that'd be cool as well, because then I could actually peer review those too. If you have those, like I know you sent me one right now, but if you have it like with the methodology and stuff, you can list it. That'd be cool. That way I can peer review it.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe we have slightly different idea of what an experiment consists of. I mean, I would call this an observation, and it's more geometry rather than a scientific experiment. I mean,
the observation is part of the experiment, right? So the experiment, you got a question, and then you make an observation, you create a hypothesis for it, you get your variables and all that, right? So like you're showing me right now the observation, but if you could like list the methodology, like the steps they took, what they use.
Well, this isn't something that I'm presenting as flat Earth proof or anything like that, right? This is testing certain characteristics that must be present for the Earth to be a globe.
Okay. Yeah, but you can still conduct experiments just proving that, right? Like there's experiments out there.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it would technically fall under that category, but yeah. I mean, you can call it an experiment if you want. I mean, it's a long distance observation. It's essentially testing for things that must be there if the Earth's a globe. I mean, I'm not going to get.
Yeah, but even in science, like even to disprove, you need an experiment to disprove it, right? Like I mean, Einstein, he had to like disprove the whole fact that light didn't have any energy, and he had to prove it in an experiment, which is where we get the whole photoelectric effect from. It's just an example, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're talking about natural science, I mean, wouldn't you would observe a naturally occurring phenomena, and then you would make a prediction, and then you would test it, and validate the cause and effect relationship. Rather, this is more like we've been told that this object has certain dimensions, right? So it's kind of like, if I buy a table and it's supposed to be a certain size and the top's supposed to be curving or something, like, anyway, whatever. And then I get the table and I'm just testing it to make sure it matches what we've been told it is. I mean, I don't know if that counts as science. It's more measurement, based. It's just it's an observation, and then you're doing some geometry.
It is science, but like if you're gonna publish it to a journal, like a lot of snobs, and I hate this because I had to like rewrite my entire paper pretty much because my professor was like, he's one of those like old science snobs. He's like in his 80s. He's really old into it. He's an old physicist. He's like, yeah, no, your citation format, it's terrible. You need to fix that. Your data is wrong because you didn't use the proper formatting. It's got to be Arial and all that. So it's not a scientific paper. And I had to like get around to doing all that. Like that's the shit that I hate. It's about the whole peer review process because they'll look at every little detail. If you misput a comma, they'll get on you for it. It's very rigorous to get your paper out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I got you.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have to do it like formally like that. I'm not a crazy like research paper snob like that. But if you could just like do the basics, like the methodology, abstract, your variables, your data, that's fine. You can even base it off the video. As long as you have the numbers, it's cool. I'm cool with that. Because then we can actually peer review it, and then it'll actually be an actual debate instead of just like how most of these like other globers just like say a bunch of like random stuff they don't really understand.
Isn't the Black Swan modus tollens that?
The what? The Black Swan? Yeah, I've heard of it. It's just a video, but if you have a paper,
hold on. The modus tollens from the Black Swan. It lays that all out for your globe claims. Everything that you need for what you just said is in the modus tollens.
Could you DM me that? I'll take a look at it. Just DM it to me.
I don't know why you're portraying your professor in a negative light because he has high standards
I'm
for
not
you.
portraying him in a negative light.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you
I'm
said you
just-
hated it. You said you hated to be held to a higher standard. That's what you said.
That's not what I said. I hated how he critiqued my paper on like the small details. That doesn't mean I hate the guy. You know, like
Oh, yeah.
you can.
Yeah, I
view
meant, yeah,
someone, you
hated
gotta-
what he
you gotta
was doing.
critique
Yeah,
someone.
that's right. Yeah, so
me ask
why
you a
do you hate
question.
it? Like, don't you want to be challenged and not, don't you want to be challenged to go beyond what you know?
If it's to talk about like my formatting and how I formatted the paper, it's like it's not really adding or removing anything. Like the data is all fine. Like the way I conducted the experiment is fine. He was just critiquing like small details like that, which I didn't like. That doesn't mean I hate the guy. He's a great mentor.
Yeah, and he's old school, so yeah, he wants you to be precise and accurate. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kiwi Buzz put it in the text chat there for you. That's what he's talking about, 54 minutes after the hour.
Let's see here. This is it? Okay. All right, cool. I'll make a rebuttal for that soon. I'll DM it to you. Let me add you real quick so I can remember this. I'll make Max friends already? Jesus, I have so many people added on this site. What do I even do? Friends, hang on. Let's figure this out. Oh, here we go.
I'll post you the full video that goes along with that image that's in that Modus Tollens there as well.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because that's just a still shot, just a screenshot taken from the full high definition video.
Okay, cool. I will look at that video and I will give you my rebuttal. Who is this talking? It's Kiwi, right?
It was before. It was Kiwi that presented the particular one there with the oil platforms.
Oh, this is DJ talking. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll DM it to y'all both. I'll write it.
Yeah, he's a Kiwi. We don't sound like that.
I don't know. They're both part of the empire. Who knows? I'm not even American. You know, a lot of people think I'm American, which is crazy. No, I'm not. I'm not Canadian. Not at all. I'm Hispanic.
Oh, okay, but you live in America, or?
I live in Miami. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You sound.
I just go here for school though. I don't actually like live in the States. I don't want to live here either. Listen, America is an interesting country. It's just not for me.
Yeah, it's right down the bottom of my travel list.
Yeah, I can see why. A lot of people here are kind of rude. It's not like back home. Don't even get me started on like the whole dating. Okay, you know, like you ever off topic, but you ever like go on the Instagrams and you see like the whole like, oh, don't let your girl go on a girls trip to Miami or whatever. I can see why that's a popular like tag here. You know, like you ever go to a club in Miami? Like most of the girls there already have boyfriends. They're just cheating on them, which is like crazy.
Yeah, that kind of degenerate, skank culture.
Yeah, it's just a hookup culture. It's toxic. That's why I don't really be dating like seriously over here. It's too much of a risk.
Hypergamy.
Leo, I should tell you that if you tell people you're Hispanic is defined as a Spanish-speaking American. So just be careful about that.
Spanish-speaking American. Hispanic means they come from Hispania.
No, Hispanic means Spanish-speaking America. Look it up. American.
No, it just says. That's one definition. The other one is just relating to Spain or Spanish-speaking countries.
Are you from Spain, Neo?
Yes, my mom is, and my dad, he's indigenous Cuban. So I'm like half.
Where are you from?
I was born in Spain. Oh my god, no way. I just won this raffle for the World Cup. I got free tickets. No fucking shot.
Congrats.
I know, that's very exciting. You know how much people pay to go to those? I'm at school during that time, and I think the World Cup's coming over here during that time. That's very exciting. Who's playing? Let me see.
So slow. Did you connect to me? Still slow?
Open mic there, DJ.
Oh. Cheers to you.
Oh, my microphone works. Oh, the Earth is a sphere.
Oh,
It really
what?
is.
Oh,
Big
hello,
round
Barrett.
sphere.
What's your evidence for this sphere? That's all you got is a claim? Nice horse picture.
Well, yeah, he posted a $10 Amazon toy globe, and then I posted a bunch of pictures showing that globes, right? They have stickers on the bottom of them saying that they're for decorative purposes only and not for educational purposes. And then he replied, "My friend, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat A4 paper." Please have self-respect.
Yeah, we're not the ones getting our worldview at the toy store, Bix.
There is an educational version too. Sells for $20.
Yeah? Has that been tested to match reality? Do you have any evidence who did that?
Does it predict tides?
Either way, the Earth is certainly not flat.
Because of hills and waves and things? Sure.
Now, you're the ones making a positive claim. Where's your evidence?
Okay. Yeah. There you go, in the side chat there. Loading. 21 miles, no curve. There you go. Can't be a globe. .293 foot of missing curvature. Horizon, missing. Globe debunked. And there's countless more. But that one's enough. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, man?
Yeah, not much.
Good to see you.
Some rainy weather here. Is it hot?
Today.
Is it hot where you're at?
Yeah, it's been pretty warm. It's getting hotter towards the end of the week and weekend. Another heat wave's coming back, plus 30 degrees.
Yeah, man, we've had it here. It sucks when it gets over 30.
Yep. But nicely done just a moment ago. I like the way you slapped that laser test down. Positive claim. Yeah, there you go. There it is, measured flat. Lots of missing curvature there. Straight line between laser and target. Beautiful. Awesome.
That's it, yeah. And then crickets.
I love that tune. The tune of silence. It's brilliant.
It's the sound of an echo chamber.
Sorry, you were supposed to respond when you got the evidence, but you shut up.
Remove the text mute and I'll show you my picture.
Oh, that's nice.
No. Yeah, you meant to respond to what I presented. You didn't even, you just ignored it. It just hand wave dismissed it. You asked me for evidence. You asked me for evidence, and then you didn't even look at it. You just hand wave dismissed it.
It's a nice picture, but that's not evidence.
It's not a picture.
Yeah, it is. It's a GIF.
No. Yeah. It's from a full video though. It's a video. Yeah, that's what a GIF is. Do you see what's in the GIF? Right, it's a 21-mile lake called the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, and the camera's set up at 5 foot high. Right, and the shoreline on the other side of the lake is the target. Now, over 21 miles, there must be 293 foot of Earth curvature. There also must be a horizon at 2.7 miles away. If the Earth's a globe. But it isn't, right? And that's why there isn't any curvature over the 21 miles. That's why there is.
Maybe if you zoom in some more, you might see the evidence, but it's not there. Zoom in some more.
Maybe if you look further.
Exactly.
You can see the shoreline.
Sorry, the thing is, it should be well before. We shouldn't be able to see the shore. The horizon should be in front, blocking our ability to see the shoreline. But you're saying if we zoom in more, we should see further and the curvature will be there. How big do you think this ball is? Question mark. Question mark. How big do you think the ball is?
That's questions for you, Bix. Can you hear?
Remove my text mute so I can show you the picture. Undeniable evidence.
How big do you think the globe Earth is?
So your only rebuttal to this long distance observation is that he needs to zoom in more. Even though we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that must be hidden by over 200 feet of Earth curvature behind the 2.7 mile horizon that has to be there, which isn't there. But if he zooms in further, the shoreline will disappear?
No, I'm saying there's no evidence in this silly picture, but maybe if you zoom in, it could be there somewhere hidden in one of those little pixels of yours.
Well, that's a weak rebuttal, right? So, okay, I'm going to give you the text poems or whatever you're asking for, and let's see what you got as counter evidence to that. Just a second. All right, see if you can post it. Oh, pictures from outer space. How did you validate the picture?
Seriously.
Well, a great way to test any picture from outer space would be to see if there was convergence in reality. Oh, damn. It's not there.
Is he trolling or is he serious or? Bix, do you think this is in rebuttal to what DJ has posted and spoke about?
Yeah, the first part of that link, it says only a select few have looked at Earth from space firsthand.
Before is completely abstract. It doesn't come
They
from any
just sent
data.
it to 83 up to that point, which is funny.
Yeah,
It's right there. Yep.
Yeah, that's another layer of BS, man.
I mean, it's times like this, like when you have data all over the place, that an argument could be made for centralization. I'm serious, man. I'm serious. Like, yeah, because the left hand don't know what the right hand's doing, except for we got more than two hands. We got a million hands, and none of the hands know what the other hands are doing.
I hear you. I hear you. Centralization with extreme transparency.
Yeah, and accountability. That's the key part.
Yeah.
Accountability with clear consequences.
There are going to be a lot of people, highly credentialed, who are going to feel really freaking stupid the more this movement of ours picks up steam.
It is too, man. Like I like stuff I've been watching on YouTube. Like some of these people that are like they're mainstream. I'm gonna call them super mainstream, but they're physicists, but they're heterodox within the physics community. More and more, I hear them using arguments that use the same principles of argumentation that we use. Basically the logical foundations, right, of like what they're doing and why it's wrong, and like. So Stephen Crothers, for instance, he was on Demystify. Yeah, he starts arguing against like how the second law of thermodynamics is impossible in space, right? But then he gets asked about the Earth, right? And then he's like, "Well, we got a surface. At least we got one surface, right? But with the sun, right? It's just gas on gas, so you don't even have that surface. You don't even have a one-sided surface. You have no surface at all,
right?
Right." So what's the pressure of one gas? Like you know what I mean? And that's not a pressure. That's a collision. And you could extrapolate it to a pressure, but it's not actually. You can't actually have a pressure. Pressure doesn't mean anything without a freaking law, right?
Boundary conditions
pounds per square inch, right? Per square inch that means something. So, but he hand waved it away, like when the dude who's also like a PhD, I think did teach at university. So him and his wife are both PhDs, and they both taught at university. Dude taught like I know he said he's taught astronomy. So they're like, so the question he asked me, he's like, well, we have the Earth, right? So he this is what's his pushback, like you can't have pressure of a gas, a gas can't like pressurize itself. And he's like, well, we have the Earth. And he's like, well, we have a surface. And he just like completely dodged it, right? He just like, not going there. You know what I mean? Like, it's like he knew about this argument. Okay? Like,
listen to us, man. They have to. At some point, somebody reported back to the mothership that there are these crazy flat earthers who might actually have some formal education in some of the same things we do, and are making us look like clowns.
Yeah, no matter what everybody feels about QE, he's a person that has like taken this argument. I'd never heard it before him, though I've thought of it, but I never like invested any mental energy into it. You know what I mean? I just thought like it's the same thing with like, can I dig to China? You think about it for 2 seconds and then you move on, and it's like, well, how does the gas not go into outer space? You just think about it for 2 seconds and then like you move on. Like he's the one who's taken this gas pressure out of the container and moved it forward, regardless of whatever you think is, he should or shouldn't be doing. He deserves credit for that, dude.
I agree. I mean, he's become polarizing. I think he's become frustrated and impatient.
I mean, that's understandable. Some people still don't get it. I mean, to be honest, like the Black Swan, and a year later, people are still thinking it's about the oil rigs. Whether you could see the bottom of the oil rig. Flat Earthers been behind you.
Yeah. He gets very frustrated about that. He does.
Yeah.
But then again, rightly so, because he's explained it so many times, and that's his way. He's done a fantastic work over the years, though.
I just want to earlier stuff, man, from like 5 years ago when he was friendlier. and he used to do long form presentations on real science. Those are gems, folks. Those are worth listening to, regardless of how you feel. Sorry, am I making too much ambient noise?
No, you're good.
No, that's all right, mate.
Doing some like plumbing.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
mean, it doesn't matter who says something; it's either true or not. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with who said it.
Yeah.
And the fact is, QE is. If he didn't invent it, he's the one who's championed it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, he's pushed it, hasn't he? Yeah, definitely.
I miss those old like Skype call sessions with Robert Bassano. That guy was a character, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, their interaction was pretty funny, dude. I used to crack up listening to those too.
Yeah. I'm a latecomer to this, so I had to listen to all that recently, within the last few years. Wish I was there back then.
I watched it live, dude. Like,
yeah.
Oh, you were lucky. You were lucky.
Me too.
What's that?
India, do you remember? Do you remember what was that when Robert Bassano, went for a certain of time, made a pause because. Do you remember he threatened someone? he was so angry. He told him you'll come.
Oh yeah, dude.
Delete.
Yeah, he made a whole video about the freaking some person. Can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Robert Bassano said, "I don't care. He's talking too much shit. I will go to him and off him."
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There were times when he'd be putting up some of his sensitive data, and it might not be his sensitive data, someone else, and he'd be saying, "Don't any of you fuckers start bloody, copying stuff down because you'll find your
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
He also caught him fucking around with the International Registry of Space Vehicles.
There you
They
go.
were, and luckily for him, he screenshotted it. So he looked for I think it was the Hubble telescope.
Yes.
Right? And it wasn't listed on the International Registry of Space Vehicles. Then he called it, emailed, and then 2 weeks later, it's up there. They had first they took the entry down, and then it came up.
Well
so there was
done.
no entry at all. There was only the servicing missions.
Yes, that's right.
The thing they put in the sky, there was no record of that.
Yeah, that's right. It was meant to be the heaviest payload lifted to the highest altitude, you see, and that would have been the Hubble, right?
Right.
But it wasn't mentioned in the something FA Federal International So that's quite interesting that they put it in a few weeks later. Wow.
Yeah, just an oversight, guys. Very interesting oversight. It wasn't like a resupply mission that they left out to the Russian Mir in 1991. No, it was the freaking Hubble they left out.
I verified like the process that you have to do to even get there. That has to be like signed by government officials. Like you can't just say, "Yeah, by the way, we put something in orbit." You got to have there's like a form they have that like someone has to fill out and it has to be like what do you call it? The seal of the freaking Secretary of State or something. Yeah.
Right.
That's
right. Wow.
Yeah.
Funny you talk about the Mir telescope. Yeah. Funny you talk about the Mir satellite.
Yeah.
Robert Bassano highlighted the fact that Mir satellite could have been a helium balloon with a camera attached to it.
Yeah.
Because it seemed to be that NASA was using a lot of helium at the time when Mir was saying it was doing things in space. And it all seemed to coincide.
Put up a balloon with a camera, call it the Mir. You switch it out to show everybody that it's flying over the world. And then you switch to a ground station in freaking Moscow or something where astronauts are playing around on tethered freaking harnesses.
Yeah.
And the most important thing with Bassano was he always presented proofs in forms of documents or Skype calls.
Yes.
Most of the time, documents. And that's why he always said, most of the time he started his videos with phrase.
Yeah,
You know,
it's not
guys.
what you know, it's
remember,
what you
guys.
can prove.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
open about
It's not what you
speculation,
know;
too.
it's what you can prove. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was wild with
Yeah.
the speculations. I don't think he really ended it. The Earth is flat either. When he released like a manifesto before he popped out to Colombia or something,
Yeah.
he released what's called a Bassano hypothesis. I still have the document. It's not on his Google Docs page anymore, but
yeah, he was
he's not-
moving
he's
in
not a
leaps
flat
and
earther.
bounds. He was
Yeah.
moving in leaps and bounds. That Robert Pisano. Yeah, I'd like to take the opportunity just quickly to give a big shout out to Riley Crater, the Riley Crater. He's right in there with us now.
Oh,
He put
Rayleigh
out some really
Criterion,
good
yes.
Yeah, he's put some really good videos out. I'm posting one of them right now. It's leveled water in flight, leveled liquid in flight, right? A really good one. When he traveled across east to west, I think it was, across the United States, and he's got his drink, I think it was apple cider, on his table, proving that, you know, there should have been 1,375 miles of curvature during that distance, right? But it wasn't there, and the liquid was perfectly level. And he also helped me, gave me a piece of information on the Concorde, because, you know, when you fly supersonically, you know, at those sort of speeds, aeroplanes want to fly level. They don't take a curved trajectory. It would upset and put so much stresses. And Riley Crater said that they had to have special pumps in that Concorde to ensure that the fuel, as it was being used up, didn't upset the balance of the plane during the flight. And I thought, wow. And it was a really old 1970s Tomorrow's World excerpt where they were talking about the pump for that Concorde. So Riley Crater, yeah, thanks, man. Big shout out to you, man. You're there, sitting there quietly. A very learned man, being very quiet. Thanks a
No
lot.
thanks necessary. Just send money.
There you go. Just spend money.
Nice.
How about if I just said you a losing scratch ticket?
As long as you didn't scratch it first.
Oh,
Rayleigh Criterion truly understands optics, right? He's uploaded videos, studies of how light behaves in various media. He's got a real interest in this, folks. You should check out his content.
It's Rayleigh Criterion, Jim. Criterion.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm pronouncing it well. My mistake. Sorry, Riley.
So I'm gonna just.
I know I can say it. I can't say it. Sorry,
You got to dip out, Indio?
No, I was just gonna make an observation about Robert Bassano and how
misunderstood.
He didn't make videos like and then upload them. He always live streamed.
Yeah,
in these Globers, like I would wait, dude. Like I couldn't wait for one of his videos because all the other flat Earth videos were fucking trash, dude. Compared to
they still are.
They were
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always the same.
Glober to come in here and say, "Oh, you guys are buddies with Jaron. You guys are friends with Jaron. You follow Jaron." Like, no, Jaron was trash, dude. I wasn't waiting for Jaron live streams. Believe me, I'm waiting for freaking Robert Bassano live streams because he's bringing receipts, right? He's bringing the documentation. He's bringing the interviews. He's bringing all the good stuff, right? The meat, right? Cowbell.
The real exposés. The real exposés he's bringing to us.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it. I always felt he was underrated. You know, underrated. I don't think he got enough credibility for his work and that. Do you know what I mean? Only amongst the Gerons and the Mark Sargents and that. But then I understand why now. But
dude, they never mentioned him. They never mentioned him. They never talked about him.
Yeah.
Only the
that was really odd.
Only the true dudes that are like actually like trying to figure out what's true or not. We're watching his stuff. Yo,
what y'all talking about?
Yo, what's this convo?
Yeah, we're talking about Robert Bassano.
So tell me about what.
It's not what you can prove. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. You're living in a Newtonian world of madness with Einstein lunacy.
He just told you. Why are you asking the same question twice?
So.
Yeah, listen, you green boy. Listen.
Oh, you're off to a bad start. You're only gonna get muted.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop.
Right. What can we do for you now that you are here? What is it you want?
I just want to listen, and learn some stuff.
Okay, go on.
Stop the cap.
Right, there you are.
So what do you guys talk about here? I just want to know.
Well, we talk about things related to the Earth as to its shape and the heliocentric model that doesn't really exist.
Yep.
You know, and space landings and Mars landings, moon landings, for example, space, which is
Yep.
fake. Yeah, we talk about all that stuff. Vacuum,
What we know, what we don't know, what we can prove, what's empirical, what's not empirical, what's theory, what's imagination. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
balloons, people. It's balloons, people.
Yes, that's right. Balloons, people. Helium balloons.
Okay.
So let me ask you, buddy. Do you think you know the Earth's a globe, or do you think you believe it?
Sorry.
Do you think you know the Earth is a ball, or do you believe it's a ball?
I know it is.
Okay.
Stop the cap.
That's brave of you.
Rayleigh criteria.
Okay. Can you tell us what the source of your knowledge is? Not somebody else's knowledge, yours.
Well, basically, you know, we have a
Tough, ain't it?
So
you have no primary knowledge.
There was a person.
What is this month?
There was a person that.
So
went
not you.
around-
I said you, dude.
Okay, not me, but we have the
you don't know.
internet.
Yes. So and
he knows what he thinks are facts, but he doesn't know that those facts are true.
Yeah, we don't know, but it probably is.
Yeah. So you know what somebody else knows, but you don't know it for yourself. You have no personal experience, which is what India said. You have no personal reference or experience of living on a globe. You don't have it.
You're relying on other people to have a belief.
That's
is
true.
what I'm trying
That's
to
true.
illustrate.
And I just believe it. I do not believe.
Cool, that's
that it
fine.
is- Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
So, do y'all not believe it's round?
No.
We've checked.
You think it's flat?
Yeah, we've checked. Yeah, we've checked. It's not round.
Well, we don't believe it's flat in the same way you believe it's round, because I can know it's flat from memory. I can literally just think about how I experienced the Earth and remember it, and I know it's flat. Go on top of a mountain, go to the ocean, get in an airplane, flat, flat, flat. But you can't do that from your memory. Globe, globe, globe. There's no globe in your memory. There's only globe in your
Because
imagination.
you're not high enough.
Is that what you tell yourself?
What?
Is that what you tell yourself?
Well, yeah.
That it would be a globe, but you just can't. You can't actually test it. So, have you gone high enough to experience the Earth as a globe? Do you remember it? That's what I'm asking you. So that was the point. You don't remember the Earth being a globe. You imagine it. Yeah, I know it. It hurts, man. It hurts deep.
Yeah. We're all there. It hurts so much. We're the ones still talking about it.
I know, right? We're all traumatized.
It's an addiction at this point.
Yeah, how about so many Star Wars action figures? Now I have to melt them all down, turn them into freaking Frodo, and
Dude, real quick, after I became a flat earther, I watched Star Wars, and I could see the special effects screwery with much better clarity. I'm like, holy crap, this is nuts. It's like it rewired my brain. What's going on? Like Star Destroyer scenes were freaking flat, and they simulated them moving by just zooming and panning. Like they're just paintings. Some of them were models, but in some scenes they were paintings. Completely two-dimensional. Blew my mind. Didn't mean to derail. Dude, I saw Empire Strikes Back and He-Man double feature at a drive-in movie theater when they first came out. Well, after they first came out. But it's just like in the 80s. Sitting on top of a conversion van.
I'm sorry, my headphones just died, so that's why I couldn't talk.
Oh, welcome back.
So what were you guys saying?
Well, India was asking you if you ever remembered the Earth being a globe, right? Because if you come to knowledge, if you know something, you experience it with your senses, right? You have an interaction with it in the world. You don't just have hearsay. It's not like somebody told you about it and then you know it. Somebody can tell you something and you can trust it. Somebody can tell you something and then you know that they told you and you believe that they're telling the truth.
Well, yeah, it's probably because everybody almost believes it.
Yeah.
And there's also videos of it, but it is true that it could be fake.
Yeah,
Right,
or
very good.
misinterpreted.
Yeah.
I mean, when you say there's also videos, but you have to believe that too, right? That what they say is being depicted in the video is actually what it is.
Yeah, and the videos look very real, so you know.
How do you know that?
Well, maybe now.
How do you know they look? How do you know they look real? You've
Well,
never
maybe
seen the
now
Earth
that-
from that. Well,
maybe now
listen. I really want you to answer this question because this is very important, super important. Probably the most important question. How do you know they're real if you have no way, nothing to compare them to?
Well,
you've never seen the Earth from that point of view, right?
Yeah, well, you are right, but it's just that it just looks, I don't know, it looks real. I don't think.
You have no way to know.
I would suggest that there's a gigantic social pressure behind this, right? We know that everybody else believes this to be true. And that social pressure compels us to want to accept it as well, because we're social creatures. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, you are correct. They could be lying to us, but since we all believe it, it's believed that it's round. But some people also believe it's flat. But yeah, we don't know 100%.
Yeah, no, we know 100% it's not a globe because we've actually gone out to check. As Sporadic said in India, we've gone out to check. So there's no more believing there. That's a fact of knowledge through Indio's experience, Sporadic's experience, and my personal experience. I know I haven't lived on the globe. On the other hand, your position is you're believing it because it was what you were educated at school. Everybody else gets educated the same way. So you're carrying the same beliefs until the day you actually go out and measure the surface of the earth to find out that it's not curving. That's all you got to do. Okay?
Well,
Thank you.
What did you do out there to discover that the earth is flat?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah. So we're under the impression, right, that the Earth is so big that no regular person would have the means, the capability to go see the globe. You can only do that from a rocket ship.
Yeah.
I mean, right. I mean, I used to listen. I'm in my 40s, and I used to be a globe earther until a few years ago, right? But we're here to tell you that there are ways that you can check. And one of the things you need to do is you need to figure out how big this globe is that they told us about. Start there. Okay? So we looked it up. We found that they say the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. I apologize in advance for using the imperial system. Okay? And a circumference of approximately 25,000 miles. That's like around the equator.
6371 radius and 40,000 kilometer circumference.
Yeah. Blame Canada. So those are the dimensions we're dealing with. Okay. And so now that we have that, we're like, okay, how do we test for that? Let's discuss the mathematics and geometry and bring this to a scale, a human scale that we can recognize. So using the Pythagorean theorem, we can determine what the distance should be to the horizon. A 6-foot observer, 6 feet elevated off of the surface of this ideal globe, which would be like at the water's edge of an ocean, is looking out to the horizon, right? At what point would they begin to see ships going over the horizon? It's kind of the first question people ask, right? Don't ships go over the horizon? What point is that?
Oh, well, probably when there's enough distance, so you don't see the ship anymore.
That's right. So there's a certain distance. And depending how high you go, that distance will get farther or shorter. So if you are 1.8 meters, that's like 6 feet in my measurements off the ground, the distance to the horizon should be about 3 miles or about 5 kilometers.
Yep.
Right. So we're like,
So-
great, let's start there.
So if
Go ahead.
you're higher up, you're gonna see more because, well, it's gonna round up probably a little bit more, so you're gonna see further.
Yes. Right. You're increasing your relationship, your angular relationship to the tangent of the spherical surface.
Yep.
Right. So that angle is about 0.02 degrees down from 6 feet. Okay?
But like, how do you prove that it is actually flat? Like, from what?
Well,
theory?
I'm glad you asked. We can see much further than 3 miles. We can see the surface of the Earth for tens of miles from 6 feet off the ground. We can see the surface of the Earth for more than 10 miles from just 1 foot off the ground without infrared.
So you would say that you can see that with a telescope or something.
Yeah. About 10 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, somewhere that time frame, there's a camera that came on the market, brand new, the Nikon P900 Super Zoom camera. You could buy this camera for $1,000, and you could zoom in 83x optical zoom, fat aperture, high definition sensor. And everybody was buying these. Nobody was thinking that the Earth was flat, right? People were buying these. They were taking them on vacation. They're going to the beach and they're zooming in on ships, on ocean buoys. They were zooming in on distant shorelines, and they were showing them to their friends. And some people said, "Hold on a second. If Earth is a globe and you are 6 feet off the ground, how is it in all these videos and images that people are uploading to the internet? How are they seeing 12, 13, 30 miles away, 40 miles away, the surface of the Earth? This doesn't make any sense."
I have to admit, you do have a point here, but
Yeah.
it's just
This is
hard
how it
to
happened.
It's just hard to believe, because
Yeah. Listen, we were part of that generation. This community is about 10 years old, maybe a little more than that. And it started because of these questions, these observations, and
what
then these
community?
questions.
The Flat Earth Discord community, or the
24/7 flat Earth, not just any flat Earth community. We are not like the others.
Well, this is for 10 years now.
Yeah, our community has been around 10 years. We are a very close-knit community, and we are very principled. We are scientific, and we're rational. We're not here to discuss conspiracy theories. We're not here to discuss speculation. There are plenty of flat earthers out there, people who say they're flat earthers, who will show you maps. They'll show you stories, conspiracy theory videos, right? Most of that's junk, man. It makes us look stupid, in my opinion. I hate most flat earthers because of that.
But wait, isn't it when you're on a plane sometimes you see a little bit of roundness if you're very high up?
I used to think that too, until I checked out the geometry. If you're on a plane flying from like Japan to California, intercontinental, right? You're going to be at about 45,000 feet at your highest point. And from up there, I think you're seeing 0.1% of Earth's surface. Something like that, give or take a bit. You're not going to see curvature looking at 0.1% of a swath of Earth's surface. Furthermore, when you do look out through those windows, they're triple or quadruple paned, which means there are multiple layers of plexiglass, and they're curved. And this distorts the edges of what you're viewing.
Okay, but tell me something. Why do you think that the videos you see from the internet, from space, are fake?
Yeah. I don't think it has to do much with flat Earth conspiracy at all. I'll tell you what I think.
Why would people lie about that?
Yeah. I don't think they're lying to hide flat Earth. I think the space program has to do with international security and diplomacy. It has to do with psychological operations. Space agencies in the West were founded right after World War II, during the age when they were developing nuclear weapons. Space agencies were founded with documents that say that their purpose is to project capabilities, technology, and power so that the rest of the world will believe that their advancement is untouchable. This might have to do with projecting power, not like hiding flat Earth. People at space agencies might still believe that Earth is a globe. And they might believe that, or they might know secretly that they never orbited a satellite around a globe, but they might think it's because they lack the technology to do it still to this day. And instead, they're offering an alternate explanation.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
But then why has
Your volume is too low, Exy or Eski?
my volume?
Yeah, it's very low.
Yeah, it is a bit low. Agreed. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt and disrupt your thought. It's true.
Yeah, sorry that I interrupted.
No, it's good. This is good audio. If you notice real quick, as while he adjusts his audio, we're streaming to multiple platforms. YouTube, we have 2 YouTube channels. We've got Rumble.
So people are listening right now.
Oh yeah, all over the world. We've been doing this 10 years. Yep.
How many people are listening?
We can talk about that later. We don't really know.
Wait, is it now better or is it still loud?
It's clear but not loud enough, my friend. Maybe you need to move closer to the microphone.
Wait, didn't you say it was too loud?
Oh, that was better. What you just did now was great.
Wait, is it better now?
Yeah, this is good.
Much better.
Okay, so let me get back to the point. So, if the Earth is flat, there has to be an end. So why has why has nobody found the end of that flatness?
I used to think so too, but
if it's flat, that there should be a 90-degree drop.
Well, listen, I used to think flat earthers believed that flat Earth was a pizza planet. And that's why I didn't look into it seriously. But that's not what we think here. And I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
The pizza planet concept is a hybrid of 2 cosmologies. One is that outer space, as we know it, comes from the Big Bang. And second, that flat Earth is a flat disk planet that fits within that framework, that worldview. That's not the case, though. That is incompatible. You know, how we think of outer space is, we acknowledge there's a sun, that there's a moon, there are planets, there are stars, there are nebula. We don't deny any of these things. We just think about them a little bit differently. We don't think of these things as being supermassive stellar objects, potentially light years away, and of immense size and proportion. We actually don't know what they are. We also consider these things to be above the Earth, not below it.
So then tell me, what shape does the flat Earth look like? Is it like a pizza shape, or is it like what
I don't
do you
know.
think? But
I don't know, but you asked if there was an edge. This is an interesting way to get to a point about what I want to tell you.
if there wasn't an edge, it would have been unlimited, right? So it's if it's limited, there's got to be an edge.
Well, it could be unlimited, but what we're experiencing has limitations. We know this from the air we breathe. There's a limit due to the air we breathe. If flat Earth was infinite without any kind of boundary, the gas that we're breathing would expand to fill it. And if it was infinite, it would continuously expand forever, and pressure would not have a chance to develop. So there's a limit. There's a hard limit. There's an upper boundary to this, an outward boundary to all of this. What that is, what it looks like, how it functions, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know if anybody really knows. But the fact that we're breathing pressurized air is proof of this.
I don't know, man.
Right? I mean, that's physics. That is basic physics.
I still don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it took me almost 2 years to come to terms with this. Maybe 6 months, but closer to 2 years fully.
Well, what if there's some people that have, well, what if you were to go on a plane and you would have traveled the whole world around, and you would have came to the same place you were? What would you think about then? What?
Nobody did that.
Yeah,
If the Earth isn't curving, you have to remain above it to fly over it, right? And the same up is the same up for everybody on the Earth, and the same down.
How do they circumnavigate, right, John? Yeah. Didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Not at all.
How do they circumnavigate? You use a map, right? Use a map to circumnavigate.
Yep.
So the map has all the land masses on it, so we know where the land masses are, and it's got coordinates, right? Coordinates.
Yep.
You got longitude going north to south, and latitude going east to west. And if you follow a line of latitude, east to west, you'll come back to where you started. Well, I mean, that works in most instances, I'd say. Most, because I can't prove that it does always. But it works for most instances. If I were to imagine if I was a giant the size of an entire continent, and I'm stomping all over a map of the Earth, okay? Imagine then that there's a flagpole, a gigantic flagpole going from the North Pole up to the stars. And I'm a giant, and I reach out with my big giant arm, and I grab that flagpole, and I start walking west. Guess what? I'm going to be walking in a gigantic circle. And I can do that on a flat piece of land, right? It's like those, I don't know what country you might come from, where your culture is, but it's like the maypole. It's like taking a ribbon and the little kids run around the maypole in May to celebrate spring.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna look more into this, and it was a pleasure talking with you. This was very interesting. I did not expect it to be that interesting. I just joined this server for, just because I was bored. Now I came in there, and it's very interesting. I did not expect it, and
I don't. Yeah.
I thought.
Listen,
I thought
this is a great subject.
Jokes, like a little joke server.
No. This is reality. What you've got to remember is that you've been given some information from your school days, and you haven't checked whether or not that information is true. You've gone to university, college, junior high, high school. You're probably working.
All believe it.
Yes, you're just believing without checking. Yeah. Once you actually check it, you're going to be the one in your generation, your group, to be educating those others. Once you get it, I guarantee you.
Go out, sir. I want you to understand that most flat Earth content on the internet, from our perspective, is stupid, silly science fiction. So don't think, when you come across something really stupid, don't associate that with us and with flat Earth itself, okay?
Yeah. If you want the best flat Earth material, you should come here. Don't get me wrong. There are some good stuff. There are some good stuff on the internet, but because you're just new to the topic matter, it'd be hard for you to discern which one is good, which one isn't good. So if you come here, you won't make a mistake at all, because we're not going to give you anything but what the facts are and what is provable. It won't be speculation and it will not be theory. Okay?
Discord.gg/flat earth. We have a home server, 30,000 users.
I just searched up your guys' YouTube and I see you have some videos, so I'll look into some of that and see what you guys.
Can I tell you only one thing? If you looked into you on YouTube and you're saying, oh yeah, I saw some, I advise you that you ask here people for some observation for that, because on YouTube you will not find anything, man. It's like
Sasha, he's talking about our live streams. Dude.
I just checked your channel and I see the live.
Sorry.
And then I see your videos here. So you guys talk about in those videos what are the theories about that?
Yeah, we have conversations with people. We record everything 24/7.
Okay.
We've got 10 years of recordings. It's a mess. We haven't cataloged it, no index, but we have discussed this with astrophysicists, astronauts, pilots, geologists.
Yeah.
People that work at national laboratories.
Yeah, radio experts, signals.
Radio experts.
Yeah, the thing is here in that live stream, you're going to be getting facts only, not theories, but facts, actual, provable, repeatable facts. Okay.
Yeah. So do you guys hear? So the two of you are here every single day in this call.
Almost every day. Yeah, we can say almost every day. Yeah, there might be some days we're not here, but if we're not here, there's other people here, always here. So
okay, yeah.
there's always. It's 24/7. So there's never a time that no one's here. Okay.
We haven't got a terabyte of data on our home server, the Discord server. So please join us there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was a pleasure talking with you guys, and I will join probably tomorrow and talk about this more. And after I do some research about this,
please do mention you spoke to me and Jin. Okay, and people will give you levity. We got a lot of trolls in here, but you've been very kind and respectful. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
So you and Jin and what Echo?
Sporadic Echo.
Sporadic Echo. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys. I will join in short period of time, probably tomorrow, and we'll discuss this.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Goodbye.
Bye now.
Cheers.
Bye.
Yeah. Sporadic. Echo. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Sporadic. I thought that I know that you were posting him the server.
No worries, Sasha. I understand.
Yeah, okay. I thought that you will watch, YouTube, and I go, no, my God, no, that.
Yeah, pulls up Garanism.
It will come out, whatever.
We got D, Princess, Jockcar, and Coom Stains is back again. He was here yesterday.
Okay, maybe he's got some more
Viking's been here
constructive
too.
questions. Yeah,
for multiple times.
Let's hope he's got some constructive questions to ask us. Yeah, thanks for the correction there on the Riley I still can't say it. Criteria. Yeah, it's just I'm having a brain fart. It's the Riley criteria.
It's like ion. Yeah, at the end. Yeah, criterion. Yep.
Yeah, criterion. Yeah. The Riley criteria. You see, I've got a problem because there's a bicycle brand called Rally. So there's the Rally, and then you got Riley and you Rayleigh. So it's all, I just had a brain fart. That's all. The Riley criteria or criterion. Yeah, no problem. We got it.
Yeah, it has to do with it's a law with the way our eyes work. That's
yes, it's to do with optics.
Scientist. Yeah, it was a scientist I think that developed a lot of like rules of thumb, about optics. And
He
stuff.
established a standard of understanding about the optics and the eyes and
Mhm.
that. Yeah, that's what you're saying. I fully understood that. Yeah, I knew all that. It's just that I just had a brain fart in the pronunciation. Funny enough, which happens to the brain. Could it be early Alzheimer's creeping in there? Who knows?
Highly
But there you
doubt
are.
No way.
If you're worried
Hey,
about it,
Sonny's there.
increase your intake of. I would increase your intake of lion's mane mushroom. Maybe get some.
Oh yeah,
tea
yeah.
Or some.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah, that stuff is really good for the neurons.
Yeah. Keep the grey matter.
Allegedly.
Yeah, keep the
Gotta
grey
throw the
matter
allegedly
healthy.
in there.
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah.
Sonny's here. Sonny on the plane.
Yeah,
What's
long
up,
time no
Sonny?
see, Sonny Jim. Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome,
thanks.
Sonny. What's up?
Yeah, I pop in every so often. I'm here almost every day. I skip a day. Sometimes I take days off, but yeah.
Yeah,
Good to see
you
all.
haven't been in for a little while there.
Yeah.
Welcome back, sir. Welcome back. Any news? Anything exciting happen in the meantime?
No, the Earth is flat and stationary. I mean, otherwise life goes on.
Right. Okay. So you didn't bump into any curvature en route. Okay.
No, no motion. Yeah, no motion, no curvature. Nothing unusual. Like no asteroids flying through the air. I haven't ever seen any meteors or comets going up from the horizon. That's the point. Never seen that.
No. Going up from the horizon.
That's a good question, actually. Why are all those things going down every time?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Good question.
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't they go up and across or, something different trajectory? Yeah. Why? Man-made.
Yeah.
That's why. It's a man-made event.
Yeah, so if you're a globe believer, you would have to think that from point A in North America, let's say, to point B in Australia, that the person in point B at Australia, their comets would be going down.
Right, yeah.
I mean, or up, rather, up. Excuse me. Yeah, they would be going up.
Up trajectory.
Yeah.
Okay.
The sky would be down. The sky would be down. And so the rain would fall from down to up.
Up.
Yeah. And
that's
ladies' dresses would stay on even though they're upside down. They wouldn't be falling down.
I get what you're saying. Like when a comet is just passing by the Earth, then it should look like the sun rising or setting or rising. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would
that be? Yeah. Would that be the same in, like, let's say, Africa, in the middle of Africa? Wonder what because you're perpendicular on your globe now.
Yep. So technically speaking, from point A in North America to like let's say South Africa, the comets would be coming in sideways.
That's the point I'm making. There you are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sideways, you see. But we don't get those. You don't get those views at all. Never get those views.
Yep. Still
hey,
waiting.
DJ, what's up? Sorry, Sonny, for interrupting.
Oh, no problem. I was just going to interject again about the upside down. I never seen they should have a 24/7 live stream of upside down surfers in Australia, literally.
Yeah.
How come they never shown that? You would think they would have that even by accident by now.
Look, it would be on people's home screens. You know, your home screen on your computer. You'd have it. You know?
Yep. Yeah.
Of course it would.
So I want to see an airplane.
You figured they might have, maybe they would have faked it by now, Sonny. At least faked it by now.
They should have been able to fake that by now. Why haven't they done that? So I want to see the aircraft landing upside down right next to surfers surfing upside down.
Yeah, with the ship, with the jet skis going by. Yeah, it's a good point. Why haven't they faked that yet? They fake everything else. It's true. They're leaving another little gap there.
Yeah, maybe they're listening.
Another
today.
loose end.
Yeah, maybe they're listening today, and they'll probably like fake that in the future.
Yeah, because we know they're listening, because Indio dropped a little golden nugget in that back in the day. Robert Pisano was highlighting that the biggest load, the heaviest load lifted to the heaviest altitude was the Hubble, and yet the Hubble maintenance missions were covered and recorded, but the actual lift of this, putting it into place, wasn't in this something Federal International site. It wasn't there, yeah. And when Robert Pisano highlighted that, within a couple of weeks, it was in there. Right. So that was quite interesting. Indio dropped that one for us today. I thought, wow, yeah, because I watched that back in the day and didn't realize that they'd covered their tracks as soon as Robert Pisano highlighted it. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got NASA listening to Jeren, and when they did their latest mission with the Curiosity and the Ingenuity, right? They used Jeren's intro, his jingle to his show on NASA's presentation. Would you believe?
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So we know they're listening. We know they're listening. But that's a good point. Yeah. Why don't we see those, those images on your home screen, an upside down surface? Yeah. Quite obvious, isn't it? Flat Earth, that's why.
I saw Arif was hot micing. Do you have anything to say, Arif?
About what? About India?
About the topic.
Oh, I just joined here. I don't know though.
Do you think Earth is a sphere?
I don't know.
Okay. So Earth is flat, stationary, and contained just like we observe it and experience it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Bosh.
Sonny, you could be good preacher. You said 2 sentences and that's it.
Let me tell you, people, I'm just spreading the word, I want to spread the truth about flat Earth. Yeah, it's flat, stationary, and contained just like we experience it. That's right, people. Hallelujah.
So no need for belief.
No.
Okay.
Why would you need a belief for something that's measured and experienced? Like, that's ridiculous.
Maybe my beliefs can destroy your measurement.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to that day. They try that in here all the time, right? They're like, they start off with like, so you guys don't believe? They start off a lot of times with that. You guys don't believe in gravity? I'm like, why would I?
Yeah, when you present the measurements. When you present.
Yeah, sorry.
Sonny, when you present them measurements, right? When you present them your measurements, what do they say? What do they say to you? Sonny, I was asking you. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. So when we present measurements, they say your eyes are deceiving you. They say a lot of things. Refraction is one of the things they say. They say you can't trust your senses. And don't you believe in gravity? That's what
they're asking why you're using that math. Why are you using that number?
Yeah, exactly. The math is wrong. Okay, great. So we ask them to provide the correct math, then they go off and never come back.
Correct math, it's big.
Yeah, Sonny, when I present the measurements, they usually ask me to explain how everything in the universe works.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What about the moon? What about tides?
And why you didn't realize that, Luna?
Yeah, why are you guys looking at the Earth? You're supposed to be looking up at the sky to determine what the Earth is, right?
No, why we didn't, Sonny, realize how universe works before all these measurements of the surface?
Yeah, what about Crab nebulas?
That's interesting.
Black holes.
Yeah, you don't know that, and now you want to discuss about the surface. You don't know nothing about the black holes. Come on, man. You need. What did you finish? Which school? You know, I find it interesting always when you look through the telescope how you can realize the trillions of the miles distance. But when you put down the telescope, now somehow 10 miles it's starting to be confusing. Where is 10 miles? What is 10 miles? What is going on? It's incredible. Can you imagine that? With 2 million miles, you're sure that's there, you know. But with 10 miles, you're never sure what is 10 miles, what is 7 miles. You are always confused.
Yeah, I just posted an interview I watched a little bit of this morning, and yeah, this woman was really, really just. I mean, you want to talk about brainwashed? Just like you can't. I can imagine talking to this woman and how difficult it would be to keep my cool. I just posted in the side chat. She was very, very, very indoctrinated, right? She's saying that, you know, like for example, just one of the little bits of like the conversation with her and David Weiss and Angels of Light. She said, "Oh yeah, of course planes nose down. So pilots are nosing down throughout their flight, and this goes for fighter pilots. You know, Concorde pilots. Doesn't matter how fast different planes are going. They just don't realize it. Like you can't argue with this type of like just stubbornness, right? She's just making stuff up at this point, but she's highly educated, which means highly indoctrinated. So very frustrating interview to listen to.
Yeah, so the pilots don't recognize that their plane is deviating from level pitch. Really? I hope she never gets.
She literally said she's a pilot. She has over 38. I think she has 3,800 hours. And she's saying that, yeah, even though the pitch data doesn't show the plane nosing down, it is nosing down while being in the upright position.
How weird.
Yeah, so we had an event going on earlier, just called UFC 3959. Flat Earth versus Globe. Pretty funny event title. But we had to end it because they're doing a class on sarcasm. So.
Yeah, I think it's funny that that woman would lie about her flight if she can't be a pilot. Can't be to be saying that. I mean, it goes against the principle of flight. Do you know what I mean? Why would she do that? She just lied.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to get frustrated, just watch that interview. I mean, she just like nah to like everything. It's so crazy.
Yeah. You know, and ignoring the in-flight data, telemetry data. You know, this thing that they use to explain how aeroplanes fly, and when there's an incident, it records everything. You know, right down to if it's a manufactured piece that went wrong, pilot error, weather problems. It's all being recorded. How could you argue against that? Just stupid. Yeah. Because when I do speak about this particular topic, flight and that in-flight telemetry data, I make sure that they actually pay attention to that. You know, I actually turn orange like the black box. I turn orange because I want them to notice it. Because, you know, when you tell them, it goes straight over their head, but I don't allow that to happen. I said, hold on a second. Are you not listening to what we're saying here? This in-flight telemetry, do you know what it is? Do you know what this thing is? And then I go through the way it's used in determining whether or not someone would get compensation if they got injured or they lost someone in a crash. You know, how it's got to be looked at in court and discussed. You know, very important piece of information here that you are ignoring. Don't ignore this. This is telling you how the plane flies. Come on.
Oh well, you know, she can obviously come up with an explanation for anything that they don't even have to make sense. I mean, Angels of Light brought up the fact that he's got pitch data from multiple, like thousands of flights. He has like a flight simulator that he was going to use to try and explain his position. I mean, he debates people all day on TikTok. And right. I mean, and she was prepped with talking points. Like she knew what they were going to be discussing during their interview because that was one of her. Like she was like, oh, I want to know what we're going to be discussing because I don't want to be made to be the fool in the middle of a live debate, yeah. Right? So she wanted to know what was going to be discussed. Yeah. So she had a list of things that would be discussed, and yeah, so it was just insane to me. Like. Her rebuttals were just kind of crazy. Just like, oh yeah, well you can set your devices to give you whatever data you want, right? So you could set your altimeter, you could set I forget what she was like. It was crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was just one aspect of it. You know, they get into thermodynamics. They get into like I didn't make it through the whole thing. I was just like, I'm gonna have to watch this like. Maybe like 1 20-minute clip at a time because it was just I was just like ready to start screaming at the phone. Jeez.
Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah. It's a case of making sure you know what you're talking about inside out, and then you can just highlight when she starts getting, you know, because obviously she says things thinking that the ordinary layman and woman won't be aware of because that's what she's operating on. They have to operate on that because this is pure, unabated deception going on. You can set this for that, but why would you? You wouldn't set that when you got 3,000 odd passengers. Sorry, you got 100 odd passengers on your plane. You're not going to be doing that kind of thing. You're going to be ensuring that your flight is correct. You're not going to set it for what? It's not something you can set anyway with the black box. The black box is recording it.
You know that video that you post. You know that video you post, Jen, about the pilots.
Yeah.
That admit to it. Yeah, she watched that. That was part of her homework that was presented to her by Angels of Light before. He's
Yeah.
like, we're going to discuss this tomorrow. So he told
Right.
her to watch that video.
Right.
And
right, of
she had
course.
watched it and was like, yeah, she said all of those pilots have no idea what they're actually looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the type of person we're dealing with here. Yeah. So yeah, like people like that, they're just so far down the rabbit hole of their indoctrination that it's that one like investment fallacy where you're so invested you can't give up.
Yeah.
Even though you know that you have a high probability of losing. It's one of those types of character problems right there. It's just like she's too invested. Like our Ruga Peso buddy. That like same type of deal where it's like you're just too invested. You'll never be able to look at it with an unbiased opinion. So
yeah, and she's
it's sad
definitely
to see people
spreading
that
misinformation. That's the other thing. She's just misinforming everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay to get some things wrong if you're just innocently ignorant, right?
Yeah.
And speaking from a place of no knowledge, right? Or ignorance.
Yeah,
right?
or a newcomer and you made a little error. Yeah, fine. Yeah, you can be forgiven. But like you said, she had 1,300 hours supposedly of flight and that. So you know you're flying over a flat plane. Look, before I became this flat earther, yeah, I was playing on a game by Sony PSP, right? By Sony, it's called in Japanese. It's called Pilot ni Naro. In English, it means let's become a pilot. Okay, and you get to fly the Cessna. You get to fly jet fighter planes. You get to fly stunt planes. You get to fly the jet fighter, as I said, and then the passenger jet airlines. Okay, and all the while I played this game, yeah, I didn't notice how horizontal everything was because I was flying. It was the same as this. I was parachuting. What a view! The view is identical, and I was just enjoying it. Yeah. And as soon as I realized, that the Earth was indeed flat, that game came to mind immediately. Do you understand what I mean? And I'm talking about breaks. You know, when you have the flash of your life, all the, what's it called? The flashbacks, where you see your whole life flash in front of you. That PSP came up. And that was another embarrassing moment because I thought, bloody hell, look at me. I'm flying this aeroplane. It's a simulator, but it was flat. Look. Wow. How did I miss it again? Just unbelievable. So you're flying over a horizontal plane. It's there. It's right there in front of you. You're not curving. You're just not. You're not putting in increments to account for the curvature through your flight. You're worried about your altitude. So you're checking your altitude meter all the time, airspeed, okay, and then your horizontality with the artificial horizon and everything else, and then your wing pitch angle and that, yeah, yaw angle, should I say, and then you just keep going. Yeah, you're not accounting for curvature. You're just not. And I was again embarrassed. I should have picked that up whilst I was playing the game. I picked it up and checked. I said, look at that. That's flat, isn't it? Look how flat it is. Just like that,
Well, you do have like one of her arguments was basically like because the downward vector changes as you move along, right? So like if you're above the surface of this sphere because of the way that gravity works in her mind, which would be this ever-changing vector depending upon your position above the core of the sphere, right? This is the way their minds are wrapping their head around this whole notion, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, as you're moving along, the downward vector is moving with you, right? So that pull, right? And this goes on with that. This goes along with the whole Velcro atmo, you know what I mean? The Velcro atmosphere thing, where it's like the atmosphere and the Earth are all spinning at the same time, even though there's different speeds, right? Depending upon where you are relative to the equator, right? So you have all of this like fudging going on in her mind, like working all this stuff out in her mind. Like, yeah, it works, like, oh yeah, it's all easily explained if you just think of it this way. So because I have this ever-changing downward vector, and you have this Velcro kind of atmosphere, and you're within that, you're being also held within that ever-changing thing. So what's so crazy to me is you have this rotational speed, right? And this was brought up by Angels of Light. Angels of Light asked her, he's like, well, if you're going in one direction with the spin of the Earth and all of the air is again moving at the same speed, how would that not affect your speed going from east to west or west to east?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, in landing times. Yeah.
Well, that
time.
and just flight times as well.
Yeah.
And what she was saying was like, because everything's moving, it might as well it acts as if it's completely still. So it appears to be as if it's not in motion. You know what I mean? So
Double
again,
talk there.
she just explains it away as if it's like it was so frustrating to listen to, because the mental gymnastics she's doing to make it work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, well, can't you just say that there is a down and the Earth is flat, and then it works exactly the same way, so you wouldn't be able to differentiate if what you're talking about is happening or what you're talking about isn't happening.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's such a big lie as well when they say, because gravity has nothing to do with flight at all. There is nothing at all to do with flight. Gravity. There is no assist. Gravity plays no part in flight, but yet they keep mentioning it. That's the killer there, right there. That killer lie. That's when I know they have no idea, or they're deliberately lying, because if you say you're a pilot, gravity has nothing to do with it. Because if you're talking about gravity, and as you mentioned, the atmos gripping the plane, that means the pilot can just put his arms up then, because he doesn't have no control over his plane. That's what you're telling me. But that's not true. Yeah, go ahead.
I think Meow Mid has something that they want to add to the conversation.
Oh, go ahead, please. Go ahead. I'm not
go ahead and unmute yourself. Introduce yourself to the panel.
Yeah.
Let us know why you think we're wrong or you're right, or whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to hear your point of view. Show us where we're making a mistake. Bearing in mind, I learned about the principle of flight at elementary school by myself. Yeah, because we were going to be going to Nigeria that year. So I did my project on aeroplanes at school, because you're given a project to do at school, and you've got to do your project and that. So elementary school, I did my project on the aeroplane and how they fly. I did two. I did one on the combustion engine motor car, and then the second one was on the aeroplane.
Okay. They say don't drag them into it. They would rather just have us lecture them instead. So let's just go over the lack of curvature and the radius. I think that would probably be a good idea, a good place to start, Jen.
Yeah,
start at the heart
absolutely.
Of the matter.
Well, yeah, I mean, they had to agree that if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, as they've said it, what we've been told, then the main feature of that spheroid is the curvature, isn't it? Isn't it not, Johnny? Wouldn't you say?
For sure. You would need to have some measurable drop over distance that matches that radius value.
Yeah. So when Johnny says that drop over distance, that is he's saying to you that you must experience that curvature as you take from point A to point B. There must be some curvature drop, because from your position, standing, okay, the curvature is going to be going downwards. It's not going to be going upwards now. So obviously a drop over a given distance, curvature. That's basically it. Where have you seen this? When did you measure it, if you did? When did you photograph it, when you saw it? Because I put it to you that all you're carrying is flat earth data, flat earth experience. Since you were born out of your mother's womb, suckled on the breast, and you went to elementary school, kindergarten, elementary school, junior high, high school, university, you're probably working, I'm not sure. But all that time, you've uploaded life on a horizontal stationary plane, not on a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. So you show us how you measured the curvature of the earth and recorded it. How did you record that experience? Can you recall it even in your brain? Because I put it to you that you don't have that. Unbeknown to you, your body and your brain has only experienced living on a horizontal, flat earth, not on a curving ball spinning. You don't have any of that experience. Just think about that before you answer. Think about it. Yeah. You're beginning to see, yeah, something's wrong, isn't it? You don't have any recollection of curvature in your life. Only what you were told through images and what they tell you on TV, movie, cartoons, music, science programs, for example, History Channel, the Discovery Channel, the National Geographic Channel, for example. Stars at Night, Neil deGrasse Tyson's show. So, you know, that's all you got. You don't have any actual physical experience of Earth, and you probably don't have any record of it anywhere, not even in your mind. What do you say to that? Because I'm talking from the practical side of things now. Actual physical experience, visual, physical. You may have traveled by boat. You may have traveled by plane. You may have been lucky to even fly in a hot air balloon. Yeah. Did you get to see and experience the curvature of the earth? Mm. Now, some people say they see it.
Don't talk down
Yeah,
on
go ahead.
yourself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't talk down on yourself, Meowmid. I would say you have to try, right? If you don't try, you'll never know what you're capable of. So try and wrap your head around what you've been told and compare it to the information that's being provided to you, right? If all of these government space agencies are in agreement about this radius value, and you can test the
Okay. Looks like I've gone. Okay. I don't know what's happened there. Can anybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Johnny was talking and he just disappeared. So, yeah. In the chat, yeah, you should consider trying to go outside and examine what you see. Take some measurements. What can you see over a given distance from your position? And then you can use the Earth's curvature calculator, which you can download from Google. Right, and then you can type in. It's very easy to use. You just type in your height, and then from your location, the distance to what you were looking at, and it will give you how much curvature there should have been. And then you'll know if you're seeing the curvature of the Earth, or you're witnessing a flat Earth. It's quite simple, really. But I say, I'll put it to you again, that's what's definitely missing from your experience of life on Earth thus far. You haven't seen the curvature of the Earth. You don't have it recorded in any of your photographs. You don't have it recorded in your memory through a physical experience. And you also don't have that rotation of the Earth spinning as well. You might have experienced earthquakes, because I'm not sure where you lived, and that's when you know the Earth is moving under your feet right there. Right, so there's another clue. But as to the shape, I don't think you haven't got it. And the Earth can't be so big that you can't see the curvature. That's silly, because you can still measure it. Doesn't matter how big the Earth is, you've still got to be able to measure it. Yeah, you don't really need to go to space to conclude whether or not Earth is a ball or not. That's not a requirement. And by the way, no one goes to space. NASA has lied. All the space agencies are lying to you. Rockets do go up in the air, yes. But you will notice that when they go up, they end up taking this parabolic arc, right? They all do that. They have to do that because of the way Earth has been configured, Earth, and the air that we have. The air begins to thin out the higher up you go, you see. Okay, the air itself. Now, with the rockets that they're being used, you will notice that the nozzles, that's where all the exhaust comes out of, are a fixed size. Okay, they're a fixed size. Now, when the rocket is taking off, it's going up, it's going up, it's going up. Now, the air's thinning out. In order to stop that arc that it's taking, if you want it to keep going straight up rather than take that curved arc, then you would have to have an adjustable nozzle where you can increase the size, and then more fuel would come out and it would keep it going straight up, because it's going to need more fuel to force it upwards. Okay, but unfortunately, the nozzles are fixed size, and then the fuel that the rocket is carrying is limited. So there is only one way for it to go, and that's back down. They don't actually go to space. We're being deceived right there. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say to you, that rockets don't go to space because they cannot work in a vacuum. Okay, they need the air to propel themselves off of. Okay, and as the air is thinning out, the higher up the rocket goes, it is forced to follow the curved trajectory back down. That's what I mean by the way the Earth has been designed. We have no business up there, and the Creator has made it so. Okay? That's why the rockets don't go to space. So we can't go to space to see Earth from space. But we don't need to do that. We can measure the surface, you know, through drop over distance, as Johnny said earlier. From point A to point B, there must be a given amount of curvature. And that's what we do. We've checked it all over the place. And then there are such things as a long distance observation. There's a Guinness Book of Records distance shot with a camera. That would be the Nikon P900, Nikon, Japanese camera, making a shot of 275 miles across the French Alps mountain range. Okay? 275 miles. Now, by rights, that shot should never have been made. If the Earth is curving, there would be 9.5 miles of curvature blocking the camera, the camera lens, the sight. Okay, it would be behind the 9 miles of curvature. Okay, but that curvature wasn't there. The shot is made. That proves that the Earth is flat and not curving. You see, you don't need to go to space to do that. You can measure the Earth on Earth. Don't have to go to space. And remember what I said, we can't go there because there's no air there for the rocket to work with. No air, no rockets. No air, no space travel. It's as simple as that. That simple. No air, you're not going to space. Okay? That simple. Meow. It's something you've got to learn. You've got to do the research to know this. Something that I know. It's not a guesswork. It's not a theory. I'm speaking with conviction, fact. No air, no rockets going to space. The rockets themselves prove that. Because when you look at the rockets, the rocket itself, when you look at the nozzles, they are fixed size. They're not adjustable. They're not able to adjust their size to increase it bigger. They're not. They're fixed. And that's the problem right there. They have to take an arc. And even if they were adjustable, you would need a bigger rocket because you'd need more fuel. Okay? For example, the Saturn V rocket that supposedly went to the moon, the first stage, which is used up in about 2 minutes, 30 so seconds, uses up 80% of the fuel. That's stage one, that is jettisoned. 80% of the fuel is used up in just over 2 minutes. Okay? Right, that should make you think. 2 minutes, just over. 80% of your fuel's gone. That leaves you with stage 2 and stage 3 and 20% of fuel left. You're not going to the moon. You're just not. Clearly obvious. You're not carrying the fuel to be able to do that. Okay? That's simple. No air, no space travel. Not in a vacuum. No air. Okay, well, no, I'm not going to take you as a troll, meow. And that's just the way I speak, because I do feel that I try to keep it simple, clear. It's my attempt to keep it crystal clear and factual. That's why I speak the way I speak. Okay, I do apologize if you think I'm talking down to you, or that's not my intention. My intention is to ensure that you don't misunderstand me and you understand the situation fully. And I'm not giving you theories, I'm actually giving you facts. Okay, so I'm not giving you theories, I'm giving you facts. And I do feel that when I'm expressing these facts, explaining these facts to you, that you fully understand that they're facts and not theories. So when I say to you, no air in vacuum, no rockets can work, I mean that 100%. Rockets do not work in a vacuum. What you are doing is carrying the belief from NASA and the movies that you have watched that show you rockets in space. It's all Hollywood studio, all of it. Studio work. Because rockets do not work in space, can't go there. There's no air there. Rockets need air to propel themselves off of. Propulsion, it's part of their propulsion system. The atmos, without it, rockets can't move. That's why, like I said again, when they take off, they're going up, the exhaust is coming out. But because now the fuel is running out and then the air is thinning out, it has to take that arc and return to Earth. Okay? That's why they take that arc pattern, that line. Because the air is thinning out, they're running out of fuel as well. No more thrust upward. Can't do the thrust upward anymore because of the fixed nozzle. If the nozzle was adjustable, which means then more fuel could come out, then it may not take that arc and keep going straight up. The only problem is we can't carry the fuel to sustain that trajectory upwards towards space. Can't carry the fuel because the bigger the nozzle now, the more fuel you're going to use up. So that's what they call the tyranny of the rocket equation. Okay? Yeah. So I'm talking to you nicely as I can possibly talk to you without you misunderstanding me. Meow. Okay? Not giving you theories. That's not what we do here. So you can listen to my facts and don't misunderstand it as me talking down to you or giving you a derogatory tone, because that's not my intention. I'm not angry, not annoyed. I'm just making sure you understand the seriousness of the topic matter, because there's a lot of misinformation going on out there. So I'm trying to ensure that you are not misinformed. Good. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Oh yeah. So Meow is discussing the Russian hole that was drilled on the Earth's surface. It took 20 years. It's called the Kola Super Borehole. Took 20 years to drill that. Okay, 20 years, 7.6 miles to be exact, 12 kilometers. Now, the Russians, whilst they were doing the drilling, made some predictions as to what kind of material they were going to be drilling through as they were drilling, and they were wrong every step of the way. They got nothing right, and then they had to stop at 7.6 because the drill bit was just melting. I think it was too hot. The material couldn't be drilled through. That was what it was, because it was melting and lava type and something like this. Okay, it wasn't solid. So there was a problem with that, and they stopped at 7.6 miles. 20 years in the making, by the way. We took a very dangerous risk. Again, that's God's clever creation, because that was a big risk Russia did to drill a hole. What if it all went wrong and then the Earth, we could have killed ourselves? But no, God has designed the Earth in such a way that we won't be able to drill any further than that. Because of the material itself will not allow our technology to drill further. Crater again. The same with the sky as well. We can't go up any further because the air is not there. And the same with the drilling. The material will not allow the drill bit to drill through. Clever design. Clever design. So when they tell us that the Earth is an oblate spheroid and we got this magnetic force coming from the Earth's core, that's a lie. We don't know what's 4,000 miles deep. We only drilled 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers, and we got it wrong all the step of the way. So how can we then tell you what's 4,000 miles? And by the way, when you heat up a magnet to the point where it's melting, its magnetic properties are lost. It is no longer a magnet. It cannot have that field. It is lost. So to have a molten core, magnetic is it goes against natural law. From what we know from the magnets that we have melted here on Earth that have lost its property or its properties, if you will. Okay? So there you are. It's very interesting. Yes, Meow says that it's very difficult to come across factual information since the day she was born. And that's understandable because if she had been doing the research, let's say 30 years ago, at the beginning of this internet, the information was coming through thick and fast, reliable content. Okay. But as the internet has been responsible in waking up some parts of the population of Earth, those who had the computers, and they're beginning to learn, and then they themselves are pushing out content onto the internet, censorship's coming in around the world, across the flat Earth. Governments are realizing that the populations are discovering the deception. So censorship is kicking in now. Hence, AI is coming in. AI is the tool that the government is going to use to misinform you. Okay? That's what's going on now. They're going to program AI to give you the information that they want you to have, not what you want to learn. Yeah. So it is difficult it's getting slowly difficult to get this accurate information. But if you stick to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you will get the most accurate information you can lay your fingers on. Okay? Stick with us. We'll help you through on a myriad of topics, not just Flat Earth related, especially me. I'm a walking, talking internet repository. You can plug me in and I'll download all the stuff that I've got in my head regarding content on myriad of topics. That's what I've done. My brain is good for that. I've uploaded it here. Okay, so I'm a walking internet myself in my own right. Yep, I remember a lot of content and the titles to help you. So yeah, but the 24/7, we've got it all here. Accurate, concise, precise information. And most of it is going to be reliant on your experiences anyway. Once you start to realize and connect with Earth, you can then see where the scientists and those space programs are lying. And you think, they're not telling me the truth because that's not possible. Okay? Right. And then maybe together we can have this united front and pull down these governments that are lying and stop the space budgets and weapons budgets, etc., etc. That's another side issue, mind you. But yes, Meow is finding it difficult to find accurate information. So stick with this server, you will find a lot. Yeah, and Sasha's doing a great job of informing Meow in the chat as to where to go, and he's putting up some good memes and good information, backing up the position. So well done, Sasha. Doing a great job in the chat. And Meow is also being very inquisitive with the line of questioning, and that which I like. I think that shows integrity there.
And where he is, why he's typing?
Oh,
why he's not opening?
Yes. Why doesn't he open his mic? I'm not sure. Would be nice if you can hear him.
It's easier to speak than type, even for me.
It is easier to speak than type. Yeah, maybe the English language is a difficulty for him. Doesn't feel the confidence. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I can help him with English. I also have difficulties.
Yeah. You're a confident man, though. You're a flat earther. So yeah, already you're confident, and because you're a flat earther, even if you can only say flat Earth, you're going to say that all the time. You have the confidence to do that.
Okay, I will tell him one secret. I don't want to turn on my mic because I have no idea about the subject. I will be torn apart if I. No, man, you will not be torn apart. It's good to know something. It's not. We all believed in your sphere. You are not the only one.
Yeah, you're not on your own in that respect. Yeah, we cannot attack you because we used to be like you. So you're not going to be attacked here. All we're going to do is correct and inform and show you. Then it's up to you whether or not you accept the information after your own research at your own pace. Yeah.
And for example, he wrote, "I will be torn apart if I said or asked something." But look at this: if you find out their position of the flat earthers, then you can build the question on that. They will say something, and then you say, well, but if you come here with all this, I don't know, information, I don't know where you get it, and now you're asking the question what doesn't have sense for people. You will ask random question: what sun is doing? What is going on with this? What is going on with that? That's not the point of the flat earthers. They want to give you one information, and if you look into that information, then you build the question. You are saying this, and then you say, why are you saying that? And then you get to some conclusion.
Yeah, let's just give an introduction and a welcome to the other new people that have just entered recently. Bralga has been in here a few days. Welcome back. Black Widow, thanks for being here. Hicks has been here for a few hours. Thanks for hanging out and listening to the conversation. Just wanted to make sure that you all were acknowledged.
Yeah, and we appreciate your time here that you are spending. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, because it's important to ask the questions so you have a fuller understanding of your position and what Earth is about, and is it flat or is it ball? Can they go to space? Yeah. Very important.
I have a question.
Okay, yes, please ask.
I want to ask your opinion about the satellites. So the world should be around to for the satellites.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you mean? Are you asking? Yeah, go ahead.
That mean if the Earth must be spherical because of satellites. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, that means that the surface is curving.
Okay.
Yeah.
That means we will check now the size of the Earth and check in reality, and if it's really curving, then it's curving.
Yeah. So basically, Black Widow, I think your name is. If I look at a satellite, let's say, if I look at a satellite in space, I'm not going to think the Earth is a globe. Okay, because that's the wrong thing to think in itself. Okay, I know you think that the Earth is a globe because we have satellites. That's wrong. Before I look at the satellite, I must look at the ground first to check. Okay, check whether or not the Earth is curving. And by the way, satellites are not in space anyway. What you're looking at are some other equipment like drones, helium balloons, that kind of thing. Okay, satellites do not exist in space because space itself will destroy the satellite. Okay, it will kill it because of the lack of air. Then the satellite will heat up and evaporate into gas. It's called outgassing. And we don't have the technology to put the rocket in space. If you heard me about maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, I said to you that rockets cannot go to space because there's no air there. That's why they do the arc and go back down to the Earth. They don't go to space. It's not possible. Because one, there's no air. Two, the rocket doesn't have the fuel. And three, the nozzle where the exhaust comes out has to be adjustable. It must be able to change size and get bigger, because when the rocket goes up, the air is getting less and less and less air. That means that now the rocket is wants to take an arc. If it wants to keep going straight up, the nozzle must be bigger, must grow bigger, and more fuel must be pushed in. But then there's still a limit, because there's no air, it will come back down. Go ahead.
But I will put that like a 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, correct in all of that stuff. But one is you need to have all these satellites are built to the orbital motion around this radius. It's not built for the bigger or smaller Earth. It's built for this Earth. Do you understand me? They will go now around this Earth. That means in the first place, Earth was spherical. That means they measured, somebody measured, and they built the satellites on that measurement.
Hey, I put 19 technologies in the side chat that could do the same job as what one of these supposed outer space satellites do.
Thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. That piece of material right there. And that's right on cue. Appreciate that. Wicked. So yeah, if you look in the side chat, we have some material there that was posted just now. And very helpful. Yeah, hello. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. We're just in the middle of a conversation with individuals, couple of individuals.
I'm sorry.
No. You're welcome. Please come in, relax.
Yeah, I would like to listen.
Yes, you listen for now. And then if you have any questions, you can ask your question. What is your username on the server?
Okay.
Yeah. What is your on the server here today? What is your name on this server?
Oh, Kian.
Say it again, please.
Kian.
Kian. Okay, Kian. Yeah, well, thanks for coming in, Kian. Brilliant. And you're welcome here.
Thank you for welcoming me.
Yeah. So basically, we're talking to someone about rockets not being able to go to space, and we're answering the question on satellites. And I'm trying to explain that satellites, as you think they are, they don't exist in the space. Not possible. Satelloons, that would be helium balloons with equipment attached to them, they exist. Drones exist, of course, and airships, blimps. These are all different types of helium balloons. These kind of things exist. But satellites, where our communication is going to the satellite and coming back to me, that doesn't exist. That's not happening. This communication is happening via the cables under the ocean. Fiber optic cables under the ocean are doing this communication now. Okay? It is not a satellite. And then you have your cell towers, communication towers on Earth, and the wind turbines. You know those turbines with the big wings that catch the wind to generate electricity? They also send signal as well. They're being used to do the signaling as well. Okay? So you've got your wind turbines, you've got your cell towers, you have fiber optic cables, and then you have the cell towers on the ocean. They're known as buoys, ocean buoys, okay? Or ocean buoys in English pronunciation. They also help. And then the military communication system also is used. Okay?
So what about two Starlink satellites? If you look at the sky at the right time, you can see them. What about this?
Again, you're not looking at satellites as such. That's the thing. Okay? There's some kind of equipment up there, but it's not the International Space Station, and it is not a satellite as such. Because that would mean that, a rocket put it up there, but no, that's not true. Rockets don't work in space. That's a fact. So what you're looking at is just some kind of equipment that's put up there by either the military or NASA. Okay? But they're not the one. Hang on a minute. My last point is this. Of course, you have Starlink, which is Elon Musk. But again, that's helium technology. That's not anything special. That technology has been around from at least the Second World War, maybe even from the First World War. Yeah, even from the First World War. So it's old technology, nothing new. Okay?
The interesting thing about satellites is here in Hawaii, I can go outside at that moment that's right halfway between sunset and sunrise, right in the middle of the night, look straight up and see these lights crossing the sky. The problem with that is that the Earth would be blocking the sunlight from reflecting off of those satellites and reaching my eye. Those satellites would be hidden by Earth's shadow. So that's kind of a problem for me. You just wouldn't be able to see them.
Yeah, appreciate that, Travis. Yeah, appreciate that input, Travis. Well done. Yeah, again, very important testimony right there. And he's in Hawaii. Okay? So, yeah, we appreciate that. So the gentleman who asked about the satellites, are you satisfied with the answer? If you're not, you can ask another question. Maybe that may help you, please.
Yes, it's enough for me. I just want to learn your opinion about this.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, basically, let me elaborate a little bit more on the fiber optic cables. Okay, just some data, and then I will post the 15-minute documentary source where I got this information from. Okay, so I'm quoting my source now. It's this. So when I mentioned the fiber optic cables, there are 460 bundles of these cables. You know, one bundle may have millions in there. Okay, so there's like a 460 of these bundles, and they cover 700,000 miles of the ocean bed under the ocean. Okay, now the usage, I'm talking about the usage now. Every day, banking communications, financial communications, 10 trillion. Just financial communications between banks, okay, 10 trillion. Then you have our internet, your emails, the cable TV as well. Some of this is all coming from this cable, okay? Yeah, that's the best I can give you in that sense, okay? That's how we're communicating right now. And that makes up 90, in the video it said 95%. 95% of our communication today is happening by these cables. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand? Do you understand what I said?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, what is your name? My apologies. I didn't catch your name.
You can call me Apo.
Yeah, can you say it again one more time, please? I didn't catch it.
Apple.
Apple? Okay, Apple, yeah. Okay, Apple. Thanks, Apple. Yeah, so that's basically the situation with the fiber optic cables. That makes up 95% of our communication. Then that leaves 5% that's left, yeah? That 5% makes up the cell towers, cell communication towers on the Earth. And then the similar on the ocean, called the ocean buoys. So they're the ones that are bouncing on the ocean, but the communication is there on top, okay? So similar to the land, but they also have them on the ocean. Then there are the wind turbines. You know, the ones that are generating electricity with the wings that are spinning like a windmill. Well, they can generate electricity, but they also can send electronic communications. Okay, so they use those as well. Then there are the satelloons, like I said, and then drones and other air balloons that are sending communications, like the Starlink for like Elon Musk, for example. Then there's the what else is there? I'm missing something. Helium balloons I mentioned. Yeah, we got these cell towers. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the military. We also piggy bank off of the military communications from time to time, okay? And that's how the communications are working currently. Let me now get this video for you with the cables that are being repaired. This video is very good. It's only 15 minutes long. It would take me 2 minutes to retrieve it from my collection, okay? So please forgive the time delay as I try to get it for you, okay? It's a very good one. I hope you will watch it because it's only 15 minutes, but it explains it clearly. Very clear explanation. And then you can understand the communication we have and how it works, okay?
You know, they say most of these satellites are 250 miles to 1,500 miles high. To look up and see that, the angular size of that would be too small to see. It would be like looking at your TV screen from 10 feet away and trying to make out each individual pixel. They'd simply be too small to see if you believe what you're about them.
Yeah, go ahead. That's absolutely correct. And then they also say, though, that the satellites are even further, 22,000 miles geostationary around the globe. That's totally a lie, complete and utter.
Yeah, they say GPS satellites are like 5,000 miles away or something like that.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Welcome, DJ. Welcome, mate.
Hey,
nice.
Jin, good to see you. I just wanted to add something quickly to what you were saying.
Yes, take my place. Go ahead.
No. Just add to it. You're doing a great job. Most satellites are tiny, right? Look up the size of them and then look up how far they are away, right? Also to what Travis was saying. Yeah. So a jumbo jet is giant, right? A jumbo jet, like the biggest jumbo jets are almost the size of a football field. And when that's just 6 miles away, 7 miles away, something like that, you can barely see them. They're like a tiny, tiny dot in the sky.
That's right. That's 6 miles.
And then most of these satellites are like 8 foot, 10 foot, like the size of a small car. So if you think you're seeing something that's, imagine if the jumbo jet, right, was double the distance, right? Yeah. So at the distance that they're claiming, it's like a dot, and that's just 6 miles away. Imagine if it was 20 miles away, right? You wouldn't be able to see it at all. Not a chance. You wouldn't be able to see the lights on it. You wouldn't be able to see anything. And these satellites don't even have lights on them.
That's right. And then there are some equipment that they see at night. And when I ask them, what did they see? They always say they see a light. And then I say to them, well, a light doesn't necessarily mean it's a satellite as such. And again, what color is the light? It's white, always the same color. So you're right, though, with the aeroplane, yeah, because like you said, 6 miles, it already looks small, you see. Then if you want to extend that to like another 6 miles, it's just going to get even smaller. You're not going to see the thing. So that it cannot be that the satellites they're saying are up there. They're not up there anyway. The environment is not good. What I mean by that, there's no air. And the fact that there's no air, it's a vacuum, everything gets destroyed. Okay, I'm about to post that video for Apple because I think he would like to see it. I hope he does anyway. But it's there for him if he wants to watch it. It's not long. It's only 15 minutes. You can watch it later on. Not now, catch it, keep it, and watch it. This is it there. There you go. So it talks about repairing these cables I'm talking about. So you can see that's a cable. That's one of the cables that's under the water that gets repaired from time to time because the sharks bite it and eat it, the sharks, or sometimes the ships, their anchors get stuck and tear the cable and they have to go down into the ocean to repair. And during the repair, they tell you how it works. A very good one. That was given to me by my friend, Skeptical. Yeah, maybe two years ago now. Use it all the time. Yeah. Because it was a kind of mystery, how does the cables work then? Because I used to think that my communication was leaving my mobile phone and going to a satellite in space. And then my email is going to go to my brother in London, right? And we used to say, if only I could travel that fast, I could, because it only took a second or 2 seconds, and he got my email. Right? I used to say, imagine if we could go that fast, and then we decided no, we would be dead anyway, wouldn't we? Because that would be too fast for the human body to withstand. But yeah, so I used to think there were satellites above my head, and my information is going to the satellite and then straight to my brother. But no, that's not how it works. It's being relayed through fiber optic cables under the ocean. Interesting. Let me put a map. I can give it. In fact, if people bear with me, I can show you some images that best explain what I'm saying. Okay, so please bear with me for a second or two whilst I change sites. Okay, let me go into my other gallery. Jin's got so many galleries, it's unbelievable here. But let me go into my other gallery, my other library. As I enter, okay, entering my library, put in my special secret code. Bang! Oh, okay, I got it wrong. Okay, hang on a sec. I'm looking. Where is it? Here it is. Good. Right, and then just allow me 60 seconds to scroll down to the relevant position in my library. And I'm going to post some images that will help you to understand the satellites and why they can't be in space. The image and the temperatures, everything is written on the image, and you can understand that. Yeah, this is right. This image is explaining it perfectly. We can't be up there because the satellite would be killed. So just bear with me. Do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no, I've gone too far already. Right, here we go. Try again. Oh, come on. Right. Let's try again slowly. Where am I? Okay. Sorry, I scrolled down too fast and totally bypassed the stuff I want to show you, so I'm doing it slowly now. But yeah, so what I'm attempting to do is just lay down some explanatory images that will help you understand the communication systems that we're currently using, and it might bring it home to you. I've already posted that cable video, so you can learn from that. And then now we're talking about the actual hardware now. I'm just trying to get there. Sorry about this. Yeah. I'm almost there now. Hang on a sec, just a little bit more. Yep, we've arrived. So what I'm going to do is post, the first image coming to you is the satellite itself. And there's a few words of explanation as to why the satellites cannot be in space. Okay, here we go. There's one. Okay, there's your first image. Please look at it. Check it out. It's clean, it's simple, and it's concise. Then the next image I'm going to post shows you the layout of the air, the layout and where that satellite lives in our sky. Okay, helps to bring it home. Those of you who are listening in the side chat, there's another image for you. The layout of the sky with the satellites, where they live supposedly in the air. Just so you get the idea. Okay, I'm going to back that up with another one of a layout of the sky. I've got 2 of those just to round it off. I always feel when you have 1 or 2 variations, just helps you get a better perspective. So there you go, okay? That's the layout of the sky, the way they tell us it is. Okay, now the next image. There's not many images left. There's only a few more now, maybe 2 or 3 left. Next image is going to be the one about the telecommunications. It's a very good one. Got that from the 24/7 Discord itself. I've had it for years and I use it all the time, especially for Apple. I hope Apple is looking. You can see, get an understanding of the communication. This is for your benefit. This is my source, how I understand it. Okay, I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope you're being stimulated with the information, because it's very important. Okay, hang on a sec. We have a little technological glitch there, but we go back. Hopefully it'll be okay. Yes, wicked. Now, this next image that I'm going to post for Apple and anyone else looking shows the different types of equipment that's in the sky that we mistake as satellites. What we mistake as satellites are this bunch of equipment. There you go. So for Apple, there you are. That's what we call the satellite sometimes. That's what it is. One of those things is in the sky. And then the last image I'm going to post is the map of the cables, where the cables are. That's the last image coming now. And thanks for your patience, everyone. Make sure it's gone through. Has it gone through? Hang on a minute. Yes, it has. And there you are. Okay. So that's the end of the little presentation of images. So you get to understand how the communications work on Earth as far as I see it. And that's the best I can do for now. I hope that helps Apple in particular. And of course, everyone else, of course, as they say in Japanese, mochiron, of course, everybody else, minna de, everybody else as well. But it was Apple that actually fired up that question. It's a good one because everybody learns. From every question that it asks, everybody learns. Everybody. And from time to time, I might make a mistake myself, and my friends are always ready to pick me up and dust me off and correct me, and I always appreciate that, you know. And yeah, I always appreciate when I make an error here or there. So yeah, that's what's good about this server. We learn from each other. And Travis's testimony from Hawaii and his experience is very welcome because we don't live in Hawaii, but it's nice to know what's going on over there. I've been there 6, 7 times. Sorry, yeah, 7 times I've been. So I've enjoyed it with the family. Lots of trips to Hawaii. We've enjoyed it every time. And sorry, it is 6 times, not 7. Yeah, we've been there 6 times, and I've thoroughly enjoyed every trip. Say that again?
I got a question for you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, whatever the question is, you go ahead.
Can you explain how you got your Discord name?
Oh, my name, Jin CBR1, relates to my name. It's Jin is half my surname, okay? And then the CBR bit is the motorcycle Honda CBR 1000 that I ride, okay? Because I think they're the best bikes on earth. So I named myself Jin CBR1. Okay?
Okay.
Is that, yeah. So I ride a Honda. I've been riding Honda since I was 17, basically. Yeah. And never looked back. I think they're a very good brand. They've got a good history. And my son is now working for Honda as we speak here in Japan. There you go. He graduated this year. All right. He's going to be working with the Honda Racing Corporation. Yeah. I used to take him to the Honda twin ring motorcycling car circuits. We've ridden on the circuit. We've been to the Honda Fun Lab and built electric cars and run those. So they know my family by name, actually, because there's not many blacks that live in Japan that go to the actual Honda so regularly. And they knew my children by name. And now one of them's graduated from Honda Technical College. He's working now. So there you are. That's how I got my name. My name is Jin CBR1 because of the Honda bike that I ride. Thanks for the question. Whereabouts are you in the world today? Where are you living?
I'm from Canada.
Okay, Canada, yeah. Nice place. Beautiful place.
It's all right. The cities are a little crappy, but other than that, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm talking about, the geology, the nature side of it. Yeah.
The nature is really nice.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to. Yeah, I know the cities are much the same around the world. Crowded, a little bit messy, noisy, smelly sometimes. But when you go to nature, it's beautiful. Place I'd love to go snowboarding and jet skiing in, definitely, in the winter. Yeah, it's good for that. And then when it's in the summer, I think when you move towards the southern regions of Canada, where it's a little warmer, you can actually enjoy the summers and the autumns and that, and the springs. It's beautiful in Canada, actually, when you look. Were you born there?
Yeah, I was born here, lived here my whole life.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was born in London from Nigerian parents. Parents have passed away now. I'm now 63. But grew up in London, and then 1999, at the age of just to be 38, I moved to Japan just before the year 2000. And now I've been here 26 years, 4 boys, married to a Japanese woman, 4 boys. And two are working full time. Third one is working part time. He's working in business accountancy. So he wants to do that, you see. But he's finding it boring, he says. Hey?
What made you want to move to Japan?
My wife. The love of my wife, of course. And, of course, the love of Honda. There you go. So I always said to people, at that time when I left, I was working a security nightclub and warehouse security, clubs, pubs, warehouses, and a part-time youth worker, 3 days a week, teaching the disadvantaged children of London, how to maintain health, good food, and photography. That's taking pictures and actually developing your pictures and printing them. Those were my skill sets. And I did that for 12 and a half years. And when I was leaving to come to Japan, they were very sad, actually, that I was leaving in that, because they call me Mr. Motivator. That was my nickname whilst I was there. And I said to them, look, if you do anything in life, make sure you do it because you love it. That's why I'm leaving. I'm leaving for the love of my wife, and we're going to start a new life over there. That's it. So if you love what you're doing, otherwise you might not enjoy your life. Yeah, man. And I took them to the Chinatown for the last meal. And the funny thing is there's a little bit of sadness there, because the club that I worked at as a fitness instructor, we won the Inner London 5-a-side football tournament. Okay. And the team was going to go and see Beckham, who is a very famous British footballer, at West Ham. But I wasn't able to go because I was on my way to Japan that day. So a colleague of mine had to take the kids to meet Beckham. Yeah, I didn't get a chance. I missed the opportunity to meet Beckham in person because my flight fell on that day, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, but we won the 5-a-side tournament. Okay, and that was, all my effort put to get us to win that. So that was a really good crowning achievement, if I can say, before I left. But that's it. And then I'm teaching English here. Have been there for 26 years. and it's been fantastic. That's why I said it's been an interesting 26 years and a very interesting 10 years because of this flat Earth realization. And then also during the 26 years, the realization of the 9/11 being an inside job. But more importantly, or just as important, should I say, the moon landings were a hoax. And I've learned a lot about how they could never go. India has been very instrumental in very recent years with the material he gave me from the Apollo detectives, which from time to time I do download. Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying here, yes, Indio has been one of the few beacons of light for me in this. You know, he speaks truth with clarity, and he has a gift. Anybody who spends a few moments talking to Indio knows that he's special. There are very few people in the world with his immense brilliance and ability to reach people at a normal level. Very few people have that combination of intelligence and brilliance together with social ability, and he has it.
Yeah, which is why I mentioned the Riley criteria as well, because he's one of those guys. I just had to mention that.
Yes.
And then you mentioned Robert Pisano, which I totally agree. And then India mentioned Quantum Eraser. And did you know that Robert Pisano and Quantum Eraser were a brilliant duo during 2016 and 17? I loved everything they did. This is great, yeah. So, yeah. It's been a fantastic 26 years so far. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
I've come back with research. I don't know if you remember, 2 weeks ago I investigated this rumor of flat Earth.
Yes, yeah, I remember. Welcome back, sir.
Hello.
Do you have any queries from your research?
Yes, I went really high in the world, and I think I just saw it dip a bit. I saw the Earth dip a bit.
Yeah? How did you manage to get so high up? What did you use?
I went on the tower, the tallest tower in the world.
Burj Khalifa?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. What a beautiful place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not high enough. So let's just cut to the chase.
DJ, I was just going to say something. Step in, go ahead. Was it DJ?
So that's not high enough, right? So like even from an airplane, you don't see curvature. Even from a weather balloon, which is 4 times the height of an airplane, you don't see curvature, right? And allegedly, from people that have been up to 8 times that height, or even more than that, right? Which is the Blue Origin, you still don't see curvature. So yeah, you didn't see any curvature.
Space station.
But yeah, you still, you know, apparently still you wouldn't see curvature from even that height. That's not high enough. So,
but they've got photos.
Yeah, but you don't know what lens you're looking through. You can't confirm where the image has actually been taken from. There's a whole bunch of problems with that. And then we got the Chinese space station, right? Chinese space station is around the same height, right? And from the main cameras on board that, allegedly, right? We see a completely flat horizon. So that's contradicting footage.
What about the sun orbiting the Earth?
We see
How
the
did
sun
we go from you being on Burj Khalifa to the sun's altitude above Earth?
We're getting higher and higher by the second.
No, because
Can we just why don't we just discuss the mathematics of where you're at and how high the you want to do that with me? Because I can present to you the mathematics.
I haven't done the mathematics myself, but if you see the sun, right, it's never bright everywhere in the world, right? Do we agree?
I know, because the sun, listen, okay? The air that you breathe is not a vacuum, okay? It's full of gas molecules and water vapor and particulates. These will absorb and scatter sunlight over distance. The furthest you can see sunlight is 298 kilometers. This is called the Rayleigh atmosphere model, which was developed from the United States Standard Atmosphere Model of Earth. So no matter how much you think the sun is huge and powerful and brilliant, When the sun is 298 kilometers away, you cannot see it anymore on the horizon.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So oxygen and nitrogen both have very similar abilities to absorb and scatter the energy of the sun. Water
Right.
vapor makes up the rest.
But you know, like sunrise and sunset, you look at the sky,
Yes.
you see the sun.
I understand.
And
I
it
can
goes from
educate you a
one
little
side-
further on this.
Yes, you tell me.
So,
It goes from one
yeah,
side to the
the
other.
sun.
How?
Okay, so you know how the sun and the stars have a brilliance that we measure in what's called magnitude.
Right.
The magnitude of a star is a logarithmic scale. The sun, when it's on the horizon, compared to the sun when it's directly at its zenith, at the highest point during the day, changes in brilliance. That change is 23,000 times. The sun is 23,000 times brighter when it's at the high point of the day compared to when it's directly above the horizon. 23,000 times.
Yes, but they didn't answer the question of why you can see the sun from one side to the other side. And like,
Yeah, I'm that's exactly answering that. How would you predict that on a globe?
The sun goes round.
I know the sun moves around. You sound like a flat earther now.
No, it moves around the globe. The circular.
The
sphere
sun
looking
moves? Yeah, the sun moves.
around the globe. Yeah, around the sphere.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you want to think the sun moves around a globe, we can talk about curvature, but let's talk about the sun moving.
So
You
you
really
believe
think the
it's
sun moves? Because I think the sun moves because I see the sun move.
Yes, but do you think it's flat?
Yeah. So do you think the globe is in the center of the solar system? Is that why you see the sun moving?
No, it's not in the center. No.
Yeah, you told me about 5 times the sun moves, and I agree with you.
No, yeah. But I've actually got another point of why it's separate to the sun.
Okay, you seem very confused right now. Does the sun move or does the earth move?
The earth moves.
Oh, okay, so you're changing your story now. Gotcha. So you were wrong when you said the sun moves like 5 or 6 times before. Is that okay? Is that correct? Just so the audience
Sorry.
understands.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. The earth moves.
The earth. Okay, audience, scratch that for the past 10 minutes. Ignore everything this man said. Okay, he said the sun moves. He doesn't believe that anymore. He now says the earth moves. Okay, so let's get back to that. How do you predict this? That the sun changes brilliance 23,000 times over the course of a half a day when the earth is moving. How do you account for that?
What do you mean? Sorry, can you say again, please?
Okay, the sun is 23,000 times brighter overhead compared to where it is over the horizon. Meanwhile, the stars don't do this, okay? Just saying that. Like, I don't know why the stars are different than the sun, but they are. The stars don't change 23,000 times. But the sun changes 23,000 times. The moon also doesn't change 23,000 times. But the sun has a 23,000 times change between directly overhead and on the horizon. I don't know how that works if
Have you
Earth is a
measured that?
globe in outer space. Do you know?
Have you measured it?
I personally didn't measure this change, but I can point to an astronomer and a website. He actually used what's called the Laplace extinction theorem of light and derived this magnitude from it by studying the sun. Do you want a link to the study?
You can put it in the chat, but then you have to question the theorem. Has the theorem been proved?
It's a measurement. Yeah, I mean, it's true. The sun is 23,000 times brighter directly overhead than it is on the horizon. This is why you can stare at the sun on the horizon and your eyes don't get burnt out. But if you did it during lunchtime and you stared at the sun, you'll go blind. So I'll link it to the study.
True. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Yeah, it's true. Another one, actually. I'll give you another point. You know the planes, right? When they fly from the US to the Europe, They don't fly in a straight line.
I know.
The curvature of the Earth means they fly upwards.
No, they don't fly in a straight line because the air is a fluid and it pushes the plane around. I actually have flight data showing this. Which do you want to see? Okay, let me first go to the Laplace extinction theorem that was used to derive the sun's luminosity or the sun's brilliance. And then I'm going to show you. Okay, I almost got it. Hold on. Here we go. Okay.
How many people in this call are flat Earth? Are there any round Earth guys?
Dude, you're moving too quickly for me. Okay, here here's the site. Okay. And then here is, let me show you the graph. We call this the money shot. Okay.
Money shot. Okay.
Yeah, the money shot. Here's the money shot. There you go. That's the sun's magnitude. Okay, it's about negative 26.7 at noon. And on the horizon, it's negative 15.8. That's a 23,000 times change. All right. So regarding flight paths, right? So why don't airplanes fly in straight lines? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it has to do with the fact that the air that we're breathing has weather.
Yes,
and weather creates high pressure and low pressure zones, and it pushes airplanes around. Let me show you actual studies regarding this. Hold on one second.
But I just want to say that's actually it's correct, but it's used in incorrect context here.
Wait, look. Do you see that in chat?
Yeah.
Do you see? I just posted it. I'm surprised you just saw it right now.
No, I know because I know exactly what you're going to show, right?
Oh, you do? Okay. So you said that airplanes fly in straight lines, and I'm showing you a flight from JFK to Heathrow Airport. They have a really hard time flying in straight lines. Like that's.
No, I know.
I don't know how you'd claim that. Why would you claim they fly in straight lines?
No. I put the question to you: do they fly in straight lines because the Earth?
No, of course not. But they don't fly over a globe.
But they use that trajectory because it's quicker in terms of because it is a globe.
That's a map trajectory. That's not the same thing as real life, right? That's using latitude and longitude, right?
Right. Okay.
Not real life.
Then we say this is sure your theory works. What would the flight from US to Japan? Why do they not go from the US all the way through Europe? Why do they go left instead?
I don't know. It's closer.
Why is it closer though? Because it's a globe. It's round. It's not a fact.
No, just because it's geographically closer. I mean, I don't know how you get to a globe from something that's closer.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's a straight line anyway. It's a straight line, you see. When you look on the Gleason's map, that's a straight line. I live in Japan, so I know. It's just a straight line.
You live in Japan now?
Yeah, the only time they would go to Europe is if they are going to London. Then they would cut across Europe. But if they get to Los Angeles, it's a straight line. There's no need to go anywhere near London. They go straight towards. They just listen. They just go towards Alaska and then Los Angeles. Then if it's from Japan to London, then they're going to go across Russia and Europe to get to London.
Yes.
Okay. Right. That's the routes. That's the route.
Japan.
The reason why, the reason is for that route is because it's the most cost-effective straight line without wasting time and fuel. Okay?
Yes.
That's right. There are also international flight regulations and insurance regulations.
Yeah.
There's something called ETOPS requirements.
Right.
ETOPS requirements requires that certain airplanes with a certain number of engines and ability to travel certain distances, they are allowed to fly certain distances away from coastlines. So the bigger the airplane, the more capable it is. Based off of international regulations, they're allowed to fly further away from the coast. Otherwise, they're required to be at all times within a certain number of miles of an airport for emergency landing. And this dictates what path they take. So it's really not due to geography. It's due to a combination of factors. First is the economics of flight between airports and the people and the demand offset by the fuel. The second is due to ETOPS requirements. And let me show you something about ETOPS requirements. I'm going through a folder of mine where I have this. Here we go. ETOPS.
Let's take a look.
All right, so here are ETOPS requirements. Here's an example. Okay, so there are airports, and there are, around those airports are going to be a radius. And airplanes, depending on their ETOPS rating, must be always within a radius of an airport for emergency landing purposes. This determines where they fly. It has nothing to do with the globe.
Okay, fair enough. Then my question comes into the fact that if you were to believe the world is flat, do you imagine it like the world map, that it's US on the left? So
No. That's a Mercator map. You can center that map anywhere. Listen, Earth is not a map. Did you know that maps are not the terrain?
I understand that, but just how do you see it?
Me too. Yeah, well, I mean, when I go to the ocean and put my feet in the water on the Pacific coast in the United States, let's say I'm in California.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm in Northern California. I go to the beach and I dip my toes into the beautiful, calm Pacific Ocean. My friend over here, Jin, is in Japan. At the same time, he can dip his toes into the water of the Pacific Ocean. And we can look across the ocean, a vast distance, and our feet are at the same level.
Yeah, sea level, yeah.
Yep. There's no curve between our feet. It's flat.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And say you're in the United States and Jim is in Japan. So when you put your feet in the ocean, if you look across, do you think that in that vast distance, you can't obviously see it, but Jim would be there?
Yeah, if I had the power to see him, he would be there.
Yeah.
We have observations. We have observations from sea level looking out tens of miles, well beyond the curvature of the Earth, where it's flat.
Right. But then what I don't quite understand is that if you can see Jim, for example, where does it end? Where does the
I don't know. I don't know. But listen, the fact that you're breathing air means the air is pressurized, and it means there's a limit to how far that gas can go before it bounces off a boundary layer with physical conditions and returns to its source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the container of the Earth, because in order to have air pressure that we have that we're breathing, you have to have a container for the air pressure. Okay, so obviously there's going to be a limitation as to how far this Earth can go. That limitation, I don't know yet. I haven't been that far. Okay, does that make sense?
Okay.
Yes, but there has to be a limitation. It cannot be infinite.
Yeah. Right. Nobody knows what it is or what it looks like or how it works.
Then I can draw our attention to if you put your feet in the water, you're at the same sea level. Isn't the magnetic field pulling that sea inwards?
No, there's no. It's got nothing to do with magnetic fields. No, that's not true.
But I'll tell you that the water is heavier than the air and it goes down. Right.
Okay, but what would the magnetic field is stronger than the?
I don't know about a magnetic. I mean, there is a magnetic field, but maybe you mean gravity.
Yeah, yes, that's what he's talking about.
Sorry,
gravity. I mean, there could be a gravitational effect of some kind, but I don't know what causes it. Nobody knows what causes it. Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't know what causes it.
Yeah, it hasn't been proven. Basically, no one's proven it. So it's just a theory. It's not even a theory as such.
Yeah,
it's just an idea.
People come up with stories about gravity because they want to connect two ideas. The first idea is when I drop a hammer, it hits the floor. The second idea is when I see the moon, that it's moving across the sky. People want to say that those two things are caused by the same physical phenomenon. They haven't proven it.
Well, astrophysicists have worked the absolute age to prove this stuff.
Yeah, we talk to them all the time.
Yeah, they're not always correct at the end of the day. And again, the shape of the Earth is very important, and that is it a ball shape? Can I measure the curvature? Can I actually photograph this curvature? And can I experience it? I've had none of those things, and I say to you the same. You yourself, you don't have any experience of globe. What you have is flat Earth data only, flat Earth experience. Because if you had it, this curvature, you would have photographs, you would have memorable experience, and then you would know. But you don't know that because it's not a globe.
I sporadic E. I do not deny the effect of gravity. Listen, you think that gravity pulls inward to a common center of mass called the core of the Earth, right? Fun story, but listen, I think gravity is the phenomenon of things dropping down, not inward, but down. If you think that gravity's pulling inward, then I need proof of curvature.
You're right.
I can see too far for curvature to exist, and I can measure distances well beyond the globe horizon. You can too. So if Earth is a globe, then why can we do that? If Earth is a globe, how come we can't find curvature anywhere?
Yeah.
So things drop down, not inward.
But
so that's
yeah.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, because mine is a bit more of a separate point. I want you to say.
Okay, well, I was just going to say, and I'm going to leave now. I'm just going to say this: that basically, for you, what you have to do eventually, you have to go out to check for yourself whether or not the curvature is there. Measure. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave now. I'm going to go up and do my exercises. I'll be back later on. Okay. Thanks a lot, guys.
You're a real treat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Thank you, Jen.
You're welcome.
But I just want to leave with one question, Mr. Echo. I then believe you believe that the moon landings are fake, correct?
I can prove that they're fake, and I know they're fake.
You can ask Neil Armstrong. He says it's real.
Neil Armstrong says it never happened.
Real. Yeah, that must mean it's true. You can ask some murderer in jail.
Buzz Aldrin, never mind. Yeah.
Did you do it? He says no, so that means he didn't actually kill the person.
No. Obviously, there are pictures, the videos, everything.
Dude, listen. Even if they actually did land on the moon, the Earth still measures flat.
You can see in the pictures, it's nice and round.
Okay, listen. Okay, yeah, they show me pictures. They could have still landed on the moon and show you fake pictures of Earth, and Earth still measures flat. Earth measures flat, dude. Whatever the moon is, I don't know. I can prove to you that the moon doesn't exist in a gigantic space vacuum, which means if they went there, I don't know how the hell they actually did it. And I can prove to you that the Earth is flat. And you can prove it to yourself today if you wanted, and we can tell you how.
I think it's an age-long debate, isn't it?
No, it's not a debate. Dude, I can, for $30 US and 2 hours of your time and a friend and a lake or a river, I can tell you how to prove it to yourself and to your friend. People think that it's impossible to do because Earth is so big and only NASA can prove it, but that's not true. When you understand what the geometry of the globe is, you understand what its limitations are, and you can test that. Listen, for a 6-foot-high observer, the horizon of the globe should be 3 miles away. That's a 0.02 degree dip. We have technology today that can measure that to see if it's true.
What does that even mean?
It means that anything after 3 miles, you should not see the surface of the Earth. If you're standing and looking at it like water, okay? It means boats should go over the horizon at 3 miles away on the ocean everywhere on Earth. But we can see boats 30 miles away.
Isn't it just about the human capability of seeing things?
That's part of it, but we we have cameras that can
What about
zoom in.
SpaceX? You know how they
What about
launched test
SpaceX?
flights and then they had cameras.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
you could
rockets
see-
work on flat Earth too.
No, I understand that. Yeah, but you lift the rocket and there's cameras that are facing the Earth, and then you can see that the Earth is round.
No,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you can verify that imagery in those videos, because what they're presenting to you from SpaceX doesn't match what you can prove yourself on the ground.
It's impossible to prove as a guy on the ground, isn't it?
No, I'm telling you how to do it, dude. Like, do you want to know how to do it? I'll tell you how to do it.
we can show you. We can tell you how to do it, and we can show you demonstrations of it being done.
Is it
Yeah, we've been doing this for 10 years.
He told you like 2 minutes ago, but you didn't listen.
Yeah, I
Honestly.
know. He said we can.
Okay, how we can?
We're willing to show you.
repeat? But he told you. Sorry, sporadic.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
said also everything in numbers.
No, yes, I know.
And what's the numbers?
I don't remember the exact number. He said to 20.
Yeah, but that's the important thing what he told you. That's the important thing what he told you. You're saying what? But we see the rockets going and that. Okay, let's say that it is spherical. Then we come back to the earth, to the ground, and then we measure. And he told you, you after 3 miles with your height, you cannot see more water because it's curving.
Right.
With more distance, it's curving more. Do you understand?
We have members of our community from around the world who have measured the Earth using line of sight observations, infrared observations, infrared super zoom observations from airplanes, infrared from weather balloons.
Shut up.
Excuse you, dude. Listen, we've had people that work with radio frequency engineering and have done microwave links over the curve of the Earth where there's no curve.
Yeah. Let me just explain really quickly how it works, right? So
Yeah.
if the Earth was a globe, right, they tell us the exact radius, right? They tell us the exact size, so we can easily calculate over a large body of water how much curvature there would have to be. Right? It would have to be there. So over 10 miles there should be 66 foot, which is over 20 meters of curvature. Right? And as you get into larger distances, right, it increases by a lot. So if you have a 20-mile body of water, you would have to have about 266 feet of curvature over that distance. Now, we can go and use different types of equipment to test for that curvature very, very easily. It doesn't even have to be expensive equipment, although we have used extremely expensive equipment as well as cheap equipment, right? Because either one does the job just fine. Now, depending on the height of the observer, let's say we go to a 10-mile lake, right? We can confirm it's 10 miles across the lake, okay? And if we're going to make an observation from 6 foot, whether it be at a lake or at the ocean, the horizon would have to be at 3 miles away. It has to be at that distance if the Earth's a globe. Anything that goes beyond that distance would have to start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay? Now, over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of drop, as well as the horizon. Okay? So, on the other side of the lake, we would have, say, a shoreline. Now, that shoreline would have to be hidden behind the horizon. That would be at a certain distance that I just spoke about. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to set up a camera, say 6 foot above the surface of the water, and zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. It would have to be hidden by around 50 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. Okay, but we can go to a 10-mile lake, a 20-mile lake, a 30-mile lake, or body of section of the ocean, right? And do that. We can shoot a laser across. We can zoom across with a super zoom camera or a telescope, right? We can do mirror flashes. We can do infrared photography. All sorts of different methods have been done thousands and thousands of times, and it's been 100% confirmed that there's zero curvature over these distances where there has to be this certain amount of curvature. And we can present these to you.
What was that?
I showed you something that I built actually at Home Depot. I went to a hardware store one weekend, and with a design plan, I built an antenna. It's called a log periodic antenna.
Hello,
And
Chocolate.
using
How are
this
you?
antenna with only 5 watts of power, I've been able to transmit signals over 70 miles distance, line of sight. This thing does a very thin beam, a very thin focused beam of radio, or you could call it microwave energy, because it's in VHF.
चलो बात तो करने दो। 2, 1, 3, 4,
Very bad. Don't do it. Mute.
Thank you. Come again.
Is it a sine wave sporadic?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it does kind of do that. Yeah. You know,
Antenna, like you get like your TV channels from. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, it's in VHF. So this is in about the 2 meter frequency band, just it's very close to what you get from local access television. This antenna though has a very narrow aperture, right? I mean, it focuses the beam to a fine point, and then it does a sine wave configuration all the way to the horizon. Who the hell's talking? It's like somebody's on fucking internet.
Yeah, we are not doing the Hindi in here.
No.
Don't do it.
Who's meeting him?
It was Zaidi, I think.
We are not on VimanaNet.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
is it
we are
DJ?
not doing Hindi.
Have you got permission?
English hub. Don't do it.
Don't do VimanaNet.
But I just want to.
Don't do it, you bloody bastard. Tinky Winky, Lala, boy.
No, you bloody bastard. You bloody.
What are
If you
you
bloody.
doing? You fuck me, I fuck you, bastard.
Don't call him bloody. I am your
bloody
Oh, chutiye.
Don't do it. Don't.
Bloody you bloody.
Listen to me, bloody. I'm not Indian, but I
You
love
bloody.
cricket. I
If you
play
bloody.
cricket.
Bloody globe earther. Bloody.
Bloody. Fuck you.
That was fun. Briggs, you gotta go on mute, bro. But that was fun. All right. Where were we?
No, I just wanted, because I'm conservative on time. I can't be here for too long. It's that I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take on board with the test you talked about, DJ, and I'm also going to do more research into it, and come back with further evidence, maybe another day, about my point.
Yeah. We'd love to present some of the tests that have been done to you as well. Maybe either now or when you come back, if you did want to head off now. But yeah, like we've got some tests that have been done, right? We've got full length, high definition videos, all of the details that go along with the observation, and we can show it to you and like guide you through it step by step.
I'm happy to listen.
Yeah, next time you want to come back. So really appreciate the conversation, by the way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be told a different aspect by you guys.
Yeah, we're just
Keep
here.
an open mind, man.
Yep, we're just here. We're not here to convince people. We're just here to show people, like empirical evidence. And then we encourage people to scrutinize our evidence and weigh up the evidence from the globe side and the evidence that we present, and use equal skepticism for both pieces of evidence, and come to your own conclusion.
Yes. I think that's the best way. You put evidence across, and I put like theories and what I've heard across, so you can scrutinize what my information is, and actually gives me a better understanding of what you guys think as well.
I just posted my. So, listen, I've got set this in my guest room, right? I've got a freaking radio station set up. My wife hates it. She's like, "You're such a freaking nerd. Get that shit out of here." So I put this freaking antenna in the corner that you can see on the right side there, and I've got like an amplifier. I've got an AC to DC inverter. I've got cables hooked up to my little ham radio. I can talk so far on this thing. It's ridiculous. I'm like hitting. This is line of sight, right? I'm hitting freaking towers like 80 to 120 miles away with this thing. And if Earth is a globe, I shouldn't be able to do that from here. Just saying.
Okay, interesting point. Okay.
Yep.
I'll investigate further into the radio as well.
Radio's the best way to come to this. Radio and light. If you study radio and light and how the eyes perceive optics, you'll be a flat earther, just like the rest of us who did.
Just research Marconi and you will.
Oh, yeah. Marconi.
Marconi, yeah?
10,000 miles. He did a 10,000 mile line of sight transmission. UK to Australia and back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a look. But
freaking awesome. 10,000 miles line of sight. No curve.
It's a pleasure to speak. I will be heading off, but have a nice day, guys.
Yeah, yeah. We'll let you head off. Have a good day and catch you next time.
Next time. Bye-bye.
All right, we got Mio win. Oh, sorry, Meow Mid. Very interested. Leaf, not now. No, bad timing. Bad timing. Bad timing. Leaf. Bad timing's gonna lead to the red microphone. Okay. Put yourself on mute. Right. So we got Meow Mid is asking some good questions in the side chat. Right, wants to see some long distance observations and was just listening, right, to the argument. So maybe we should present some long distance observations. Yeah, Leaf, not now, bro. Bad timing, I told you. All right, Meow Mid, you there? Can you VC at all?
Text me, Leaf.
Yeah, text sporadic.
$200 IQ replies. Nothing less.
Sporadic,
Who did the test across? Okay, yeah, I got you, bro. Who did the test across Australia and UK? It was Marconi. Yes, that Marconi. Early 1900s, before they knew about the ionosphere. He did a transmission that distance, and it was received, and somebody there transmitted back. There's an actual plaque sitting in Australia at the site that this was done to commemorate that moment in history, that a 10,000 mile line of sight transmission was done using radio. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
How about
so
them apples?
You good with that, Leaf? Leaf's good with that.
Can you spell his name?
Marconi.
Wait, you've never heard of Marconi?
No.
He's like the Thomas Edison of England, if I could put it that way. His name is like Guglielmo or something Marconi. He's like an Italian guy who went to England. He invented radio, dude.
Yeah.
No, they ruled.
He
his
got like a
patents
Nobel
invalid.
Prize for radio.
Maybe he's not invented, but he was in that for sure. He made that long. That radio, that line sight, straight line sight, 10,000 kilometers or miles. I don't know what it is. Miles.
Yeah, like so today they have an explanation for how they did such transmissions over a globe. They said that somebody like Marconi operating in his frequency range would have been bouncing a radio signal from the ground to the sky, to the ground to the sky, to the ground to the sky, around a globe. And they said, due to the ionosphere, he should have been able to reflect radio waves multiple times. The problem is the ionosphere is only active for radio propagation at nighttime. And when you look at when Marconi transmitted and to where he transmitted in Australia at that time, the ionosphere was not active, which means this radio signal must have been bouncing off of something somewhere, and there was no logical path for it to complete the course. Yeah, it's a big problem. Like, nobody knows today how he freaking did it, but he did it. And flat earthers would say he did it because Earth is flat. You don't have to wait specifically for certain times of day or night to do these kinds of transmissions because Earth isn't a globe. So, and you know, some of us in radio who've played with these things have experienced what are called anomalies. Like in certain frequency bands at very inopportune times of day, I've heard from my location, like hundreds of miles away, I've heard freaking taxi cab drivers on CB radio in Montreal talking French when I'm in the Washington, D.C. area. Like, that shouldn't happen normally if Earth is a globe. And this kind of thing happens all the time. And one of the intriguing things about radio and why ham radio nerds like me exist is because we're intrigued by these anomalies. They happen a lot, right? It's they call them anomalies, but they seem to be more often the rule than the exception. You can transmit and hear things much further than you think should be possible if Earth is a globe, all the time.
Sporadic. I will tell you, this maybe is nothing to do with nothing, but in the 70s, when my father was, young, they were listening to Radio Luxembourg in Yugoslavia. That's like almost 2,000 kilometers away, and they were listening. Yeah.
Bratislava. I was listening to Radio Luxembourg. Yeah, I got you, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a long distance. I mean, listen, like he's talking like from the Dalmatian coast north of Greece, deep into Central Europe, through like mountains. You got the freaking Alps and crap like that, dude, in a way. All right.
Hey, Sporadic Pico.
Yo, what's up?
What do you think of this flat or round?
Well, I've seen too far for Earth to be a globe. I've used radio to propagate signals beyond the curvature of the Earth. And I have no reason to believe that Earth is a globe as a consequence.
Okay, I have this crazy theory actually. I woke up yesterday afternoon after a nap, and I had the crazy dream of my life, and I saw Earth to be flat. So I now believe in it.
Okay, that's a bad reason to believe in it. Like if you came to us and said that you want to be a flat earther because of that, I would pull you off my fishing hook and throw you back into the lake.
Okay, but yes, I saw Charlie's video. Penguin Z0 moist.
And did you? Why you don't try like this? You find out the position of these people, and then you judge on that position. Can you do that?
Yeah, like, listen, I get it, guys. Like, we're all told flat earthers are the dumbest people on Earth. Okay, I used to think the same thing until I met 24/7 flat Earth people. All right, we are not the same as the freaking throngs of idiots, of flat earthers you see on the internet. When I Google flat Earth, I get frustrated because I see a bunch of dumbass bullshit on the internet about flat Earth that's not true. And I'm a flat earther. Most of us in our community in 24/7 flat Earth can say the same thing about this. Most flat Earth content on the internet is bullshit.
Why do you think Earth is flat? Can you explain?
I already did. Like, listen, I see too far. I've done observations with my eyes and with my radio equipment. I know that the Earth can't be flat as a consequence.
Can you explain what you did?
Yeah. I mean, so, okay. I live near a river, a very wide-mouthed river. When I first heard about flat Earth, I went to one of the coasts of the river, an edge of the river, a place where you slip boats into the river. It's called a boat slip. It's like a ramp. And if you have a car with a trailer and a boat on it, you go backwards and you put your boat into the water with it. And I'm from this area, so I went to that particular point with a very high-powered optic. Okay, it's a telescope. And I held the telescope above the surface of the water, and I looked in a direction that I knew was 2 miles away, and another direction that was about 4 miles away, and another direction that was about almost 6 miles away. And I could see the surface of the water meeting the coastline. This was in October.
What does it prove?
I can see too far for Earth to be a globe. My scope was easily 1 foot or less off the surface of the water. Okay, so at 1 foot off the water, that's 12 inches high from the water. The curvature of the Earth should be at 1.22 miles.
So as
I
per
was
you, the
seeing
people who
I was
believe
seeing the
the
surface of
Earth
the
is
water
round,
for 2 to 4 to 6 miles. Okay, from 1 foot.
so other are idiots who believe in the Earth is round. What do you think?
I don't think people who believe the Earth is round are idiots. 99% of the time, they were taught the same thing that I was taught. Earth is a globe. We went to the moon. Global warming is real, right? I mean, listen, I grew up with all those same stories. And you can go through your entire life believing those stories. You could make millions of dollars doing whatever you do in your business, and it doesn't affect you or bother you, okay? Some of us went to test that. Why? Because we were freaking bored, okay? We were bored one day. We thought this might be fun to see if the Earth is actually a globe. So we went out there to go test it, and oh my gosh, it's not. We can see much further than if Earth is a globe. So we ask ourselves, how come we can do that? And we've researched all kinds of academic papers. We talked to people and asked them, how come we can do this? We went on the internet. We went on Discord. We live streamed to YouTube, and we talked to people, engineers, astrophysicists, physicists. We talked to them and we're like, how the hell can we see too far? Okay, we've got a freaking problem here. And nobody's been able to answer why. So you can go on the internet and you can research flat Earth, and you're going to find all kinds of crazy bullshit about ice walls, lands beyond Antarctica. I don't know, whatever the fuck. I mean, toroidal field geometry. You're going to find all kinds of crazy flat Earth science fiction. And people in our community think those people are freaking idiots, okay? I get frustrated when I Google flat Earth. I will Google flat Earth just to see what's out there, and I get freaking pissed off because all these people saying that they're flat earthers are fucking morons. If you want to find out what flat Earth is, you got to go out and find out for yourself. And once you figure it out, come talk to us. 24/7 flat Earth. We're not like those crazy idiots. We're not here for conspiracy theory. We're here for science.
Bro. If it is flat, it must have edge now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Okay, so yeah, there probably is an edge for what we breathe. Does that mean the flat Earth continues on beyond that? Maybe so. Listen, you're breathing pressurized air. You can only have pressurized air if there's a limit to the pressurization. Because if it's infinite, like outer space, the gas is going to fill. The gas is going to fill the available volume.
Nonsense. You are speaking nonsense. Utter
No,
nonsense.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Go Google this, okay? I want you to Google this and read the definition. Google free expansion of gas. Go to google.com, type in free, F-R-E-E, expansion, E-X-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, of gas. and read what it says for the audience.
Sporadic.
Yeah.
Sporadic. How does Marconi prove the Earth is flat?
All right, I'm going to answer you, and I want to go back to the other guy. Okay, Marconi did a 10,000-mile long line of sight transmission from Australia to the UK before he knew about the ionosphere. All right.
Yo.
All right, let's go back to this. Let's go back to the free expansion of gas. Okay, my friend, did you Google that? Can you read the definition?
That you need. Oh,
Yeah,
I read
someone new. Trent just interrupting when they join so they can go on mute.
And they left.
On mute.
Free expansion of gas. Can we get anybody to Google this and read it, please? What is the free expansion of gas? All right, nobody pipes up. I'm gonna Google it. Okay, it's also called.
Do that.
Sorry.
Too lazy to do that.
India has gone to the moon.
All right. Okay, I Googled it, okay? The free expansion of gas. The free expansion of gas is an irreversible process.
Hello.
An irreversible process where a gas expands into an insulated, evacuated chamber without doing any work.
Hello.
Dual expansion. Okay, first entry.
Can you hear me?
You're interrupting, dude. Why don't
Yeah,
you talk, okay?
Sorry.
Shut the fuck up, Esky.
The Joule expansion is an irreversible process in thermodynamics where a volume of gas is kept in one side of a thermally isolated container with the other side of the container being evacuated. The partition between the two parts of the container is then opened and the gas fills the whole container. Joule expansion, treated as a thought experiment involving ideal gases, is an exercise in classical thermodynamics. It provides a convenient example for calculating changes in thermodynamic quantities, including the resulting increase of entropy of the universe that results from this inherently irreversible process. Gas fills the container. Gas doesn't give a shit about gravity. If we are living on a globe, the air we're breathing is unbounded and should fill the entire freaking universe. We should be dead. The oceans are open to the vacuum of an infinite universe. The oceans are liquid. The bonds between water molecules would be destroyed due to the vibration of the hydrogen or the oxygen and hydrogen molecules, right? Those molecules will vibrate so much, those bonds will be destroyed and it will instantly sublimate and turn into vapor, a gas, and expand the universe, leaving nothing but a shallow husk of a rocky spheroid that you'd call planet Earth if that was in outer space. We would all be dead.
Well, isn't that the Marconi transmission relies on the ionospheric reflection?
No, it doesn't, because they did it before they knew the ionosphere existed. Okay, can we get back to the subject at hand?
Yeah, then that's why they discovered there's this ionic sphere.
No, they did it at the wrong time of day. Okay, so there was no ionospheric bounce at that time. Okay, it was the wrong time of day. Let's get back to the subject at hand. If outer space is a gigantic fucking cosmology vacuum of the Big Bang, we would be dead. There'd be no air. There'd be no oceans. And everything that you ever built would be destroyed. Why? Because there are unbonded molecules in everything that we've built. And those things would be freed from the lattice work that they're constrained in, and they would be evacuated from that framework, and they would go out into outer space. Roads would be destroyed, buildings would be destroyed, everything made of metal would turn into dust. If outer space was a vacuum, your bodies would disintegrate instantly. You would be dead. There'd be nothing left on Earth. No water, no gas. Gas molecules don't give a shit about gravity.
Isn't it crazy that we can actually demonstrate that what you just claimed would happen in a vacuum? We can demonstrate what would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were to put a piece of metal in a vacuum chamber, let's say you have a vacuum chamber and you're like, okay, I'm going to put this block of steel inside that vacuum chamber. I'm going to pump all the air out. Okay. I'm going to keep sucking all that freaking air out with the vacuum pump. It's going to be like as a big freaking vacuum as outer space. You know what's going to happen? There have been molecules, unbonded molecules inside the lattice of the steel block at a molecular level. Okay. You're going to take an electron microscope. You're going to zoom into this shit. You're going to see unbonded molecules between the metal molecules. Okay. Those things are going to start vibrating. Okay. They're going to get excited because you've pulled vacuum. The energy state is going to go out of control. Those molecules are going to be vibrating so much that it's going to destroy the steel. They're going to free themselves from within the steel, and that steel block is going to turn into a piece of fucking Swiss cheese. And parts of it are going to disintegrate. And you guys believe that people went to the moon. Now, can you produce steel that doesn't have some of these trapped, unbonded molecules in them? I mean, conceptually, you can imagine it. In real life, you can't. Not fully. They've got processes where they can to a great extent now, but in 1960, no fucking way. Nope. Nope. Even today, no fucking way. I'm sorry for my French. All right.
Why are you getting angry?
I don't know. I'm passionate about the subject, dude.
I know. At the same time, you're kind of like refusing some fact.
Refusing what? I'm giving you guys a physics lesson. What am I denying?
Well, you're denying the ionospheric reflection.
I said that they didn't know about it when they did the transmission, and the transmission occurred when the ionosphere wasn't active for radio propagation, and that's a fact.
Well, that's why they later on realized it's actually caused by reflection instead of...
No, the path that the radio wave took was when it wasn't active to bounce off of. Like, I'm not denying anything. That's just what happened. Okay?
Why is it sometimes active and sometimes not active?
So it's not active when you didn't discover that?
Because it's a diurnal cycle. When the sun goes away, okay, the sun is a gigantic freaking electromagnet. And when it goes away, the air calms down. And you can transmit farther than you thought. And what the Globers claim is when the sun goes away, the ionosphere becomes active, and you can reflect things off of it. You can reflect things off of a more coherent boundary layer. So you can beam something up in the air and it's going to go down over the curvature of the Earth and hit the target. That's what they say. I don't think that exists. It's a theory. And when the sun comes up in the morning, you can't do that anymore because the sun is this gigantic freaking random noise generator. And it's creating so much freaking static that you can't really transmit as far in those frequencies that you thought you could. So you got to wait for the sun to go down and then you start transmitting. Well, when Marconi did this, it was when the sun was up and freaking scattering all the freaking radio waves in the air. Okay? He could still freaking do it. That's what I'm saying. So he didn't even have to rely on an ionospheric bounce.
It's interesting. I never heard that before. I like that.
Yeah. Yep. And even if he did rely on that bounce, it would have had to bounce more than 180 degrees around the Earth.
What do you think about all of that, Leaf?
No comments.
Yeah, and if he did that, he'd actually have to turn his radio array 180 degrees around, which he didn't do. But let's say he did. I mean, it's almost like a worse problem that way. So, I mean, people who do ham radio, I'm going to say, I mean, they a lot of them believe in the globe, but they got freaking questions. This shit is spooky. You know?
Yep.
I would encourage many flat earthers to get an amateur radio license. It doesn't take much, and the education you get from getting the license, I mean, like there are teenagers who can get their license. The education you get from this is unbelievably good. Like you will learn things about electromagnetism, radio waves, and electric circuitry in a very condensed amount of time. They've got this down to a science to help people get up to speed with as little information and little freaking brain pain as possible. So get your radio license, guys. Like if there's an apocalypse, if the world's going to end and like zombies are going to be eating people, could be useful. So just going to put that out there.
If the world ends, what do I need the license for?
Well, the license gives you the education.
So
The
you're
license
saying
doesn't
get
matter at that
educated
point.
in radio. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, of course you can get educated in radio without the license, but the license allows you to do it without going to jail. And the licensing programs have been so finely tuned. That's a bad
What am I
problem.
going to learn from radio to make me become a flat earth?
Radio's line of sight, just like light. So when you can transmit too far for a globe, it's the same as saying that you can see too far for the globe. You can build equipment like I did, and I posted it in chat, where someone with a basic, in America, the basic ham radio license is called the technician's class. You can get that pretty quickly. You can start building equipment on low power and transmit signals beyond the curvature of the Earth all day, every day. Right, so globe proponents have explanations for this, but it's all based off of conjecture and theory and a lot of bullshit. Right? What's interesting is in the visible spectrum, they say that you can see too far for the Earth because of terrestrial refraction. You know how they calculate that? They take the radius of Earth and they multiply it by 1.16. They make it 16% longer, the
Wait, but
radius.
if the radio travel at the speed of light, in
Yes.
in the light perspective, everything is flat, right?
Yeah. In light and radio, everything's flat.
Right, but you're not traveling in the speed of light now, so
No, but the things you see are beyond any curvature, right?
well, you can say by the perception of light, it seems to be the case of traveling in a line of sight, but
yeah,
that's not the same case at you because you don't travel at the speed of light.
Are you on drugs?
Are you serious?
Yeah, why would I be traveling at the speed of light? Are you on drugs?
Well, if you're not, then if you don't operate the same with the radio light, the radio.
You're not
wave.
making any freaking sense, dude. Why would I be traveling at the speed of light?
Yeah, that's what I'm proving in the point. If
Yeah,
you're not-
but no, you're saying I'm traveling. I could be traveling at the speed of light. Are you on drugs?
brother, can you calm down?
I think you're freaking hilarious.
You're saying because the radio wave, how it travels in line of sight, which indicates the Earth is flat, that it can, by Marconi line of sight transmission, it travels from UK to Canada in a line
You
of sight.
to Australia.
To Australia, all right. Well, because the light itself travels in the speed of light, that's why it appears to be flat relative to the light itself. But you're not light; you don't travel in the speed of light. So, to you, it is not. That's why you have.
Oh, you mean it's like actually curved, but nobody can actually tell in reality, and that's why Earth is a globe? Dude, you
No,
sound like a fucking
I'm not-
mother.
I'm not. What? I sounds like a mother.
You know, a nutter. You sound like you belong in a nut house.
What?
You're like,
Like a mental
Earth
institution.
is
Yeah.
freaking flat, and you couldn't tell it's a globe in reality, but that's how we know it's a globe.
Well, did I say that's why it's a globe? No, I did not say that's why it's a globe.
Why do you think it's a globe then?
Okay, look, in
You're not going to answer the question. Why do you think it's a globe? Answer, please.
I did not say
Audience
it-
wants to hear.
Buddy, can you? All right, buddy. I did not mention the word globe during our
Oh, so
conversation.
do you not believe in the globe? Yes or no?
You're pointing out
You
Marconi
can't
line of
answer
sight
the question
transmission.
because you're a freaking coward, right? You're a coward.
Are you serious?
Your mom raised a fucking coward. Am I right, dude?
Is
Look,
the
I
Earth a
know
globe,
you
please?
have
Come
the
on.
right to be angry.
Why
Can
can't you answer the question? Why can't you just answer the question?
Can you not insult my family?
Yeah. Well,
Why
I
can't you
just did. Okay.
just
What are you
answer
going to
it?
do about it, pussy?
Hold on a second. Let's
That
just
speaks a
leave.
lot
He
about
asked you a direct.
yourself.
It's a direct question, dude. Do you think the Earth's a globe or not? Leaf.
It
Can you hear
doesn't
me?
matter if I think the Earth is a globe or not. I'm
can't you just answer
pointing
it?
out.
Why can't
I'm
you just?
pointing out.
You
He's
can't
a
answer the
pussy.
question.
His mom
Wow,
raised a
that's
fucking
cruel.
sissy boy.
That's crazy,
Like-
dude. Why can't you
Isn't it
just
crazy?
answer the question?
Speak with your
trying-
chest.
I'm trying to talk sense with you here.
Yeah, I am trying to get sense out of you, and you're withholding it from the audience.
No, I see the experiment you mentioned about the line of sight transmission. All
Oh
right,
my gosh, yeah, just keep going on and on.
but it is moving.
Leaf, why can't you
It's
just
perceived to be
hold
in
on,
line of
Leaf.
Why
sight.
can't you answer the damn question, dude? Is it a globe or is it flat?
You got to answer the question, man. Like, come on. Is the Earth a globe? It's not a hard question. Just be honest and don't be ashamed
don't-
if
I
you
don't
think it's a
know.
globe.
To me, reality is just a source of memory. All right, like I can say I remember the Earth is globe, or I can say I remember the Earth is flat. Look, if you show the baby like the Earth is flat, ever since it's like 5 years.
Okay, so you don't fucking know a thing about reality, so you gotta just like live in this in between space because you're a coward. You're a coward.
What?
You're a coward. You are a coward.
I thought you're flat earther. I didn't know that you're meaner.
I am a flat earther, and you are a coward.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you're a coward.
I'm coward because I'm pointing out.
Because you're not willing to provide an answer. You don't know if you live on a globe or a flat earth.
Buddy, I told you I don't know. And I'm being serious. Like, just because I say I don't know an answer, you calling someone out to be a coward?
Yeah.
Inferior to you?
Because you're not willing to take a side. Okay? And you're arguing. You're arguing against empirical proof of a flat earth. And you're not willing to say that you're against flat earth. That makes you pretty limp-dicked, to be honest.
Look, let's say I'm in a school here, the school of flat earth. All right? I'm trying to learn from from your information. Right? And I realize the information you're providing. It makes sense. It's flat.
It is flat.
The speed of light. But the fact is, we're stationary, right? We're not moving in the speed of light.
What is your point, dude?
If the radio wave travels in the speed of light, then of course it's moving in line of sight. Because let's go back to this. Why would you ask
if I'm moving at the speed of light? Like, that's just a freaking stupid thing to say.
Well, this is the one thing I can think about.
Are you on drugs? Like, why would you think I could be moving at the speed of light?
I'm not saying that you are.
Fucking on mushrooms, or like what the hell is up with kids these days? I don't know.
I'm not saying you are. I'm asking a question.
Okay.
If you're not traveling in the speed of light, you're not the radio wave itself, then it wouldn't be...
Okay. Hey, listen, dude, why don't you just DM me? I'm open to DMs. You can DM me all your questions, and we can carry on in another way. So I'm just going to mute you, sir. And we can move on to somebody else who's actually fucking coherent. DJ, what do you say about that?
It's Leaf, man. It's just Leaf. You know, he's always like that. We got Ready Shop. Ready Shop's in the side chat. Seems like a funny guy. So Ready Shop.
I love funny. I've got a sister too.
Welcome, Ready Shop.
Yeah. Hello.
Well, hello.
There we go. Hello. Hello.
Listen, I hope you're not as dumb as the last guy we talked to. So let's just be real. Holy shit.
No, but the thing is, I don't have a really opinion right now, so maybe I can.
That's fair.
After.
That's fair. I love it. Okay, open book, right? Let's do a clean slate, right?
Wait.
Okay.
What was the question actually? Ask me.
Okay. What if you think Earth is a globe? What's your best evidence? Yeah. What's your best evidence if you think Earth is a globe?
Well, I would say the gravity.
Okay. Why does that make Earth a globe?
Because that's a good question. I would say that
I know.
Gravity. No. But the gravity is everywhere and equal in a
Dude,
surface.
you sound like freaking Master Yoda from Star Wars. Like, the Force is everywhere. The Force binds us together.
Okay.
Like, you like Star Wars, right? Who doesn't? It's like the Force. Force, dude. It's the Force.
No, but I don't remember. I watched them all, but I watched them when I was little, so.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry.
Me too. I mean, yeah, listen, like, I don't have a problem with gravity, right? I drop something on flat Earth and it falls to the floor. So,
Yes.
yeah. Works
Okay,
on
so
flat
you
Earth.
say the world is flat.
Yeah.
And how can you explain this? I mean,
Yeah. So we can see too far for the globe to be true. All right. The globe has a certain dimension to it. It's a certain size. It can't be any bigger or any smaller than what they say it is. The globe has a circumference of 24,900 miles. I don't know what that is in kilometers. If any of my Canadian friends are out there, they can convert it. You can use actually a phi ratio to convert it.
45,000 kilometers.
There you go. So take miles, multiply by 1.618, which is phi, and you'll get pretty close to kilometers every time. Anyway, so the globe has a certain size. And if we scale that down to where we live, we can determine how far we should see for the curvature of the Earth to start gobbling up distant objects, right? So everybody says Earth is a globe because ships go over the horizon. Where's the horizon? How far is that? Let's test it. All right, so if you are an average male, maybe above average, your eyes are 1.8 meters off the ground. Okay, maybe close to 6 feet. Let's say you're a fairly large man. And you're at the ocean, your feet are just touching the water of the ocean. And you are looking out at the surface of the ocean on a very clear evening. The edge of the Earth on a globe should be 3 miles or approximately 5 kilometers away. And after that, things start to descend. The further they go, the more they descend over the curvature of the Earth. And it should descend at a very predictable rate. So something 10 miles away should be below the horizon by about 66 feet. What is that? Around 100 freaking, what is that? 33 meters, roughly? I don't know. I suck at metric conversion. So things beyond the horizon should start to descend, and not just descend at a linear rate of descent, but a curvilinear rate of descent, right?
okay.
Okay.
But wait, I have a question then. So,
well, I was
if
going to say,
you
we can
say-
see things like 30 miles away at the beach. That's it. Okay, so Earth ain't a freaking globe. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you say the Earth is flat, why does the planes just fly straight?
I don't think
Because
they can.
No, they can't fly straight. So
They can't fly straight.
You say they can.
They can't fly straight. No, they can't.
Okay, so it proves that Earth is globe.
No,
Not flat.
they just can't fly straight, man.
But why? If you say the Earth is flat,
Yeah, I'll tell you why they can't fly straight. So
Yes.
the air is a fluid.
What?
The air has weather. If I fly from New York to Heathrow Airport in London and fly back,
yes,
sometimes it's 4.5 hours, sometimes it's 5 hours, sometimes it's 6 hours, sometimes it's just over 6 hours, sometimes it's 5 2/4, 3/4 hours, sometimes it's 5 1/4 hours, sometimes I've done it a lot, okay? I think the fastest I've done it is just over 4 hours, And once it took me about 6 hours from New York to Heathrow. Why is that? Well, lots of reasons. Okay, first, the air pushes the airplane sideways and sideways and sideways. Second, there are flight routes. There are what are called flight corridors. Airplanes must fly within certain corridors, which are certain dimensions given to them to maneuver. If there are too many planes within a corridor, airplanes have to move to a different corridor to avoid potentially impacting other airplanes. So these flights are not going over what are called great circle routes. A great circle route on a globe is point A to B in the most efficient distance. Airplanes can hardly ever do that. They never do. It's impossible because of all the physics of the atmosphere and the practicality of what's going on with other airplanes and flight corridors. There's so many issues impacting their ability to do that. It's got to be frustrating. So what's your point?
Well, I don't think it is technically true because I don't know.
Really?
If you have seen already the flight routes, because they are not really straight, they are a little bit different from that. And also,
yeah, they curve. They curve on a spherical coordinate reference system that's projected flat. So what?
So the Earth is not flat.
Well, the spherical coordinate reference system is not flat, but the Earth is flat. The coordinates we use to determine our location on Earth are not flat, but the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but I talk, for example, between like South America to Australia, the route is really different. Like,
yeah, because you're using spherical coordinates. How did you know where you are?
Weather.
Yeah, listen. How did you know where you began and how did you know where you ended up and how did you track your progress? You used a spherical coordinate reference system.
Yes, you use GPS.
Yes, you did. That is that applies a spherical coordinate reference system. And it works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but because we are using GPS, it also
works on a flat Earth.
Earth is globe because
no, the coordinates you're using are spherical. That doesn't mean the land and the water's spherical.
So how do you think satellites work then?
How do you think they work? Let me ask you that, because I just actually did a presentation on satellites about an hour ago, maybe an hour and 20 minutes ago. So for the audience who's been listening, this is going to be really good. I was just discussing magnetospheric problems with satellites.
Wow.
Yeah. So why don't you tell me what satellites are, okay? Because I can tell you what satellites aren't. Go ahead.
Okay, tell me then. Go ahead.
Yeah, satellites are not orbiting around a globe using a gravity well to accelerate their speed past the downward vector of gravity, accelerating.
So they follow a straight line. Then.
No, they don't. No, not even on a globe, do they? They go in a curve, dude. They don't go in a straight line. Are you insane? If they went in a straight line, they'd be in another solar system. They curve, right? They curve around a globe, you think. Don't you think satellites curve around a globe? They don't go in a straight line.
Well, I mean, it's completely wrong, I would say, but okay.
But yeah, what's a satellite? If I go to NASA Goddard Space Flight Center Okay, NASA, Goddard, Goddard, Goddard Space Flight Center. Their website shows you how to query satellites. What you need to do to identify where satellites are and what their operational status is. And they'll tell you that to query a satellite, you will have to understand where it is within the magnetosphere, because satellites are traversing through magnetic fields along magnetic flux line tubes of force. And there's a magnetospheric occupancy region of satellites. If they become too crowded, then you cannot query the satellite correctly. You have to wait until they separate out within the magnetic field. And when they separate out, you're able to query them properly. You can identify them. And these satellites are communicating and are traced down to ground stations along a magnetic field line.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me what the hell that means? Why don't you tell me what, I mean, if you bring up satellites as a proof of the globe, I can show you the front page. I can show you the front page of this website from NASA Goddard, and I'd like you to explain it to me because I don't freaking understand it either.
Well, I'm not a scientist, and so, but I would say
I'm not
that
either. So
GPS works.
maybe you should leave satellites alone because you don't know how they work. Because NASA describes satellites in a manner that you don't understand.
Okay, so I have a different thing then. If you don't believe the Earth is a globe, do you think also the moon is flat?
Doesn't matter. 51 minutes past the hour text chat. I posted the front page of Goddard Space Flight Center, Space Physics Data Facility. If you want to query a satellite that's listed, okay, you have two matching options. The magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites are in a particular magnetic spheric region. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line that traces to a specified ground station. Okay, so if you want to find and locate a satellite, can you tell me how to do that with that webpage?
I mean,
the answer is I don't know. I don't freaking know either, dude. I don't know what that means. But if I want to query a satellite, I have to do what they say there. It doesn't involve gravity or freaking globe orbits, does it? Like, whatever the hell magneto freaking flux tube lines of force are, I'm at a loss, okay? I'm sure you are too. So what are satellites?
So basically, if you dynamited a bunch of iron filings into nanoparticles, they would form field lines where that would be.
Yeah, that's right. we're gonna send a nuclear bomb into space and blow it up full of iron filings, and we're gonna measure their direction. Okay.
Well, apparently there's going to be a satellite and a ground station at the end of those field lines, and you should be able to see them like a rope that connects the ground right to the satellite.
That's what I'm picturing too. Like, and we're going to find where those magnetic field lines are on Earth, and we're going to build a station there so we can track them better. Right? I mean, listen,
how did they figure that out, right? Where to build
Indio, listen, bro, like, if you've ever heard of like Vin Hill Station in a place out in West Virginia, like, they specifically find places on Earth to do satellite calibration and tracking, and they build shit there.
I mean, I bet you there's some really good spots where you can transmit a radio signal pretty damn far.
Yeah. You're just riding the easy pass of the magnetosphere, the magnetic flux tube of force. You're like you're in Elon Musk's freaking magneto tube. You're just like bouncing your radio signal off the walls on that tube. And you're going around the entire globe. You're gonna hit fucking Australia from England.
Well, check this out. A lens works by diffraction, right? And you can make a you can make an edge diffraction lens. Like say you had a radio tower that was like in a valley, but like it was at the perfect location so that it would diffract at the like the ridge of the mountain or the canyon or whatever it is that you're using, and that the radio signal is going to propagate super far.
Dude, it's like going to a pool hall, like on a pool table. You're like chipping your fucking cue ball off another ball and ricocheting
Exactly,
it.
dude. But a string of balls, right? Like you ever seen that trick, right, where they just bounce off like a whole row of balls.
Benoit balls, baby. All right, it's probably rated.
You know, Glover Benoit balls like look like a globe.
Oh man, you came in at the right second, dude. Thank you for taking.
They got blue marble anal beads.
I bet you could sell those on the internet to Glovers. Make a killing.
Dude, 9 points for every planet.
It's the magnetic
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Oh my god!
Yeah, the exoplane is set. That's extra.
Those are way bigger. The exoplanets. It's like, oh fuck, we're at the exoplanets. I can't take it anymore. We're Jupiter, Saturn. Oh shit!
Exoplanet. For your pleasure.
Excuse me. I'm dying over here.
I'm losing my mind.
Shit. Solar system anal beads. All right, let's go, guys. Come on, Glovers. You know you want it.
I guarantee you would make a fortune.
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. Oh my God! Like just gets bigger and bigger. Help me, God.
Well, until Pluto. The sun will get mad and cut it off because it's not really a planet.
Yeah, but you know what you do? You have like about 3 feet of rope until Planet X, and it's a basketball. Surprise.
That's the Nibiru set, right? I know there's some Glovers in here right now that are furious.
I hope it draws them in.
Bill's probably losing it right now.
Oh,
sons of bitches! Yeah, I woke up to a DM 2 days ago. I get up in the morning, I look him, it's Professor Phil. He's like, you know, he writes a book tirade saying, talking about last night in the live stream when I wasn't even in the live stream. He was like screaming about a recording and didn't even realize it. Thought we were talking.
Yeah, he's a boomer.
Hello, Mr. Sporadic Radio Echo.
Yeah. What's up, my friend?
I conducted a bit of research and I said I'm going to ask you to maybe investigate this further.
Yeah, listen, I have to go. I can listen, but I can't talk anymore. So, Indio, listen, man, you're up. Take care.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Wrong way.
Sorry.
We
I
continue another time.
like it's last second.
We continue another time, Sporadic. That's fine.
Okay, you're really low. I don't know if you're talking to me or someone in your room.
Who? Sorry, who are you talking to?
You. Don't you have questions? Comments?
Oh, am I
We got
really
the
low?
answers.
Am I really quiet?
Yeah, why are you quiet? Somebody in your room?
Oh, sorry.
Is the Goldberth in the room with you right now?
Let me check my microphone. No, I need to check 1 second. Sorry, let me check.
Mic check.
I hear you.
Yeah, Panji, your mic wasn't too bad. I mean, you can ask your question.
Oh no, it's got a problem. Like I need to look at it. It keeps on lowering. Sorry, you guys can speak. I need to fix it. Sorry.
Okay.
Like it's wrong with this. Yeah. Mike.
Nathan.
Mike.
James.
Mike. Hey,
What
what's
the
up,
hell?
Banshee?
My chunk.
Hey, Necros. It's crazy. It's crazy how we have to explain science to a freaking flat earther.
Said something?
Yeah, it's crazy
Yeah,
how
it's
we have to
crazy how we have
explain
to-
science to a
Yeah,
flat
bro.
earther.
Yeah, it was awful. Yeah.
Where you guys been hanging out?
Geos went to Geos for a few.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Dude, I'm thinking about why don't we go in PNR one of these times? You haven't been over there in a while. They got to miss us.
I can't find the channel anymore in PNR. It was visible. It's not.
Yeah, we were trying to get it removed. I think Heretic was trying to ask them to get rid of it. Maybe it's gone now. I don't know. I left that server.
Oh yeah, PNR. They got rid of the channel like a couple days ago, 3 days ago, maybe.
I left it. Yeah, I left the server too.
Yeah,
dude.
We used to have a really good moderator that would look after the channel called Banshee. But they left, and then some other person took over from them, and they hated Flat Earth. I used to see them talking shit about Flat Earth in the comments, so they removed all of our, like, a lot of our mod powers. They removed them, and then they unbanned all the trolls. So, yeah. So we were
That
like,
makes
all
you
right,
want to
we'll
go
just...
back there. I got issues, man. I want to go back there and start shit.
I just hit the leave server button myself.
Yeah.
I should go over to Geos, man. I'm gonna get so much hate, dude. That's like,
Honestly, I swear, earlier I wanted to ask you to come because I knew that you would find that very funny. We were talking about the science and scientific method, scientific models, and those things. You would have fun. There were those people coming from Jim Panda, NASA Shield, and some other.
Yeah, that's the problem. They'll be like, India's in this server. We're not banned. Let's all go over there and dogpile them. So, I mean, I'm not against that per se. It's just like, I can only juggle so many balls at the same time, man. They'll be in the chat. They'll be DMing me. They'll be freaking doing this and that. They'll be freaking swearing at me in the stream. Like, you know what I mean? Even not even Pi Mei can fight 100 opponents. Well, yeah, I'll pop over there. Certainly, I'll definitely do it, just for ha-has. I can't guarantee how long I'll be there. Maybe if I take some blood pressure medication.
They're stronger in the politics server now. I think he's talking because I see him unmute.
Joy.
Literally every clown will be there. It'll be freaking all of them. All of the Jump Panda clowns. All the Omnivore clowns. Half of them from Twitter. I got a regular fan club among Globers. They really hate me. And I love that they hate me. It's like QE. QE can't go on the Glober server, dude.
Yeah, he would get dark.
I mean, I did go. I have been on Geo's. Was it Geo's? Might not have been Geo's. It might have been that Globe Earther 24/7 Globe Earth Discord. I think I popped in there when McToon and a bunch of them was there. They just kept muting me. So.
Globebusters. When we all dropped in there.
And you got to sit there and listen to their narration shit, dude. Like, they just go right off into narrative. Flat earthers think blah, 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 blah. This is why nobody, just listen to the gaslighting nonsense. Like, they don't even talk about the topic. They just want to talk about, And Nathan Oakley said, I mean, they had to defend Witsit, Nathan Oakley, Jeranism, Mark Sargent, frickin' Eric Dubay. Like, defend every person that ever was involved in Flat Earth at the same time. Yeah, it's unproductive to a degree, but, maybe I'll get lucky. I could just try over and over again until I get a normal conversation. I could do that.
Guy was trying to say that anything could be a model, and it's a flat earther. And he posted this paper.
Anything?
Practically
anything. Anything?
Anything. Literally, he said anything. Yeah.
So if I take some shaving cream and spray it on the kitchen table, that can be a model of a gold bar.
And he posted his paper. I'll post the paper real quick that he posted.
He was basically saying that models doesn't have to be based on reality. It can be
I agree with that.
Something imaginary and considered scientific model. No.
It won't be considered a scientific model. It can be a model, but it won't be scientific.
No, he was saying scientific model.
Scientific model, precisely. We were talking about, it can be considered as a model of this, model of that, but not scientific model. He couldn't understand that shit. And
Did you ask him, what's the distinction between a scientific model and just a run-of-the-mill model? And just what's the difference? Because you're going to add that qualifying adjective, right? You need to define what that means.
Yeah, pretty much he put this. I posted the paper that he gave me.
He agreed.
And pretty much he says it could be mental model, expressive model, consensus model. A mental model is a representation of a complicated idea, how we think of an abstract idea like an atom. An expressive model could be a version of a mental model that is expressed by an individual through action or speech or writing. This is a diagram. And then the consensus model. But I mean, he was pretty much saying that anything could be a model as long as it has some of the way it works, you know, in the diagram and whatnot. So I told him, okay, well, I'm gonna have a car. I'm gonna have a car that spits a rainbow out of his exhaust. And a scientific model is going to be the way they put the gas in it, the Skittles I throw inside, the way the carburetor it mixes the fuel with, and the way the exhaust, and the way the catalytic converter spits the rainbow off the exhaust. No, and then he didn't want to accept that model. What is this going to be a scientific model? Let me put it on paper. That's gonna be a scientific model. I just went into absurdity. I mean, because it's just the way he and I pretty much brought it up. Like, dude, it has to be tested in the real world. It can't if it can't be tested, it's not a scientific model. And it was just going on and on. Like, no, it could be a model. It could be a scientific model. It was ridiculous, man. And then NASA Shields came in, you know how he does.
I asked them why don't they consider water on a container, on a cup, on a bucket, on anything like, or even a piece of foam that you can carve topography on it and you can pour water. Why don't they consider that as a model if they can't give a better model of water being flat on its surface, sitting on filling those paths in the topography that you will carve, or even another model, a container full of gas, where you have gas pressure inside that container. Why don't they consider that as a model? Can they give better model?
No, if you remember, they got to measure something according to that's
yeah. Measuring things is science. Eratosthenes did a scientific experiment.
Well, the thing is, why they even, you just have to realize that, like, the reason he even wants to add science as a qualifier to give whatever he says, but it's called a scientific model, it has instant validity. No. Just because it's just like doing stuff with words instead of actions. Like, it's whatever they did that makes it a scientific model. Like, what's its validation in the natural world? And do the variables, whatever they are, actually mean, you know, do they correlate or do they accurately represent what exists in the natural world? Or are they just some variable in an equation? I'm very curious, man. What is the scientific model, man? What makes a model scientific? What do you got to do?
It's crazy. They don't have standards, man, whatsoever. That's what he's all, at least NASA Shields always says that there's a lot of scientific methods.
Who are you arguing with?
One was Yahweh, and the other one is That's a chill. That's a chill. Just came in always like disturb the whole conversation. But his name is Yahweh's King, I think his name is.
Yeah, I guess I'd go in there and be like, okay, what makes it like drill down into the logic because I know what they're actually trying to do. Like they're just trying to create a narrative that, like, you know, you could just call things scientific, but they're trying to. Normal people, when they hear in the modern era, when they hear scientific, they hear that's the truth, right? That it's proven, that it's true. The word scientific they think is synonymous with that, and that's why they want to use this word so bad. It's just like it's just straight propaganda. It's scientifically proven. Bunch of weirdos. But then when you look at anybody in the philosophy of science, they'll be like, well, science doesn't prove anything. Even Vsauce said that crap.
Yeah.
Apparently the Glovers didn't get the freaking memo. What's up, PM? You been in this chat before? If you got any questions, shoot. Exactly, he bolted.
Finally, my mic is working.
Your mic is working.
Yes. It wasn't working before. Good news for you guys. It's working.
Darn it.
So what happened, Elbow? What were they saying? Because I've been in the geos before, and they kind of, if you try to, I mean, they don't go with the scientific method. That is something very specific. I think, as an example, one of the guys, what was it? Torah? No, not Torah. It was one of the guys. Okay, he's always there. I'll remember his name later. He was saying that if you, let's say you do an observation across water, and you're doing like an observation test of a boat, and you establish the distance and the height of the observer. That's science. He's saying that's something like that you're doing science there. Like an
Oh,
observer.
I think that was wasn't Torah. It was he came over here
Lion.
last time. Lion, yeah.
Yeah, Lion. Yeah, I remember that day.
Yeah, not everybody's like lying over there. I mean, there's like SE and Jeremy. They're all somewhat strict on the scientific method. They do go with the observation. You need an observation, yada yada yada. But there's a few there that just are so convoluted, man. And this one was Yahweh is king. This guy was just all over the place with a model, saying that they do have a model, and I was like, well, then present it. And he's like,
What do you think about Taylor? Taylor, I think she's good.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't really heard her. I think
She's okay. She's still rough around the edges, man. She doesn't have enough experience. Like, she still doesn't. She has good arguments and they're solid, but she doesn't know how to deal with slimy people yet. You know what I mean? She doesn't really. I mean, that just takes experience. Nothing against her, man. It just takes. You just got to like be in the fire for a long time and
They need to strap her down.
Experience the tricks, right?
Strap her down to politics for a day, and just let the GF6 clowns go in there so she can understand the capabilities of these slime balls.
I know. What's his
No,
name?
she needs to deal with retards like Mez, those type people.
Yeah,
and Joshua.
I know QE wanted to talk to her one time. Just kind of shoot her out. Shoot her out. Sorry. I don't know what he heard her say something. I guess a recorded conversation or something on Geos. But you're not QE. You want to shoot everybody out.
That's just QE.
Like at the end of the day, like yeah, okay, so the the terms and definitions and all that are important, but what's more important is, do they have an empirical method by which they can demonstrate what they're claiming? That's the point. Whether they want to call that scientific or it's not scientific, it's a problem of geometry or this or that. Is there a method? Can we do anything to prove what you're saying? That's the point.
Ultimately, it all has to be tested against the natural world, no matter what it is. Right? Science is empirical. Like, I've been harping on this with these guys for a while now, because they try to get away from that. They try to go into models and freaking ideas and theories and just a bunch of crap with their head in the clouds. No matter what all that is, right? I can just say, okay, all that's true. Everything you said, contingent upon you having the data to support it, of observations in the natural world that conform to that. If you don't have that, you're just blowing smoke. Sheepdog started a space on X. Quick space until my wife kicks me off. May end suddenly.
So far, the answers to my question, right, of okay, if 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is incorrect, then what's the correct one? What's the maximum distance to a horizon that we should be able to observe? I've gotten there is none, as far as what you would ever see. It depends. I can't tell you. I need to
No
know more.
maximum distance? Are you serious?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, look, see your own ass, apparently, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah, but you're talking about the horizon.
right, right.
So the horizon could look like it's 1,000 miles away. Like how would that even look?
Behind you, yeah, right. Yes. You're looking backwards, right?
Yeah, it would look like just like a horizon that's 3 miles away.
You'd be able to see yourself like behind the horizon, looking towards the horizon.
Oh my goodness gracious, man! There's always going to be that angle, that limiting angle where your line of sight is parallel to the ground. Globe Earth or not, dude, there always has to be a limit, dude. Unless the horizon is like concave, right? Unless it's a concave horizon floating in the air.
Right. But that's a good question. I want to ask you now. Right, theoretically or hypothetically, could you see yourself blocked by the horizon?
Oh my god! Oh, I can't wait to talk to Brenda. Because Brenda has said that no observation of the Earth, there's no observation of the done on the surface of the Earth, no matter how far you can see, that would falsify the globe. All of them can be explained within the globe paradigm. This is what she said.
With one simple word.
Yep. I'm full of shit. Oh, that's 3 words. No, but T-Dub, listen, if the horizon, like say you'd only see 3,956 miles around the Earth, right? So now the horizon's 3 miles away from the guy, dude. She'd see herself cut off by the horizon.
Right.
Dude, what a trip. You just need a strong enough telescope. Oh my God, the foolishness we endure. Everybody in here deserves a medal.
I was waiting in politics. I was waiting for Scott Mackey to open his mic and say something. He didn't though. He sat there quiet, just listening. I guess.
Came back around, did he?
Yeah, he's back.
He's back.
Amazing.
Still the same. Whinging about feelings and asking about our feelings on things. And then when you give him an answer, nuh-uh. I heard 3 nuh-ahs the other day, and yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing passive-aggressive personal attacks. That somehow he can slander us. Somehow the Earth will be a globe.
Welcome.
And he said it didn't phase him.
I was just going to say, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If the cog disc doesn't get you, the trolls will.
Oh my goodness. Need a strong mind around here. I mean, he's taken so many L's, dude. Like, doesn't he have shame? Oh, he probably just did a reset or something where, like, he got globe amnesia. He has no idea that he got his ass kicked for 2 years straight and just came back like nothing happened.
Captain America, I can do this all day. Whilst he's getting the piss flogged out of him.
Scott said he wasn't phased that he couldn't come back. Like, he just went about his day. But the opportunity he got, he was back in there, right?
He's actually been unlocked for a couple of months. He's probably too stupid to realise that he was allowed back in.
He might not have realised, yeah.
Unlike quite a few of the other ones that were constantly testing the fence to see if it was down. And the day that the things got unlocked, they were in there.
Well, actually, Scott was there a few weeks ago. Like, he dropped in briefly. Yeah.
Dude, this PDF is horseshit, bro. Who wrote this? Oh, Faculty of Education, Monash University. Victorian Department of Education and Training. They should have their certification taken away. Or whoever wrote this should be fired. Listen to this. A scientific model is a physical and or mathematical and or conceptual representation of a system of ideas, events, or processes. Scientists seek to identify and understand patterns in our world by drawing on their scientific knowledge to offer explanations that enable the patterns to be predicted. Okay, that's the fuck up right there. A mathematical model can never be an explanation. Ever. Math doesn't explain anything. The models scientists create need to be consistent with our observations, inferences, and current explanations. Oh. So if you make a model that falsifies the current explanation, it's not a scientific model anymore? This is just horse shit. However, scientific models are not created to be factual statements about the world. Oh, god damn. This is what the guy was defending this horse shit? Who wrote this, dude? They should be fired. Who wrote this?
You read it?
Yeah. Who wrote this, man? Like, I really want to know who wrote this.
Yeah, I don't even think they put their name to it. I think I looked at the thing. It says Faculty of Education. That's all it says.
Dude,
I'll try to look for it.
there's no, like, if you brought this over to the philosophy of science or the philosophy department, they would throw up, okay, reading this.
It's all this confirmation bias. confirmation bias and thought experiment.
Can you imagine 400 years ago them even saying the word thought experiment? They might have been burned at the stake.
Yeah. I mean, at this rate, they may as well just define science as trying to figure shit out and stuff.
Or, yeah, trying to figure out a cool story so I can feel better about life and sleep better because I'm scared. And I don't like not knowing things, so I'd rather just believe a bullshit story so I can sleep at night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a dude in politics before you came in, and he was like, "No, I've got to know." Like he was like, "No," because he was like saying, "Well, how does this and that work then?" You know, like, so why do you need to know? But if you're saying the Earth is flat, then you've got to be able to explain this and that and this and that. It's like, no, we don't. It's like you could hear it, and he's like, "Oh, I need to know."
It's like an all or nothing fallacy, right? If you don't know everything, you know nothing. Silly.
What's that line out of the what is it? Snatch. I'm a bad boy yardie. I create your bodies. I don't erase the bodies. That's what we're doing. We're falsifying their shit, showing them that it's broken. It's not our job to replace it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, even with scientific experiment, you can determine that, okay, so X didn't cause Y. That's not the cause. At that point, you still don't know what the cause is, but you know what it's not.
Well, that's the thing. They think that science works by confirmation. The modern science and the inductive sciences, they think it works by confirmation. That you go out, and if you like there was whatever you predicted happens, then it's proven, right? Even though it's packed with affirming the consequent in the first place. Now, the Foucault pendulum. If pendulum precesses, Earth spins, or Earth spins, therefore pendulum precesses. Pendulum precesses, therefore Earth spins. It's just silly, dude. It's so gone.
Right. And apparently, it doesn't matter if it's saying it's not conclusive. It's still it's still affirming the consequent. If you draw any conclusion using that form, it's invalid. Doesn't matter if you're saying it's definitive, conclusive, or if it's like likely, you know, or a percentage of probability. It doesn't matter.
They love that one.
Using, yeah.
I don't know. Oh, is it proven? Just rub some probability on it. It'll make it better. I'm 99.9% sure the Earth is a globe. So in that PDF, it goes, for example, the Earth was once considered to be a flat disk, then was reconceptualized as a very large sphere. It is now known not to be spherical, but to be a little more pear-shaped. Well, wasn't it known that it was a flat level disk, and then wasn't it known it was a very large sphere? I think the people at that time were like, "Oh, this isn't a fact. This is a reconceptualization." Dude, I bet you whoever presented that to you, they're the one that wrote it.
I hope not.
Yep, they work at the university, and they're the one that wrote it.
Yeah, probably got checked for spelling errors, and that's it. That was the peer review of that document. It's just like, yeah, check it for spelling errors.
No, it's just a study guide written up by one of the professors or the interns or whatever, PhD student, who knows who wrote that. But it's trash. They have a degree, it should be taken away. But give that back, man. We made a mistake. Your brain is mush.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm so fine. If you are fine, about you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm so fine. If you are fine, about you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
That's good. I'm good. I'm good.
Good, good. Good to know. Good to know. You're doing good. I'm doing good too.
Everett. Where are you from?
Me? I'm from America.
Yeah. You're from America. Nice. And where you live?
In my body.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I live.
Jamesy, how long have you lived there?
Yeah, interesting.
All my life.
Yeah.
Where are you going? You on vacation then?
I'll take it with me.
Guys, I'm pissed. I'm pissed in this
Where
server.
I live, where I go.
Why are you angry, dude?
I
You
live
angry
in
at Flat
Iraq,
Earth?
and I'm from Iraq, and I'm born in Iraq.
Okay, and?
Yeah, Iraq is
Why
a
is that
country,
important?
at least if you don't know this.
I'm well aware of that, but why is this important to us?
Right, from China?
No, that's just my PFP.
Just
I'm in
your
America.
accent is China China
It's not
accent.
a Chinese accent, dude.
Chinese accent.
I was born in Providence, Rhode Island.
Where are you from? Sushi
I
don't
was
love?
born in Providence, Rhode Island, but I've lived in Georgia. This is all in the United States. Georgia,
born
Maine,
in
Vermont,
Georgia?
Massachusetts, New York City. Where else? Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, nice. That's good.
You always live in the same place in Morocco, or you move around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Sorry, what did I say?
I said, you live in Iraq. Have you moved around, or you've always lived in the same place?
Mm-hmm. Wait. I invite to my wife.
Yeah. Have you ever lived in a different house, buddy?
Have you moved? Have you lived in a different place? Are you in Iraq, or you moved around? I don't know. I'm confused too.
That's because you've never moved, Jim. So you've always lived in your body.
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of sounds to me that he's practicing his English.
Maybe. Where do you live? I live in Boston. Where do you live?
In my body, I told you already.
Not you. And how about in practice?
He said my wife. Maybe his wife was talking to him.
Actually, he said I was Chinese, so his English has to be good enough where he thinks he can recognize a Chinese accent.
He saw the PFP. And that definitely looks like all Chinese people.
Japanese, though, right?
They all look Japanese. I mean, Chinese, even Japanese.
I think that actor's Japanese.
Therefore, he looks Chinese.
Of course.
Hey, what are you making for dinner, Sporadic? Since you have family over. They're making dinner for you.
I had Chinese.
Yes.
I'm not even joking. I had Chinese.
Good pick. Sounds good to me.
I'm eating grilled zucchini and chicken. Dice. All cooked on the grill.
Sounds good to me. I also had chicken, but I had fried plantains, beans, and aguacate.
Totone?
The sweet ones, not totones. Totone will be the green ones. I had the yellow ones. Yeah. The ones that get sweeter, you know? Platanito frito.
Bad for you. All Puerto Rican food is bad for you.
Actually, if you eat like a bunch of seafood, most of the seafood is pretty good. I mean, if it's like fresh, you know, and you don't damage it doing anything weird to it. Just keep it as raw as possible.
What, like bacalao?
Bacalao is good.
It's bad for you, bro.
Nah.
Is that fried too?
No, you don't. You need to fry the bacalao. The bacalao you can keep it raw, and you can make like a aguacate gazpacho with it. Avocado, tomatoes, onions, lime juice, salt.
Ceviche or something, right?
Yeah, like that. You make it with the fish.
Our family all fried. Everything was fried.
Everything fried. Yeah, I remember those times. Everything fried. Yesterday I had like a almost rare. It was warm, hot, but it was rare bison ribeye. It was pretty good. butter, salt, and aguacate.
Onions?
I kept it really simple. I could probably eat most meats every day. Mostly ribeye.
Oh yeah.
Eggs. Avocado almost every day. I could do that. It's expensive these days. One avocado is like $6-7 in some places.
What you gotta do is you get the big old chuck roll from Sam's.
Chuck roll?
Yeah, chuck roll.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a part of chuck is the beef. Yeah, that meat. Yeah.
Yeah, but since it comes it got not really ribeye, but it got some part that is close to rib, like just off the
Yeah.
ribeye.
It's
Yeah,
pretty fatty.
does the chuck roll have curvature, my friend?
Of course it does. Obviously.
I buy one of those every month.
Chuck roll.
I could eat for hours.
It's about, depends. They're usually about 20 pounds of beef for like $6 a beef and a pound.
Is it mostly like a ground beef? Because I know a lot of the chuck I've seen it
You
ground.
can make it ground, but man, you could always make it into some kind of picadillo.
Yeah.
And Sam's sells that choice meat, so it's like it got pretty good fat in it, man.
Sam's is like Costco stuff. To here, yeah.
Yeah. Their meat is better than if you go like to a Walmart or something like that.
Yeah, they have better quality stuff. He looks prettier.
Definitely more tender.
Talking about food since the Iraqi guy left us. He abandoned us. Sounded like he was looking to have a conversation, but his English was definitely not his first language. Anyways, new people, you're welcome to open your mics and ask questions about the topic.
One of us, he's from Iraq. He lives in Austria now.
Is that Berserker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an Iraqi Christian.
So many Iraqis got displaced. So many decades of, I don't know, wars, interventions, and topple governments in their country.
Yep. Yeah, he's an older guy.
No, we got a Elon fan in the chat.
Elon fan.
I just typed. I just posted a clip of Twonger's message requests. Dude has been messaging me for the past few weeks. Pretty hilarious.
He can't stand being excluded, right?
Are you going to allow that mod abuse? Well, actually, I gave Matrix express permission to do it. It wasn't mod abuse, it was an instruction. Go away, Tonga. You're a clown. Oh, another science doesn't prove anything. Damn.
What will be the reply to that? Okay, the comment. Science doesn't prove anything. What will be your reply for that?
Well, he must be related to Brenda.
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
Holy
Therefore,
shit.
there's no point.
How's that for a rebuttal?
Oh gosh. We can prove that. We cannot prove anything, like.
We can prove what's not true.
Okay, I like that, yeah.
Oh shoot, did I have my video on? Okay.
For about 10 seconds.
Did you see my pocket or my kitchen?
I saw you.
Your face.
Oh shit. Oh crap.
I saw you.
I'm like doing the dishes in my kitchen.
So the
You look
Daily
like you're walking.
Shores.
Alright, so the jig is up, guys. I'm not black.
Only from the waist down, just kidding.
The one that I was surprised to see his face is Alpha when I saw him in Rumble. I never imagined him like that at all.
That's exactly how he sounds like.
I still can't put his voice on his face when I'm watching the video.
Bro, all Mexicans look like that, speak like that. That's exactly how they look and sound, like him. Just kidding, Alpha, just kidding.
I wasn't ready for the beard. I thought he'd be clean shaven. But I also got accused of that too. Who was it? T-Dub thought that myself and AJ, when he saw us, he thought with the other way around that I'd be the clean shaven one and that AJ would be the rough one with the beard.
I think that's by time, because many times of the year, I got haircut and everything, but sometimes of the year I let my beard grow for a few months, and then it's gone again whenever I feel like.
The only other guy I met is Platter. Platter came down from Canada, and we had a great afternoon together over coffee. Now,
So Amish, did you see the image I created? Flying fuck.
He's doing the dishes, bro. Hands wet. Can't touch the screen. Come on, bro. Bruh. Have you ever done the dishes, Indio? You know you can't touch the screen when you're doing the dishes, right?
Bought a
Just kidding.
dishwater. I bought a dishwasher.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you her name, but
I like that one.
Why are you making necklaces out of little globes, Indio?
oh, those are anal beads. Me and Sporadic, and we've come up with a product line. So we got globe anal beads, and then we're gonna have a brand called the Nibiru beads, and that's gonna be the 9 planets, but no Pluto. There's gonna be a giant basketball bead at the end. That's the planet X.
Wouldn't they be Uranus beads?
Yeah, Uranus will be in there. Well, it'll be in Uranus. Whatever. You're confusing me. And then we're gonna have the Kepler beads, which are gonna be like 1,000 exoplanets.
Benoit GS84s.
You should add a product called the black hole beads.
Are they pear-shaped beads? Are they still beads if they're pear-shaped?
Sure. Well, not based in first-hand knowledge, but I can imagine it.
You could call them planetary pleasure beads.
I guarantee the gold ones, the blue marble ones, they would sell 100%. I can tell you who would buy them right now.
McTurn.
How'd you guess?
Oh, this is a wild guess.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, real wild, bro. I mean, but for real, McToon's not a gay man. He's a lesbian. That's dressed funny. That's all I'm gonna say because I don't want to say anything like horrific.
I'll say it. I think he's as gay as a butcher's cat.
Yeah, but he's like that's not his
Yeah, I know.
Original thingy, whatever you want to call it. I have a bunch of reasons to think this. Number one, I'll just give you one. When women get old, they start to get jowls, right? As they get older, usually it starts in their 40s or whatever. Men don't get jowls into their 90s. McToon's got jowls now. So, yeah. And there's other reasons that I'm not going to get into. That's the only little bit I'm giving. Oh, Spragg's getting freaking mean now. That's for the S&M crowd.
Welcome.
Hey, what's cooking?
Not much cooking, but if you've got any
Nice.
questions about the shape of the
There are-
Earth or lack thereof, please feel free to ask.
Nice, bro. Just asking myself, and I want to ask you as well. What do you think about flat Earth? It's crazy to think about it, or is I think it's.
What do I think about flat Earth? It's flat because it's measured flat.
Nice.
So yeah, I probably think the way you think about flat earthers, I think about those who believe in the ball. Crazy. There's no measured curvature. So why would you believe in a ball when you need curvature for the ball and there's none measured? That's crazy, dude.
But what if? I mean, it's an hypothesis. For me, it's not flat because you can go from Asia to America, going in the in both directions. If the Earth were flat, you could not do that because
No, it's not a word flat. It is flat. It is measured as flat. Zero curvature. As for you flying from Asia to Europe or wherever you want to go to, that's just a matter of getting in a plane, flying in one direction. Then when you get there, you can get in the plane and fly back. That's not a biggie. It does. Aeroplanes are not measuring devices. They're just a tool of transportation from point A to point B.
okay, that's interesting, but it's hard to imagine how the Earth. I know that the image of the Earth being flat. I
The
don't know.
reason it's hard to imagine, probably because you're used to imagining a little sphere in space. Well, just get rid of the space, get rid of everything, and start again. We know we're on a flat surface, planar, with topography. So it's horizontal with hills and valleys and lakes and rivers and oceans and things across it. That's it. We just happen to live on the dry dirt bits. Most of us, anyways.
Cool.
So without ever being to the extremities, no one would ever know what shape it is. All we know is the surface of it is horizontal, planar.
Yeah, it's not like a curve.
Exactly.
What about if we watch if we see the Earth from the space, we see it in a different way. It's not like flat. Like, why is that? Why would the government or whatever it is, they show us the image of?
Why would they show an image of it curved? Well,
yeah.
Let's use NASA for example. NASA collects about $60 million per day in revenue. Now, I think that would be an excellent reason to continue to push a lie. You know, I'd be happy with 1 day worth of their funding and just bypass the rest of it. More than happy with it, actually. My whole family, sisters, mum, dad, the whole kit and caboodle, would be quite happy with NASA's 1 day worth of income for the rest of our lives. So that levels of money would be more than enough reason for any particular group to push a lie.
So there is money in the middle of that lie, it's because they give us that image of cube Earth.
Well, reality is not just that image. Reality is you going outside, and that's the problem. Quite a few of these flat earthers, and some of them that are in this panel at the moment, I'm pretty sure, if I roll down and have a look, have actually gone out to measure it, and they didn't come back with any curvature. That's the problem. If it's a ball like the photos say it is, and it's got very particular measurements like the so-called scientists say it does, then we should be able to measure for that, quite simply. Get a laser, shoot it over a large body of water, and measure the drop at specific distances. So one of those distances, a nice easy one, 10 miles. 10 miles, you should have a 66-foot drop between the laser and the surface of the Earth, or the surface of the lake, or whatever other large body that you're going across. So at 20 miles, it should be 266 feet. At 30 miles, it should be 600 feet. There's guys out there doing tests that are going above 40 miles. So 40 miles is over 1,000 feet of drop. There's guys out there doing 40 miles and they're out by a couple of inches. That's it. Whether they haven't lined up their laser properly to hit the target, who knows, but there should be a 1,000 foot difference between the laser and the surface of the water. That's some big numbers, dude. That's not just, hey, we're expecting a 2-foot difference and the laser went through the middle. No, no, no. This is out by a long way. That's why we say it's measured flat. So if we know that it is measured without curvature, the question I'm going to put forward to you is, what exactly are we living on?
Yeah, you got the point, man.
But anyways, mate, that's up to you to have a think about. The trick is, don't just believe what people tell you. And I don't want you to go, well, that's it, I'm a flat earther now. Don't do that. Go out and test the stories that have been told. We've been told we live on a ball. Okay, so let's measure for curvature. Here's some problems. Number one, water at rest is flat and level, horizontal. So how can you have a ball if 72% of it is water? So just little things like that to think about. But anyways, my friend, I'm pretty sure you've got other questions. I'm going to sit back for a while. There's a couple other guys in here that are more than capable of answering curly questions. So if you've got any more, please ask.
Yes, there's more people in here that you can speak to if you want to talk about the topic. And if you have any more questions, we'll try to have a conversation about it.
What do you think about the other planets that are flat as well, or they got different shapes?
You gotta check on your premise, because you're already saying other, right? So you're saying that other than the ground that you're standing on, so you're already including the Earth as a planet, and that's not the way. That's not what we observe. Earth being a planet, or the ground below your feet being a planet. That's not what anybody observes. What we call planets will be the observable phenomena up in the sky that we call, that are the wandering stars. There are this, how many? Like 7 of them that move. They look like stars, but they move a little different than the stars, in a different cycle. So, yeah, that's that observable phenomena. The ground, you cannot see anything. You cannot see the ground and compare it to that, because nothing of the ground will tell you that the ground, the Earth itself, is anything like the lights in the sky. Do you get it? When we say the Earth is a planet like the lights in the sky, how can you come to that determination where the Earth is nothing like those things? or those things are nothing like the Earth. Think about it logically. What do you see on the Earth? What do you see on those things? Those lights in the sky that is Earth-like, Terra-like, the celestial up in the sky, the Terra, the ground below your feet. Different, not the same.
Yeah.
And remember that there is what we observe, the phenomena that we observe in the natural world, right? There is that. So you and I are standing on the ground. We can use our eyes, look up to the sky, and we see the lights, the luminaries, and one is the sun, the moon. With the wandering stars, the planets, and then there is the other stars, right? There's other phenomena like sporadic meteors and that kind of stuff. But that phenomena that we observe is not the same as the drawings or the misrepresentation, the cartoons that we get, right? When someone draws the sun on a piece of paper, that's not the sun, right? So whatever ideas you add to that drawing or that story that you attach to that drawing, that story and that drawing is not the observable phenomena. You see, you get what I'm saying? Maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. I can observe, let's say, something in nature, like a dog, right, or a lion. That's real, right? But if I make a cartoon and I make a movie or a video and the talk only the dog is talking and driving a car and working and paying taxes, that's not a real dog.
Yeah. That's the dog and is the dog perception to adapt it in a cartoon.
You can make a representation of how the world presents itself to be, and that representation you can draw it on paper, but it will have to be describing the way you observe things. And if you make another drawing that is misrepresenting that thing, so there is you can do a representation of what you're observing, or you can make a misrepresentation of what you're observing. So for example, like I said about the dog, if you draw a dog laying on the floor and it's just there sleeping, yeah, I've seen that in nature. I've seen dogs sleeping, right? That's kind of accurate. Dogs sleep. You can draw that, dog sleeping or barking or, I don't know, drinking water, right? You can make a drawing or a cartoon of a dog drinking water, right? But if if you make the dog doing something else that is not capable of the dog doing in reality, like running a country, that's not reality. That's a misrepresentation.
Yeah, that's not like the real dog or like the real animal. How it looks.
Exactly. So when people draw the Earth as a ball with water and gas pressure, right, in a vacuum, that's a misrepresentation of reality, because water doesn't do in reality what they claim it does on the globe, like being on the outside of a spinning sphere, right? We know that gas pressure requires containment. Gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. And if there is no container, the gases will keep expanding to the available medium, and there will be no gas pressure. But we do have gas pressure, so containment is in place for the gases to push against, causing the pressure. And in the globe, you don't see containment. They show you the ball sphere with the water on the outside of a spinning sphere, with gas pressure on around the sphere, a high pressure system, the gas pressure system, next to a low pressure vacuum, unlimited, a huge volume, and the gases are not going towards that volume. So that's a misrepresentation of reality. Because high pressure will flow towards that low pressure if it wasn't contained.
It's all about perspective, people's perspective.
What happened with perspective?
That it could be not real or it's your representation of things, but it's just your representation.
Yeah, there is. I mean, depending what we're talking about, yeah, the Earth, when you draw it, if you want to make it as real as possible, you're going to keep it real. And if you're going to draw water, you're going to draw a horizontal frame of reference, a level of water. Or if it's flowing, it's going to be seeking its level. But you're not going to ever draw water attached on the outside of a spinning sphere in a vacuum. That's not reality. But you do get those drawings, those cartoons, and people stamp it and say Earth. But the Earth is not doing any of those things. The water is not doing that. The gas pressure is not doing that. And that blackness around the sphere, the empty space, we know that the high pressure will go there. So what they misrepresent in the drawing is not happening. What's happening is that the Earth is not curving, the water is level, there is a horizontal frame of reference, the Earth is motionless, because another thing about the Earth, if someone is drawing you the Earth as a spinning ball, the Earth is not in motion, so that is the Earth spinning is a misrepresentation of reality. You get it? The Earth, if someone shows you the Earth spinning, they're misrepresenting the Earth, because the Earth is not spinning. Anyways, yeah, you were asking about the planets. Are you still there? Maybe, maybe not. Well, if you come back and got more questions, you're welcome to ask. Go ahead.
عرفنا كل شيء قلمت الله يدلكم
like, they don't go straight to that. It makes them run away quite often.
Doesn't help them at all. And of course, totally kills the whole point in the first place.
Yep.
And I guess we got to take this taboo black swan. That's what I'll call it, I guess. This taboo black swan to the ballers. Where they at? Matthew, where you at, man?
Oh, Matthew, and yeah, he'll just pop up random.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, it's like their dinner break shift. Somebody's gonna pop in eventually. We keep bringing up substance.
I've shown this one to Matthew. He said he can't explain it, but he'll just say refraction. He said anyone that we show him, he's just going to say refraction and then say that there's other ways that you can prove it's a globe.
Dot Red, did you fall asleep?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Would we determine? Yeah.
So I looked into it. The line of sight all matches up. You're correct that you should not be able to see that by line of sight. And the only thing I could read on it was that over water, there's greater humidity over water, which does make sense. And that humidity does cause light to refract downward, which makes sense that if the light, if there was a curvature, right, the light would be kind of pointing up if there was a curved Earth, right? And then because it's going over water and the humidity is pulling the refraction down, it would point down. But this is also beyond me at the same time. You
haven't seen here. Let me just post a little clip. Right, we got up to this point where you haven't really seen.
I went and watched the video too. His video.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, I mean, even if you were to go by the by the Glober's claims of refraction, it would only be a small amount that you would account for. It's not going to completely make a 2.7 mile horizon completely disappear from the entire 21 mile distance. And then, like this is essentially what you're claiming when you make that refraction claim that you said, right? Let's do a hypothetical and say that all of a sudden it's a vacuum, right? There's no atmosphere or atmo anymore, right? From 5 foot observation height, you would have to agree that on a globe, the horizon has to be at exactly 2.73 miles away, right? That would be the horizon line. And the shoreline on the other side would be 223 feet hidden behind or below that horizon line in the distance. Now, just adding the air back in again, right, that doesn't make that horizon line move or anything like that, right? It still has to be at 2.73 miles. Now, what you're having to claim is that the shoreline is being lifted up 223 feet, right, perfectly to the level that matches up with all of the water, right, that's also being lifted up at different height, and its refraction is just, right, the bendy light somehow is just flattening out the entire lake throughout the entire field of view in the video. And not only that, it's also lifting up the entire background scene, right, the smokestack, the town, the mountains, everything, right, so everything just looks flat, right? It's it's a crazy claim. And if you do look into even what the globe side claims, right, like standard atmospheric refraction is only a small amount, right? It would change the horizon distance by a tiny amount, from like 2.73 miles to like 2.8, 2.9 miles or something like that, right? It wouldn't make it just completely disappear and be undetectable. So, I mean, you know, the crazy thing is this, right? I got a few more images just to like show you how how it looks, right? So have a look at this. This is just a close up of the white tower that you can see. Okay, and that's the shoreline just below the tower there. Now this, because they did it again at nighttime, right? They stayed there during the day, and then this is the zoom from 21 miles away under that tower, right? It looks exactly the same. You can see the same shoreline underneath it. You can see the bottom of the smokestack, and then this is what it looked like during the day from 21 miles away. Right, it looks exactly the same. You don't see any obstruction. And then here's just a random like Google image from just out in the lake a little bit, just looking across at towards the shoreline and the smokestack. Right, so there's no horizon. There's the shoreline. We can see the shoreline, right, from 21 miles away. Should be 223 feet below the horizon. That's not there. And yeah, somehow bendy light is just flattening out the entire scene, right? And this is like super clear, dry conditions. I mean, there's no miraging effects taking place that are visible or anything like that. So, I mean,
we don't know how dry it is because there's no.
It's Utah.
Can you find me .red? Find me a military manual that says how much we're supposed to when we're on the ocean, because there's water there, that things need to bend when you're doing line of sight targeting. Because there isn't there isn't anything for that you claim that, well, it's over the water, so light bends around a ball over water, and that's not true.
I mean, the problem is that I can't verify, if that's true or not. So you can I read on the internet that over water with the humidity, the more humidity it can refract the light downwards towards the Earth. And you say that's not possible, but unfortunately I don't know.
Yeah, so this is the reason that you can see so far across the lake is because this is in Utah and it's really, really dry environment, right? There's not much humidity there, and this was done in January, where the average temperature is something like 2 degrees Celsius, which is, I think it's like 38 or something like that in Fahrenheit. So it's not like it's not like a humid place or anything like that.
I used to live in Salt Lake.
Ah, okay, yeah, and so it was done during the day. It was done again during the night, and I mean, I can even show you, like, when you've got non-biased, like experts that think the Earth's a globe, right? Like professors and scientists and stuff, right? When they talk about this, and I'm just finding you a clip right now. He'll say, right? So this guy will say, 1 second, just let me find it quickly. Right, so this guy's a scientist. He's a professor from the Globe side. He's debating against flat earthers, but he was a very nice guy. It was a good debate to listen to. They were showing him some long distance observations, and he said, "Well, we do need to account for refraction," but he said that's only a small amount. He said that's only like 8 to 15% maximum. He said, if you can show me anything beyond that 8 to 15%, he said that would be a huge problem, right? I would be amazed. Now, many of these observations that we're showing people are thousands and thousands of percent beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth's a globe, right? There's no meteorological conditions that could possibly be present to create these types of effects. So I will find the clips for
I will say another question I would have. So again, I think I don't know the math on the refraction, so I can't say how much it can account for, and it would need to be shown to me. But I will say, looking where he is on the Great Salt Lake, I wonder why he would choose Antelope Island, that's only 21 miles away, when he could choose the other side, or something that's 40 or 60. I think that would eliminate. Why wouldn't you do both of these? Why wouldn't you show an even further limit if it is like completely flat over the lake and you have a
There's
perfect
something. There's something that the meteorologist will tell you. He'll tell you the visibility of the day in your area. So the truth is, we can't see like as far as flat as the Earth.
Exactly.
Depends
Yeah.
on.
Well, it seems like
Yeah.
you could see in that other picture the 80 miles away to Charlotte at the top of that mountain.
Depends on how high
The
you are.
Great Salt
Yeah.
Lake is only about,
Depends on your elevation, because obviously if you're higher, you can see a much further distance. But that just has to do with you know perspective and resolution limits. Like obviously, the lower you are, the less ground you're going to see. If you think about it, I heard someone gave this example. Like say, you're looking out into the distance. The first half of your field of view is going to be a lot. But if you look at the second half of field of view, like that area is vastly, at least from your perspective, different from the first portion. It's not that it's actually shorter or longer, it's just perspective.
Yeah. So look, the exactly what Elijah said just then is probably the reason. The average visibility here, where I'm from, I'm in Poland at the moment where I live, and I check it's super clear outside, and I check the visibility rating, and it says it's like 16 kilometers. It's like nothing, right? It's a very dry environment in Utah. That's why you can see a lot further than what you can see here where I'm at. But there are other days where you have higher and lower visibility ratings. Now, I do have a direct rebuttal to what you just said, though, right? From this exact same location.
Well, I will say, I will say another thing. You don't necessarily have to be able to see to shine a laser across. If it shouldn't be necessary to see with a powerful enough laser. You should be able to overcome the visibility. I mean that obviously the greater the distance, the more powerful the laser. I don't know the exact limits of lasers, but it's not simply you can only see 16 and we can only 16 kilometers, so we can only test on that day 16 kilometers. With a more powerful laser, you can definitely extend that range. I think I don't know. I think that you have some other spots in this lake that would be much more ideal for testing, and I would like to see those. And again, it's really at the it's at the limit of my knowledge once we start involving refraction.
While it may be ideal to do those other things, what we already have is already a determining factor. You understand that, right?
Well, no, because I don't understand.
I mean, considering that
when you guys say it's refraction,
hold on. Considering that you look into all the things that you don't know yet, because I've already looked into it all. Obviously, you have a journey, so I'm just saying. Like I know with Andrew Thomas Young being the refraction expert, the whole point is with the claim of there being hold on, what who? No, that was you said you was going out. Oh, that was a different joke. Hold on, yo. It's a joke because it's a little panda thing that cuddles you. It's AI. It's creepy, but anyway. So yeah. The bottom line is the claim is that the Earth is a sphere with a given size. They tell us that the horizon is beyond where the sky and the ground meet because we live on a sphere. It's also a tangent to a point on the globe based on the size of the globe, which is why we have the black swan argument in the first place. To say refraction kills that entire claim in the first place. Not to mention, refraction begs the question of a sphere with 3959 in the first place. So when Nat Geo went out and they said that the horizon was 1.22 miles and that's why the flags on the boat would disappear bottom up, in that video, and it's very old now, CFI investigators of debunks flat earth or whatever, you can see that on YouTube, and the flags do disappear bottom up, but it's not due to the horizon being at 1.2 miles away, because actually you can see to the other side of the lake. Same problem is this one. So you got Nat Geo and CFI investigators, and they have editors, and their whole point is to tell the truth to the public that people are misinformed, which is why they went out there to set the record straight. Come to find out, it debunks their entire claim. That's a problem. You know what's crazy though? They don't talk about it. They don't come back and say, okay, well, because of refraction, we were wrong, blah, blah. None of that actually exists. It's just a bunch of YouTubers and people on Reddit and, you know, loose claims online about refraction, like you're saying, because you're like, I'm going to have to see the math and then the claim. I don't know how I'd actually prove it. You wouldn't be. And you already know that. You sound intelligent enough. And I think you understand exactly what I'm saying.
I'll look into it. You guys have me convinced. I'll look into it more. I'll do my own research. It was good talking to you. I'm gonna go. I understand what you guys are saying. I'm you know, I'll look.
All good. Yeah, appreciate chatting with you, man. And I appreciate you actually looking into it. So yeah, look into it a bit deeper. But look, we got tons more that we can demonstrate as well, like stacks and stacks and stacks of these things. Try to find what you can find from the globe side, right? That's of the same type of quality as what we're presenting you, that actually show you what you like, what should be there on a globe. You won't be able to find any. And look, we're still at the point where, like, okay, even if you want to say refraction, right, that geometric horizon still has to be there, right? So obviously it's not there in the observation. So if you can find that for us as well when you come back, that would be cool. Like if you can find some validation of a geometric horizon, because that's something that has to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, this is just where I'm like unknowledgeable. I don't know.
No, that's all good.
How horizons work, so you know, I have to look into that too before I argue further or accept your claim.
All good.
All right, see you guys.
All right, have a good day, man. Catch you next time.
That's what an honest conversation sounds like. I live for those.
Yeah, me too.
I said the same thing the other day. Me and Berserker were talking to somebody. He was over in an English hub, and the guy was really, really cool. He thanked us both for the conversation and said that he's got a lot to think about now. And yeah, I live for those. Heck yeah.
Hey, where do I find the cult leader?
The guy who runs NASA. I don't know who that is now.
Like the head honcho.
I don't know who the leader of NASA is, and it's some lady for SpaceX. You'll have to ask them.
Who's in charge of all of
Sean
your...
Duffy. His name's Sean Duffy. You're gonna have to go track that guy down. Yeah, he's the administrator of NASA.
There you go. Sean Duffy's who you're looking for.
What does NASA stand for?
Never a straight answer.
National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Your cult leader.
So with that Great Salt Lake location, when I was snooping around there on Google Earth, I noticed you can drop that little yellow guy down to locations where people have taken photographs from. And I noticed there was a whole cluster of like spots where people have taken photographs from right on the shoreline. So I popped the little yellow guy down in a bunch of different locations, and it says the person's name and which year they took the picture. And I was like, damn, what is that landmass you can see in all of these images? And it's actually an island called Vermont Island, and it's like freaking nearly 30 miles away. And every single picture, you can see it. And these are, you can, because it's Google Earth, you can kind of like scroll around with the mouse and see exactly where they're standing. They're all standing at, on the shoreline. So these pictures are all taken from around 5 foot height. And every single one, you can see this island that's 28 miles away. Just taken by randoms, not taken by flat earthers. And the height of the island is so the lake itself, the surface of the lake's 4,200 feet above sea level, and the highest elevation of the island is 4,654 foot above sea level. So you should barely be able. You should never really be able to see the lake. If anything, just the very tip of it sticking out over the 3 mile horizon. But every single image, we can pretty much see the whole island. It's not a high island. Like, here's some images of the island. It's just a little island. So even just Google itself, like Google Maps, is just filled with amateur black swans, taken by random photographers.
Matthew said, I don't care how far I see. It could be 1,000,000,000 miles. The Earth would still be a globe.
He literally said that. He even said that if NASA came out and said that it was flat, he wouldn't believe them.
Yeah, he wants his retirement.
You see the new Black Swan, Jedi?
No. You said new, so definitely not.
The Great Salt Lake one, Jedi. You've seen it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I probably have. I thought it was like a new, fresh one out today or something.
No,
I guess it's new to me.
And then, so he does the observation during the day, and he can see the shoreline 21 miles away. That should be obstructed by 223 feet. And then he does it again at nighttime, and then at nighttime he can see the reflection on the water 21 miles away. And then, as the icing on the cake, right, he's with the guy from FE Core, John. So he's on the target side of the lake, 21 miles away, and Taboo Conspiracy is, 21 miles on the opposite side of the lake. And then they set up their lasers and they shoot their lasers towards each other, and they can both see each other's laser beams as well. So it's the long distance observation during the day, then repeated at night, then a laser test. So yeah, it's pretty good. I'll put the video in the side chat if anyone hasn't seen it.
It's interesting the way that you said that as well. When you can see the reflections of the light on the water at night time, that also involves the law of reflection, right? There's a law involved in that. It can only happen in a certain way, and that's not happening like that on a curved surface. The law doesn't allow it. So yeah, good stuff, man.
And you got to think about it, like the reflection is in the vicinity of the thing it's being reflected.
Did you see the picture I just posted of the lighthouse? That's at 15 miles, 3 feet above the water.
That looks like a freaking artwork or something. It's pretty cool.
Thank you. That was with a 600 millimeter lens.
Oh, that's why it looks like a proper photography shot, proper lens. What distance is it? The lighthouse?
Miles.
15 miles.
About 3 foot off the water.
Be good if you could get like a close up, of what the lighthouse looks like.
Yeah.
See if we can see the whole thing or what.
DJ, have you met Scott Mackey yet? I don't think you were here before he got banned. So I know he's back, so I wondered if you met him yet. No.
No, I haven't, but I heard enough about him that I don't really want to.
I'd love to see that first interaction between you and him. I think
that'll be great. That would be wonderful.
I haven't spoken to him since he's been back. I can't be bothered to waste my breath, but I'd listen to that.
I wonder what he's got to say about the new old. I guess we're calling it the taboo swan.
Taboo swan. Yeah. I'll just say what he always says, dude.
It only takes one taboo swan.
Yeah, where's this white swan? It's like there's only black swans. The Globers will have to try to come out with a white swan observation. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I guess that is the issue with the white swan, black swan argument. There's
All
still white
swans
swan.
are black.
Yeah.
Taboo.
Yeah.
So, anything new happened today? Any decent conversations? Or has it just been the same? Much of a muchness?
Yeah, nothing new that I didn't see anything new. Same shit.
Same shit, different day.
Yo, guys, I got a quick question, if that's okay, you know?
Mute this fucking dickhead.
You can I just talk, you know, for like a few minutes or whatever?
Weird.
I see a light. It's just
What? Come again?
What?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I don't know. I didn't hear the question.
I mean, me neither. Maybe he was hot.
Maybe it was esoterics. Yeah, maybe was it esoterics?
Yeah, that's who it was.
Yeah. Sorry, it was me. I joined the channel, but I didn't realise my mic was open and I was playing a tune.
Mystery solved.
Yeah, sorry
No
for
worries.
that. Sorry.
What, you new to this channel? Esoterics? Are you new to this channel?
To this particular one, I think on politics, yeah. I used to tune in and listen to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel and listen to Jedi. I recognise a few names actually. Batman, Heretic, you, Indio. I recognise your name as well, dude. Jedi, of course. And yeah, I was actually scrolling through trying to find where you guys go live these days, and I couldn't find it, but I've just stumbled across you. So happy days.
Oh, we're also on it's called English Hub. That's the other place we're on.
Okay.
So we kind of split time between there, here. Sometimes you go to the home server. So like a couple days ago, we were over there. So we're kind of like we got like a road team going on.
Ah, good. Is there a link for the English?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat right here. I'll post it in the chat. Give me a sec.
Thank you, man.
Oh shit, man! I got to DM it to you.
Why haven't we found the edge yet?
Edge of what?
The edge of the Earth.
Twonger, dude.
Did your mom get delayed?
Come on, dude. Literally, you think the whole world is an edge?
Well, is there an edge or is there not an edge, Indio?
You think there is?
I no, I don't. I think it's a globe.
Yeah, you do. Edge means furthest from the center. Do you think you're standing furthest from the center right now?
Well, in that definition, yes.
It's the only definition. It's not that definition. That's what edge means.
Nah, I don't think so.
Dude, Twonger, why do you come in here to get cooked, dude? It's so easy, dude. It's like swatting mosquitoes.
Did somebody already trigger you tonight, bro?
Dude, Twonger, why don't you just come out of the closet and admit you're a flat earther?
I'm not, that's why.
Don't worry, your dad won't be ashamed of you. It'll be okay. Mom will still hug you.
My father's passed away, so...
Yeah, he'll be in heaven, not ashamed.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming you went to heaven.
Yeah, he goes... If you go anywhere, if you go somewhere, he's there, I guess. But, you think in heaven they know it's a globe? I'm sure they do.
What do you think heaven would be, Twonger? Another dimension?
What? Not necessarily another dimension, maybe.
Think heaven would be in outer space?
No. No, I think it's deeper than that.
Well, Twonger, you're going to realize when you're my age and you still haven't been to outer space that it's all a bunch of bullshit. Okay?
Why? Just because you haven't gone?
Well, all the things they tell you, they told me too. Back in the 80s. All the bullshit that they told me, they tell you now. And the bullshit they tell me, they told people before me.
Yeah, because it's all fact.
Yeah, that we're going... Bro, they were saying there'd be hotels on the moon back in 1969. They actually Pan Am sold tickets to the moon.
Well, that's just like hype. That's nothing.
Well, why didn't they get prosecuted for fraud?
Wishful thinking, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Just like you're doing. You're never going to space, brother.
I don't plan on going to space. It's not on my bucket list.
You plan on hanging on flat Earth, man. The globe that you've imagined in your head, you're never going to experience that in any way, shape, or form. You're going to imagine it. You're going to look at a screen, maybe look at a picture in a book. Maybe have a 3D toy. Maybe have a 3D freaking video game.
Yeah, or I can look at the pictures that we have from space.
Yeah, like I said, you'll never experience it. You'll just look at a book or look at a screen.
Yeah, or I can think about all of the.
Yeah, you can think.
I can think. Yeah, I can think about the facts. And yeah, that's the beauty of the Earth is we. If you just think about all the facts, we know it's a globe, and we can think about it.
Do you think you can? You really believe that you can think things into existence?
No. Well, yes, actually, I do think there might be some truth to that, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is what you're talking about.
No, it's not. I'm saying the fact it's just true. And you can think about it and know it's true.
It's just true because I thought about it a lot.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Listen,
you don't realize what you're saying. You don't understand.
Doesn't come into it, man. Metaphysics doesn't come into it. If you've got a picture of the Earth from space, I'd like to see one. Thank you very much. Not a composite.
Beautiful.
You have no way to even evaluate such an image.
Yes, I do, with my own 2 eyes and brain.
And what are you comparing it against?
Reality.
Yeah, no reality you ever experienced.
Yeah, the reality I see with my own 2 eyes right now, looking at your name on Discord.
So your PC looks like a globe.
When I go outside, I see how when I walk around, when I use my eyes, no matter what I'm looking at, I'm experiencing reality.
Stop it
Yeah,
now.
it's not a
Sounds like
globe.
you're trolling, man.
Yeah, it is.
I've got a Batman comic. Does Batman exist? It's just pictures, mate. It's not real.
What's not real?
Show us a picture. Show us a picture of the Earth from supposedly space. I'd love to see one. Not a
Show us a real one.
I'm eating right now, but give me a minute and I'll post it.
Yeah, make sure it's a real one.
Thank you very much.
And we want to know how you determined it was an actual picture from space and not a fake one.
Well, tell me the criteria I use for that.
You tell me. I want to know how you evaluate
No, you're the one being a critic about it, so tell me what the critique is.
So what do you? So Tyler, do you just auto believe things? Just automatically believe anything
No, I
presented
told
to
you
you?
I discern it with my 2 eyes.
Okay, so say we take the Blue Marvel 1972. What do you see in that image that you see on Earth? With your own 2 eyes.
Absolutely nothing.
You're goddamn right. Because that image has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, it's just a reality that's not yours.
It's not yours either.
Yeah, but it's the robot in space showing us what it looks like.
You haven't shown us a real picture yet.
I'm wiping
Show us something, not an artist composition.
Come on, he's eating his Dino Bites.
I'm eating. Well, no, it's just pizza and wings.
You said you were going to show us a real picture. I want to see a real picture, please. Thank you.
Is it Elio's pizza? Little pizza squares your mom cut up for you?
That was funny, India. That was a good one.
Well, Dino Bites are almost wings without the bone and without the chicken.
Yeah, those Dino Bites. Yeah, man, those are good. Let's see. Let me find this picture for you, bud. 1 second.
What do you think about photos of Santa, though? You know they track Santa with satellites.
I've never seen a real photo of Santa. If you want to post it, I'll take a look.
How do you know?
I don't know.
There's lots of photos.
I don't know.
Lots of photos of Santa, man. There's lots of them.
Yo,
they can't all be fake.
Who was asking for the picture? Was it
Esoterics? I think his name is
Esoterics. Check the chat. It's coming in hot.
Exoterics.
Coming in hot, buddy. Look at that. Look at that globe Earth, buddy.
Now, where was that taken from?
Very.
Where the hell is the globe?
No, No, we want to know where it was taken from.
What?
Show us the globe.
Right there.
I want to see a picture of the Earth from space, not a small section from a certain height. I want to see the whole of the Earth from space. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for your image, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know you were that specific. I'll get that. I like that. Okay, yeah, I see what you want. Hold on a second.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
If the Earth was flat, how would it benefit us, bro?
What?
How would it benefit us, bro?
You believe your own eyes instead of like thinking your whole world is an optical illusion. That's how it would benefit you.
And then
you wouldn't have to run around confused.
Wait, Esoterics, how would you know it's Earth if you've never seen it?
Oh, shit.
It's your problem, isn't it?
That's a you problem.
No,
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, bro. Look at that. Look at how you just did the know you like we're in third grade. That was incredible stuff.
Wait, so I have a question. What about all the live streams of Earth? where
Chop
the
chop, come
astronauts are
on.
in the space shuttles and they're live streaming Earth.
Okay,
And it looks
so
like
how
a
do you
globe.
know? Okay, cool story. Now, how
No,
did you evaluate them to determine whether they're actual live streams of Earth? There's a live stream
based
right
on
now.
the
The Loch Ness
quality.
There's a live stream. The quality.
So I think it would be difficult to emit an image the way they did, where there's an image of Earth floating in the background and a black sphere covering it. That just seems wild to me.
In a black
Doing it for
sphere
so
covering it.
long, all of it
What
to
are you
be lies.
talking about?
So wait,
What
I
are
have
you
a
talking
question.
about?
What's the
Are you going
point
to
of
answer my
lying?
question? Dude, if you keep doing this, you're going to be muted.
Okay.
You're not going to
What's
steamroll
the
through us.
question? I got
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Be civil and have a nice conversation.
You're not going to steamroll. We don't play that game.
Okay.
So I want to know how you evaluated the image to know that's what the Earth looks like in space.
Yeah. And not a CGI image.
Shadows.
Yeah, we just want to know, like you shadows. You saw shadows in the image.
I didn't see direct shadows of Earth. I saw shadows. You're asking a question, right? So how do I evaluate
Yeah,
whether
like-
an image is
Yeah, you said
real
you
or
saw a
not?
live stream, right? Yeah. So
Mhm.
you said you saw a live stream. How did you determine it was a live stream of the Earth from space? How do you even know that's even true? Like, because right now, if you type in Nessie on the net, you can get a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster.
So listen,
How
I'm
do we
only
know the Loch Ness
here.
Monster?
I'm only here to
Like,
learn.
would you believe? Yeah,
So-
well,
so
and then I'm teaching you how to
Okay.
learn.
Okay.
Like, you're here to learn. I'm teaching you how to apply logic to evaluate what the truth is. Okay.
So what's the truth?
It's a
The
globe.
truth is that the truth is that images, just looking at them, there's no scientific method from which to evaluate they're real or not. Okay. So if you look in any scientific journal, like that's journal Nature, Science, any of those, none of those journals accept simply images. Oh, here's some images. Oh, okay. Here's an image of Bigfoot. Okay, Bigfoot proven. Here's an image of the Loch Ness Monster. Okay, Loch Ness Monster proven. Oh, here's a shitload of images of Santa. Santa proven. See what I'm saying? They're impossible to evaluate.
I've got a Batman comic. Batman exists.
No, but we know
The only way, hold on, Twonger, hold on. The only way to evaluate the image is the image is going to depict something. Okay? We can go to the place that the image depicts and see if that thing is actually like that. Right? So if you take a picture, like you go to the beach, you take a picture, and the picture shows a house, and I go to the beach and there's no house there, then I know that image is fake. I know the image is bullshit.
No, the house
I don't
might
need to
have
know.
been bulldozed.
What about,
there'd be evidence it was bulldozed, though, right?
being able to see the ISS passes over different parts of Earth on live streams, and people can track it in real time with apps and websites. You could see it flying overhead.
Oh,
It's not in space.
What about radio signals?
Look, brother, you're gish galloping.
Astronomers
Slow
can
down.
track it with
Slow
telescopes.
down, dude. Slow down.
I just have
Can track it,
questions.
huh?
Yeah, you're
and
right.
you're gish galloping.
These are all good
You're not even waiting for an answer. So you mentioned the ISS. You can see it. So what? There'd be no visual difference between a 7-foot long drone at 40,000 feet going 350 miles an hour as the ISS. It would look identical. You realize that, right?
You don't trust astronauts either?
Why would I trust anybody?
Wow.
Let me ask you this. Why should I trust astronauts? Give me one good reason.
So you think
Why should I trust astronauts?
No, I actually
One
agree
good
with you
reason.
on this.
Stop talking
You
to
should
me. He's gonna
never
answer the
trust the
question.
government.
Listen, he's going to answer the question. Why should I trust astronauts? Why should I?
I don't just understand. You're saying that we need to see it with human eyes to prove that it's real.
I didn't say that. Answer the fucking question already.
That's literally what you said. That's literally what you said.
Why should
Humans need to see it
I?
with their own eyes. Okay. So
I
by
never
that
said
means
that.
we're gonna trust an astronaut because they saw it with their own eyes. They're gonna come back and tell us that.
Answer the
right?
fucking question, pal.
There it is, dude.
No, give him reasons.
Yeah,
He wants to know.
that is not That's not a should.
That is the reason, dude.
Yeah, the reason to trust an astronaut.
Yeah. Even though
Even if saw with his own eyes, dude. They didn't take an
So
image.
you don't have a
He actually
reason.
told us.
So you don't have a reason to trust them, so I'm not gonna. You know why? Because what they say, okay, can't possibly be true because we measure the Earth is flat.
No, you haven't.
And we measure the Earth is motionless. We haven't.
You?
Anybody that tries.
Who's we? Who's we?
Post it then.
Okay,
Yeah,
astronauts have connection to the government, and I don't think anyone trusts the government. There's no reason to trust. I don't trust them personally.
It's oddly enough, nobody trusts the government until they talk about space, and all of a sudden they trust them again.
Even Google will tell you what NASA means in Hebrew.
What does it mean?
Who measured like?
You know, I actually know a little bit of Hebrew, and it does in fact mean to deceive, to beguile.
NASA means to deceive in Hebrew.
You're just believing everything you see
it
and
means
read.
to deceive or to beguile.
Oh wow!
Wow,
In the chat,
that's fire, dude. I love that quote.
Believing everything you read and see.
Okay, this is audio chaos, and I'm getting annoyed. I'm going to start muting people. Okay, take turns. Okay, and secondly, Twanger, in the chat, brother. You said who measured it? Right there in the chat. Well, the people that did this was Dr. Zach, Mike Kavanaugh, who I know personally, Stefan. So all these guys have degrees. They're engineers, and they took a laser. They took it from 2 meters up the water at Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, and beamed the laser 40 kilometers across the lake, and seen the laser at 1.5 meters off the surface of the lake. Now, the globe model says the only way they should be able to see the laser, because of the curvature of the Earth, is if they're on top of a 47-story building. The laser should be 127 meters in the air, but it wasn't. You know why? Because the laser was parallel to the surface of the Earth. Okay, the Earth did not curve away from the laser.
This is already discredited because their name is FE4.
This is
they're already biased. They're already flat earthers.
That's called genetic fallacy. You know what a genetic fallacy is?
No, I don't.
That it's wrong because you're complaining about the source of the information. That's not what makes things wrong or not.
I didn't say it makes it wrong, but I'm just saying I'm throwing it out because of that.
Okay. Well, do you got any Goldberg laser tests?
I'd have to look them up.
Okay, so how about the U.S. Geospatial Agency? Will you accept those guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, it says it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, it's a sailing guide, so they're at sea level. Now, a mountain 300 miles away would have to be 9.75 miles tall to see over the horizon. Okay? Now, there's no mountains on Earth that are 9.75 miles tall. Mount Everest is half that height.
Something's not adding up.
Yeah, you're goddamn right.
Yeah,
Earth's not involved.
Something doesn't make sense about that.
Also, Tonga, FE stands for Field Engineers, by the way.
Oh, does it? Okay, so it's not. All right, my bad then.
So it's okay again now.
I was starting to watch it, but then he was like explaining it so it was like audio chaos.
I have a question.
Oh God.
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, how come I haven't seen any live pictures of the edge of it?
No one says Earth has an edge.
Yeah,
Maybe
right
that's
back
why.
to where we started, bro. Where's the edge? Where show it?
Where did you get the idea there's an edge to the Earth?
Pictures of the globe Earth with ships sailing underneath, or people having a fun time on the beach underneath the ball of the Earth. Why haven't we seen that?
Well, the funny thing is that you think you're on the edge, and that everybody's walking on the edge of the earth all the time, and that there's magic rubber bands holding you to it. So I always get a kick out of when you guys come in here and go, if the earth was flat, blah blah blah. Have you ever said to yourself, ever, if the earth was a globe, blah 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 blah? Ever? Have you ever even questioned it for 1 second?
Question. I think most people have looked at that their entire lives.
Yeah, that's just not a good way of thinking about things, you know? It's like, if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bicycle. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what you said certainly. What you said certainly does not make sense. I'm going to post a sailing guide. So there it is. It's in the chat. I'm going to take a screenshot of the relevant part, which is here.
Yeah, if you looked into like the data of understanding that you can see Chicago from the skyline, obviously.
Yeah, and thing is, thousands of people have seen that. Thousands. All you Gobers in this chat, you all have flat Earth evidence. Yeah, you too, Twanger. You all have flat Earth evidence. You just didn't realize it because you think Earth is too big. It's as big as they say. It's not too big.
So yeah, the Earth is obviously not what the Matrix tells you it is. It's not a spinning spherical ball. I don't think it matters if like most people don't know that, but the Earth continues to turn. All right.
So, Twanger, see what I posted in the chat? Radio broadcast transmission from Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia in 1918. How'd they do that on a ball? It's 10,000 miles on your ball. And Twanger, esoteric session for the globe, dude. Where is it? Notice how a bunch come in at the same time, like a bunch of spastics, and then all leave at the same time?
They're on the same clock. Same biological rhythm, maybe.
You're talking about all their periods are synced up?
Yeah, that's it.
Roger that.
Oh, I gotta go freak out about flat Earth on the internet now.
I get a virtue signal, then I'm a Glover. I want to make sure everybody knows I'm part of the cult.
Gonna go binge watch some Simon Dan for a bit. Get back in the fucking mode.
Get primed for it.
Me and Sporadic are going to make a Glover sex toy company. It's going to be like anal beads that are like blue marble images. And then like another one's going to be like, it's going to be called the Keplers. The Kepler anal beads, which are going to be like the 9 planets, plus like Planet X, which is going to be like a giant basketball.
While we know the market for it exists.
That's what I'm saying, man. We're going to be rich.
Planet X. What? I got sucked right into that Planet X scam in, I think it was 2011, when everyone was going, "Oh, Planet X is going to show up." And I was following this website, and I was really into it. And the day before, the day it was supposed to happen, it didn't happen, and the website was gone. I was just like, "What?" I said, "Daz, you've been suckered."
I got your IP address, though.
But they were using video from Antarctica as evidence. There's this still stationary camera in Antarctica and
Now,
stuff
if the
that
Earth
goes
was
around.
flat, there would be no such thing as, why are there bumps in the grass when I go outside? Why is there little bumps and why is there hills and mountains? You know, if it was
no.
flat, there would be no elevation at all.
So, how was your family life growing up?
I'm just telling you, have you touched grass before? Sometimes it's not exactly perfectly level, which would indicate it's not flat at all.
So you're admitting level and flat are synonymous.
I'm just saying your whole flat Earth thing, because the planet's not naturally flat. You could touch the grass.
So here's the funny thing. Well, here's the funny thing.
You're committing
the fallacy. Dude, stop talking.
You haven't.
Stop talking.
I know.
Stop
Okay,
talking.
go ahead,
I'm going
Confucius.
to answer your question. Stop talking. Okay, you're committing the fallacy of composition. You're saying the parts are the same as the whole. Okay? We're talking about the whole, not an insignificant small sample of the whole.
Can you explain a golf course on a flat Earth?
Address what I just said. Steelman, what I just said.
Yeah, you can't prove the Earth is flat.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said you're making a fallacy of composition.
No,
you're
I'm
making
just
a
saying,
fallacy of composition. You're making a fallacy of composition.
Flat,
what is a fallacy of composition? Okay, dude, you're just getting muted. Dumb fuck.
Because you don't care.
Okay, we're going to review this one more time. You're committing a fallacy of composition. I'll read it to you since you're a low IQ sped. Okay. It's the fallacy of composition is a logical error that occurs when one assumes that a characteristic of individual parts of a whole must be true of the whole itself. Do I need to say it again, or are you slow? Post in the chat so you have no excuses. I didn't appeal to confirmation. Okay. It's not a confirmation bias. It's a logical fallacy. You're doing it. You're objectively doing it. It's not my opinion. That was literally your argument. Here, Angel, Mr. Angel, you're unmuted. Address what I said. If you address anything else, I'm kicking you out of here. Yeah, you better leave.
All the tweakers on the same clock, huh, heretic?
True tweakers have no clock, brother.
Yeah, tweaker this, tweaker that, you know? I had to step away. Where'd everyone go?
Probably just still mourning the loss of the globe. I don't know.
The globe? The globe will be around long after we're gone, buddy. Longer. The globe will remain. The globe is all that remains.
Honor, you're a true believer.
Do you got any evidence of this globe that you are championing?
Yeah,
his mom told him.
Plenty of it.
Can't move for grave evidence, can you?
All of science.
Said it's over.
God, he said it. All of science. Fuck.
You sure this isn't the body of science?
I saw Jedi and I had to.
It is the body of science, isn't it? And it compels.
Yeah, it's the body of science.
The body of science compels you, indeed.
Well, you know, that was a globe earther argument like 6 years ago for a good 2 years. The body of science proves the earth is a globe.
It does.
It's not a person, dude. That's what's funny. Fuck.
What?
Remember how the Egyptians used to anthropomorphize things? You're doing it now.
The body of science.
Yo, Indio, is Twanga still using that fallacy? Appealing to popularity of the thing? Appeal to consensus? That all of science, like he claimed every time without just specifying, making, clarifying things? Is he doing the same fallacy?
Yeah, man, the only thing keeping him alive are like the life preservers. We're throwing him so he stops from drowning. He doesn't even realize it.
What's the thing between you and the fallacies, Twanga? Do you like logical fallacies?
I know the flat earther loves to claim that people are using fallacies when in fact they aren't. But
appealing to consensus. They are saying all of science because of all of science.
Yeah, all of science.
Fallacy that's appealing to consensus, that's appealing to the popularity of the thing. All of science.
Yeah, I'll gladly appeal to science, sir.
Without even specifying which science.
What does that even mean, Twanger?
Of things.
What does that mean to appeal to science? What does that mean?
It means an appeal to rationality, credibility, etc.
You're a train wreck, man.
Is there no science involved in your appeal to science? No science.
You guys mute anybody that challenges your
talking? He's still talking.
But Twanga, you're appealing to the thing that doesn't deal with shapes. All of science. There is no field of science that deals with shapes. It's just geometry, surveying, measuring the things, and you can distance.
Actually, I just want to say, does anyone in the Flat Earth Society, have you guys ever come to a cohesive thought of what you're...
Mr. Angel, I hate to inform you, this isn't the Flat Earth Society, so if you want to know what they do, go ask them. They're not here.
Well, this is the Flat Earth Room, is it not?
Yeah, but this isn't the Flat Earth Society.
Well, you guys are affiliated with it, are you not? You call yourself Flat Earthers. Then why do you guys call yourself Flat Earthers then?
You're just loaded with fallacy. So that's called a word context fallacy.
No, so
just
like
because we use some of the same words doesn't give it the same meaning in the context it's being used. You are an epic dumbass. You're actually stupider than Twanger. I don't know how that's even possible.
Why do you call yourself Flat Earth then? Why do you guys call yourself Flat Earth?
Dumb, dude. You're just dumb.
Mr. Bean doesn't know where he's at.
God, dude, how did you make it this far, dude? Honestly, how did you make it this far through life?
Guardian angels.
Yeah, big freaking helmet and 2 people holding his hand the whole time. One in each hand.
Big old helmet.
Yeah, a big old helmet, man. A bunch of
Doesn't even know where
freaking
he
plastic silverware.
Just stumbles in confused anytime he goes anywhere, I bet.
Sorry about that.
Dude, he has to eat with a spork, and they even cut the points off of that.
Yes, sir, this is a Wendy's. This isn't a homeless shelter.
Back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly.
Hey, Indio, you double dipping right now?
Double dipping on what, man? Oh, because I'm in
His sister and his mum.
Yeah.
I'm multitasking, brother.
Yeah.
Actually, I was actually thinking about going over to GeoServer to start shit.
Wow.
And the Sarah, I'm stuck with Twanger. Come on, man.
So
that's true.
MX Angel is asking in the chat, how are you guys not related to Flat Earth Society then? Thought you call yourself Flat Earthers. So, you call yourself a Globe Earther. Why are you related to geocentric people? So, you're from the geocentric people, I think, because you are a Glober. They are also Glober.
There's no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society, buddy. It's just a name.
It's just a question.
They're LARPing, bro.
Yeah, I understand. So it's just a question, MX. You call yourself a Glober. So are you related to the geocentric people who believe that the Earth is in the center of the universe and it's not moving at all and everything is just moving around that Earth?
You guys are making me question reality.
I mean, Hitler was a Glober. Can I interview him on his affiliation with the NSDAP?
Epstein was a Glober, too.
Although that's a failed analogy because, like somebody just said, there's no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society.
I mean, you could just go to the forums and try and find one. Good luck. So, go to the Flat Earth Society website, Mr. Angel. They have a link up top to their forums. Go in their forums and try to find a Flat Earther. In fact, tell them you're a Flat Earther and see what happens. This is a person that would not even have a single thought if it wasn't for Google. Yeah, you're in a room full of Flat Earthers. There's no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society. So that means that we aren't in the Flat Earth Society because we're Flat Earthers. The title doesn't control. Just like if they called themselves the fucking gay lords and they're all straight people, it doesn't magically make them gay. Dude, how can you have so little intellectual prowess, dude? It just be literally, dude, it's sad. Dude, don't anybody ever get in any mechanical device, but in fact, don't get near any machinery he's operating. Not even an Xbox controller.